you, baby. Even electricity can't compare to what I feel when I'm with you. Oh, baby, giving up my ghost for you. Now I'm see-through. You give me a feeling so strong. I know you've been treating yourself wrong. So let me care for you. Oh, baby, I'ma love you differently. I'll give you electricity, give it to you. And even if I could, I wouldn't turn on you. And I would stop the world for you, you know. I wanna let you know I'll never let this feeling go. This love has no ceiling, I cannot deny. Even if I could, I wouldn't turn on you. And I would stop the world for you. And I wanna let you know I'll never let the feeling go. This love has no ceiling, I cannot deny. All I see is you lately. Wide awake and in my dreams, I see your face so vividly. Don't know what I do. Ooh, baby, you only saw a friend in me. I'd be bittersweet. You give me a feeling so strong. I know you've been treating yourself wrong. So let me care for you. Ooh, baby, I'ma love you differently. I'll give you electricity, give it to you. And even if I could, I wouldn't turn on you. And I would stop the world for you, you know. I wanna let you know I'll never let this feeling go. This love has no ceiling, I cannot deny. Even if I could, I wouldn't turn on you. And I would stop the world for you. And I wanna let you know I'll never let the feeling go. This love has no ceiling, I cannot deny. I feel electric, baby, so electric, baby. Wanna let you know. Think I'm ready, baby, think I'm ready now. Electricity, I'm flying into you. Think electric, baby, so electric, baby. Wanna let you know. Think I'm ready, baby, think I'm ready now. Electricity, I'm flying into you. Even if I could, I wouldn't turn on you. And I would stop the world for you, you know. I wanna let you know I never let this feeling go. This love has no ceiling, I cannot deny. Even if I could, I wouldn't turn on you. And I would stop the world for you. And I wanna let you know I'll never let the feeling go. This love has no ceiling, I cannot deny. So electric, baby, so electric, baby. Wanna let you know. Think I'm ready, baby, think I'm ready now. Electricity. Feel electric, baby, so electric, baby. Wanna let you know. Think I'm ready, baby, think I'm ready now.
The loneliness before I knew what it was. Saw the pills on your table for your unrequited love. I would be nothing without you holding me up.
Good morning, everyone. So I see most of us are just trickling in now, and I realized that yesterday when I signed off at the banquet and I said, we're starting at 8:30 tomorrow, I made a little mistake because the program actually says 8:20. So we're running a tiny bit late, so we'll compromise. We'll meet in the middle and we'll start at 8:27. I'm sure we can, running 7 minutes late is not a huge deal. Okay, bon matin tout le monde. Good morning, everyone. I will start today with the land acknowledgement. When I read the land acknowledgement last night, I did it in English only, so ce matin, je vais le faire en français. And here it is. Reconnaissance du territoire. La ville de Saint John ou Menaquesque est le territoire traditionnel des Wolastoqiyik ou Malécites. Les Wolastoqiyik ou Malécites avec leurs voisins autochtones, les Mi'kmaq ou Mi'kmaq, et les Passamaquoddy ou Pescataway, excusez, ont signé des traités de paix et d'amitié avec la couronne britannique dans les années 1700 qui protégeaient leurs droits sur les terres et les ressources. So good morning, everyone. To start the day off, I'm going to invite Vicki Hogarth, who's been our excellent media analyst for the weekend, to come give us a summary of yesterday's activities. And Vicki, I'll just move my junk out of here so you have room.
Hi, I'm Vicki. I'm an alcoholic. I usually save that for AA meetings, but it makes for an interesting icebreaker too. About 12 years ago, I sought treatment for alcohol and prescription addiction when I started having withdrawal-induced seizures. I didn't want to get help, but seizures made hiding my disease no longer possible. At the time, I was a senior editor of a magazine, had a master's degree, and thought I was just using alcohol and pills to get through my crazy day. I wasn't an alcoholic, I thought. I couldn't be. I didn't fit the profile in my head of what I thought an alcoholic was. When I arrived at the rehab center, a government-funded facility outside Montreal called Beaver House, I noticed that just 7 out of the 20 beds were for women. And I asked the counselor why that was so. Do less women need help? Do less women suffer from addiction than men? And she said no, but less women go to get help. And that's why today and yesterday are so important, with the goal of helping to remove the barriers to meaningful addiction treatment for women by improving our understanding of the impacts of social determinants of health. When Minister of Social Development, Dorothy Shepherd, kicked off the symposium on Thursday night, she noted how her department had recently done a presentation to NB Liquor, a Crown corporation, to highlight how most of their alcohol companies targeted young women in their advertisements. She made the direct connection to the rise in fetal alcohol syndrome in the province and ultimately determined that the province would be paying more in medical costs for the problems they created through marketing alcohol to women than the profits they reaped from alcohol sales. This is just one example of an environmental influence on women's relationship with alcohol, but also an example of how government can, with its eyes on a bigger picture, intervene and work to effect positive change. Yesterday, Dr. Nancy Poole presented on why it's critical to understand the role gender roles, traumatic experiences, and environmental factors play in a person's experience of addiction, and to then tailor treatment plans to meet the needs of the individual. She highlighted how women experience addiction differently than men biologically, psychologically, and socially. But despite all this, there is limited gender responsive treatment options available for women in Canada. Dr. Poole said, quote, "It behooves us wherever we are to find anybody who is connected to women's health and collaborate with them. Most of the work being done is in small places without treatment centers." This led to yesterday's Indigenous Perspectives panel, which highlighted some of the additional barriers to treatment that Indigenous communities around the world encounter. Ella Karen Blind spoke to the unique issues facing the Sami people in Scandinavia, while Christine Petawabano from the James Bay region of Northern Quebec spoke about her own recovery journey as a third-generation residential school survivor. Her story of addiction is rooted in collective trauma and addressing the conditions that led to substance abuse rather than approaching substance abuse as a standalone issue is critical. She's working with the Cree Health Board to build a treatment center for her community that will have a culturally driven approach. Finally, we heard from Bernard Gauguin, Mary-France Clavette, and Gina Mollet from New Brunswick's Department of Health on the progress addiction and mental health services in the province are making to transform live-in treatment centers to better address individual needs by tailoring services to be informed by gender, trauma, and culture. Mollet noted that still just 38% of their clients are women, which means there's still work to be done to properly address challenges that prevent women from getting treatment, such as access to childcare, a need for more trauma-informed care, stigma, and post-treatment housing. Yesterday afternoon, we traveled to Cassidy Lake to tour the Portage Treatment Center. I didn't know that you could have rehab envy, but I couldn't help but think to myself how nice it would have been to get sober there, as opposed to where I went to rehab. It wasn't just because of the beautiful scenery and modern design of the facility. When I saw the young women waiting outside to welcome us and give us a tour of the place they seemed to genuinely be proud to be a part of, it touched a nerve. In recovery, we share our experiences to help a listener who might hear herself in our story. Even when you're in recovery for a long time, like I am, listening to others who are at different stages of both their lives and their own recovery journeys reinforces your own sobriety by connecting you to something bigger than yourself. Listening to Amber Parley, who entered Portage at 17, only to work there for the next 17 years of her life, now as an admissions coordinator, was inspiring. Hearing Taylor, now a happily married, soon-to-be second-time mom, a former Portage client, explain how the facility transformed her life left very few eyes dry in the room. And finally, watching 21-year-old Marty, who's been to Portage for the last 5 months, conquer her stage fright to share her story with us. A room full of strangers reminded me of why the work that we are doing today in this room is so important. For every Marty, for every Taylor, for every Amber, and for every Vicky who gets a chance at recovery, there are so many countless women who don't. Let's continue the work today and change that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vicki. And Vicki is an amazing writer. There's an article by her linked on our website. It's excellent. And she's an award-winning journalist. And I know that she's also a very humble person. So I just want to brag her up a little bit because I know she won't, but she is an award-winning journalist. Her coverage of the COVID daily briefings were a part of my daily routine every day for 2 years. And I'm glad we don't have to do those anymore because, you know, it was a lot, but I always recognized your voice and you're such an amazing journalist and you are a cracking good writer. Elle écrit bien en esti. I can swear in French because most of you won't understand what I just said, but she's, God, c'est une bonne écrivaine. So now I'm going to hand the mic over to Tammy, who's going to introduce our morning panelists. Tammy?
Good morning, everyone. Bonjour. I'd like to invite this morning's legal panel to kindly come and take the stage with me. I don't like to be up here all by myself. I'd like to introduce you. For those who weren't here yesterday or for those who are joining via Zoom today for the first time, my name is Tammy Johnson. I am a nurse with Horizon Health Network. I am a mom. I am here today in a volunteer capacity, not affiliated with my profession or my job. My son, my youngest son, is a graduate of the Portage Youth Program at Cassidy Lake. After he finished his program, Dr. King invited me to join the Atlantic Board, which I was all too happy to do. It's been a great experience thus far, and I'm very privileged to have been asked to be a part of the planning committee and with you all today as your moderator. So thank you for joining. So let's get our day started. To my immediate left is Corporal Joanne Spacek. She is joining us today. She lives in Moncton and travels far and abroad throughout our beautiful country, doing community policing with Indigenous people. So she is going to speak to us today as well. In the middle, we have our Madam Justice Marie-Claude Blais. She is from my hometown in Moncton. She is Judge of Court of the Queen's Bench and was appointed in April of 2015. She currently sits in the Judicial District of Moncton in the Family Division. Prior to her appointment, Madam Justice practiced law at McGinnis Cooper in Moncton and spent much of her career in a previous law firm. Madam Justice Blais was a member of the legislature from 2010 to 2014 and Minister of Education and Early Childhood Intervention. She brings with her a wealth of information and experience that I hope she's going to share with each of us today. Justice Blais is also the first woman in history of our province of New Brunswick to be appointed Minister of Justice and Attorney General. And for that, she should be very proud, and we are proud of her. She also served as minister responsible for women's equality. To her left, we have Maria Hennifer, a St. John native actually, and we are pleased that she's joining us today. She received her BA degree in Fredericton at St. Thomas University, where she later graduated with her law degree from UMB. She was admitted to the bar in Newfoundland and has settled in New Brunswick to practice, and we are happy that she found her way back here. She's got extensive trial experience and administrative law experience and appeared before the court on several levels throughout Atlantic Canada, as well as the Supreme Court of Canada and numerous administrative tribunals. Her practice has focused on litigation, including family law, Aboriginal law, and some criminal law. Maria has also been adjudicator under the Indian Residential School Settlement Agreement. So welcome to all three of our panelists today, and I thank you in advance for joining us.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Okay. As is apparent, our experience here is police officer, judge, and lawyers all in the legal area. So what we are going to speak about are women in addiction and where this becomes an issue in legal matters. Primarily, we find in criminal matters where there have been criminal charges laid, and also very, very extensively in family law matters. So just dealing with the first slide and looking at criminal charges first. I want to make the point that our former Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Canada, Madam Justice Beverly McLaughlin, so the highest justice in the highest court in the land, commented in talking about addiction issues that people who are brought before criminal courts related to addiction issues are not criminals. And then she goes on to speak about new and more appropriate responses to the problem being necessary and occurring as the result of new specialized courts. So instead of bringing women with addiction issues and others with addiction issues before our normal criminal courts, there's a need and a desire to develop a new specialized court to deal with these issues. And when the highest justice in our country is promoting this, I think it goes a long way to helping to establish such specialized courts.
I just wanted to add to that as well, is that from a police perspective, is that we do see that there is a close relationship between addiction and crime. Those addicted to crime commit to pay for their drugs, and this inflicts damages to society. Moreover, many of those addicted are under the influence of drugs while committing these crimes. Just to note that.
That's so very true. Well, here in New Brunswick, we only have one specialized mental health court in St. John and one specialized healing to wellness court in Elsipogtog, a First Nation community in New Brunswick. And the whole point of both of those specialized courts is to focus on the treatment program for the individuals who are brought before the court. In St. John, as the slide shows, in order to appear before that court, you must first establish a mental health illness. And you may be referred for an assessment if you may be an individual who will be able to appear and be dealt with under that court. Importantly, the judge who is in charge of that court has to agree to accept the individual to be treated and dealt with in his court. So it has to be, he has to be satisfied it's a sufficient mental health problem to be appropriate for treatment in that court. And one of the worries or concerns I have is addiction in and of itself is not considered by that court as adequate. Although oftentimes with a mental health assessment, the addiction is seen as part of a mental health problem and the judge will accept that individual. Also, to appear before that court, the individual must take responsibility for the offense involved. They don't necessarily have to plead guilty. And in fact, often a remedy is found so that there is no guilty plea and no charge, but they do have to accept responsibility. And then what happens is that whole court and the people in that court form a treatment plan. And so they have the individual, depending upon the circumstances, working with social workers, working with mental health workers, working and being part of various organizations to assist them with their problem. And the individual has to keep coming back to the court periodically to provide the judge in the court with an update. So it might be, you might be there every 3 weeks, you might be there once a month, but it might go on for, you know, anywhere from 4 to 6 months. And then when the treatment program is concluded, the charges are all resolved, assuming that the individual is able to follow all the treatment program. And in most cases, the charges are dealt with without there being a criminal offense recorded. So I don't get a criminal record. I'm given either an absolute discharge or a conditional discharge, or the charges are deferred. So but that's the only court in all of New Brunswick that has this specialized nature. If I'm charged in Fredericton or Moncton or up north, there's no court that can do that for me. And that court has been in existence here 2000 to 2013. It was run by Judge Breen. And when Judge Breen retired, there was no one that was able or willing to run the court from 2013 to 2017. And in 2017, one of the new provincial court judges agreed to step in and run the court. So it's running again in St. John, but only in St. John. And maybe I can ask Ms. Spacek if she can talk about the Elsipogtog court, which is also a specialized court.
Just a few weeks ago, I had the opportunity to spend the full day at the Elsipogtog Healing to Wellness Court. So I just jotted down some important aspects of the court itself. So the Elsipogtog Healing to Wellness Court is a specialized provincial court. It is a therapeutic court and alternative court. It addresses underlying issues such as addiction, FAS, FAD, and or mental health issues for both youth and adults who currently reside in Elsipogtog. So they're given through counseling, family therapy, cognitive behavior therapy, mentoring, parent training, and peer counseling, mediation, etc. So the Healing to Wellness program is an opportunity for an accused person to make positive changes in their life. It is available to Elsipogtog band members charged with an offense that actually occurred in Kent County area. If this is the first time the accused has been charged with an offense and admits a responsibility for their actions and agrees to follow a treatment plan, the charges may actually be withdrawn when the plan has been completed and successful. Another aspect is if the accused was previously convicted of an offense, pleads guilty to the charge, and agrees to follow a treatment plan, the sentence is generally reduced and or community-based. Some of the core components of the Healing to Wellness is through the use of monitoring the client and providing support, as previously mentioned. Organizational requirements is that there has to be community buy-in. So desire to do so is changes in the way community members are dealt with in the criminal justice system. Community buy-in is an absolute for this to move forward, and must be in order for such a program. Partnership, there's a high quality of partnership, is the Healing to Wellness Court has numerous partners. They include partners such as Provincial Court of New Brunswick, Public Prosecution Branch, New Brunswick Office of Attorney General, Prosecution Service of Canada, Elsipogtog First Nation, of course, Court Services Division, and New Brunswick Department of Justice and Public, Department of Health, RCMP, New Brunswick Legal Aid Services, and New Brunswick Aboriginal Affairs Secretariat. So.
Thank you very
Yeah.
much. I also wanted to make the point that in preparing and doing some research for this presentation, I looked at what the situation was in Nova Scotia, another Atlantic province, just to see how we might compare. And I was actually very saddened to note that in Nova Scotia, there are 8 wellness courts throughout the province. It began with the Dartmouth Wellness Court, and they have an entire team of professionals, and they're available through the court services to focus on the treatment of individuals that come to the court with addiction problems. And they also deal with mental health issues and help to resolve criminal charges so that people who have addiction problems and other mental health issues are not labeled criminals and left with a criminal record that's going to follow them maybe for all of their lives. But for Nova Scotia to have 8 wellness courts across the province, and for New Brunswick to only have 1, and Elsipogtog First Nation to have 1, it makes me feel like our province is lacking. Corporal Spacek, could you speak to whether or not there are specialized courts throughout Canada as well?
Similarly, there's some in Saskatchewan. I was actually just there 2 weeks ago, and they also have a few courts such as the one that we have here in Saskatchewan and throughout the province as well.
Thank you. Justice Blay, did you have any comments? I know you're in family division, but it's nice to hear your comments about
I
these
think
specialized
one of the
courts.
comments I want to make, there's also what we call domestic violence court in Moncton, which we didn't address today, specifically because I wanted to speak more on women in addiction, but it's certainly important, an important concept. I think one of the things that I've noticed, and I can see you're all here today. I think you're all leaders in your field. But one of the things that I noticed is that these specialized courts are all due to the leadership of there's certainly support within government for some, but the leadership comes from individuals. Some of the courts that we have seen, mental health court, the leadership is the judiciary and the support staff within that court, and the community partners that decided to help their community. So it's really a movement of community. That's why it's important to be here today, to have, Portage here, and to speak about community involvement and how can communities sit within these systems. There's no denying that the judicial system is a system. There's a lot of rules and regulation into who should do what. But more and more we see a step away from that. It takes a lot of resources, but it takes a lot of leadership too. And I hope that after having this symposium and the conversations that we have today, and certainly that we can sit and have those conversations I was also doing a bit of research, and, there's a movement certainly, and it's been for years, there's family treatment court. It's not only the individual who's involved, it's the family. Those courts have really specified policy practices. So it's important to have these discussion, and certainly in my role as a judge, we need to remain sometimes we feel that there's a need for us to remain outside of what's going on, and say, well, I'll look at the case sitting from an outsider, but certainly movements are not like that. When we talk about wellness court, when we talk about mental health court, there's a leadership role also played by the judge. There's rule established as to what the justice does or doesn't do, and so really looking for forward thinking, and some people might say, well, that's not forward thinking. It's been done for years, but I think it is forward thinking for us here in New Brunswick to work with partners, to have a multi collaboration approach when it comes specifically to family court. And I'll just go back to my visit yesterday at Portage when the last speaker, Marty, I think she was identified as, spoke about the involvement of the justice system in her life. So it didn't take long for us visiting Portage for an hour and a half to see that the legal system, the justice system, the courts, are involved with women that suffer from addiction. Certainly I see it in my work, and we'll speak to that more in a family context.
And the only other thing I would add is that a criminal record is a potentially very serious problem and can impose significant limitations on people. And when, again, the highest justice in our country is saying people with addiction problems are not criminals, we as a society need to find ways to not make them criminals by giving them a criminal record.
I'd like to just add to that too, as I had done a little bit of research yesterday as well. So also there are like new approaches to policing which have emerged, aimed at breaking the cycle of crime and addiction. So beginning fall of 2022, the Police Foundation program will now offer a mental health and addictions as a mandatory course for all Police Foundation programs for those students.
That's wonderful. Okay, I want to move on to the second area where women and addiction are unfortunately a very common issue, and that's in family law matters. And just by way of background, what we've done and what these slides will show you is that family law cases kind of derive from 3 separate acts. So we have, for example, the Divorce Act, which is a federal legislation dealing with people that are in the middle of divorce and dealing with family issues there. We have a Family Law Act in New Brunswick, which is a provincial legislation, and basically every province across the country would have a similar act, which deals with, again, issues with families and custody and access and things of that nature, usually between parents under the Family Law Act. And then we have what we call a Family Services Act, which is the government Department of Social Services involvement when they step in to protect, or on a premise that they are there to protect children. And it's those 3 acts that typically are before the courts when they're dealing with family law issues and dealing with women who have addiction problems who are being brought before the court under any one of those acts, or that's part of the case before the court and the court has to deal with those issues. And we'll look at each of these acts quickly, but I would suggest to you that the bottom line rule of law, a rule that the courts have no choice but to follow, is that the court shall always give priority to the best interests of the child. Every one of those three acts makes reference to the fact that the best interests of the child is the priority factor in making decisions. So we get into some pretty deep discussion about what is or what is not in the best interests of the child. I'm wondering, before we get into the acts, Justice Blay, if we could have just some general comments from you on that?
Yeah, and just to follow up on the best interests of the child. The best interests of the child does not mean the best interests of the parents. It's really it's a legal test that lives within itself. It's related, when you look at the criteria, they are at times related to family relationship, family bond, love between parents. But the court really has to put itself focus on what is best for the child. I don't know in this room, but sometimes we hear, but I have rights. I have the right to see my child. I have the right to have a family. But really it's the child's right. So it's important to say it's the child's right to have a family with you. It's a child's right to see you and spend parenting time with you. It's very important to come back to that. So when we talk about women and addiction, the importance of family, the importance of a bond, the importance of a developmental milestone, the responsibility of raising a child, those will all come to light. And we really have to look at what's in the best interests of the child. And when we talk, sometimes you will have heard legalese and people say, oh, time is of the essence. You know, when I first went to law school, we read contracts and there was always at the end, time is of the essence. I was like, oh, yes, time. But when it comes to children, time is of the essence, and children can't wait on the sideline for their parents to get better if it takes years and years. And that's very difficult. No matter the case, that's a very difficult, because in our act, we have at times very, which are time lapse, where children cannot stay in between families or so it's very important to understand. And that's when we look at a person who, especially a mother who would suffer from substance use, it's very important to quickly bring together a path of wellness. And that path cannot be the next 5 years or even the next 2 years. That's why we need to be responsive and providing programs. And sometimes that's difficult, and especially when it comes to, and I'll speak to that a little more, when it comes to child protection, la protection à l'enfance, those are really difficult for children in periods of time, and time is not always of the essence in those periods. As we all know, addiction does not resolve itself once a person has stopped consuming drugs or alcohol. But the path to establishing a path to wellness is very important.
Thank you. Just looking at the slide that's before you, what I did is, this is the Family Law Act, and I've underlined some of the key sections of that act. The point being, it needs to be appreciated, this is the law. So for example, under 51, the court shall take into consideration only the best interests of the child in making a parenting order or contact order. So how does that impact on a woman who has either past, present, or worrisome addiction issues? And then 52 tells the judge what factors to look at in looking at the best interests of the child. You know, under item B, the child's needs, including the need for stability. Under C, the nature and strength of the child's relationship with each parent. Oh, went too far. Under H, it talks about the ability and willingness of each parent to meet the needs of the child. And the last item tells the court to look at any condition or measure that is relevant to the safety, security, and well-being of the child. Then under 53, the act specifically says the court shall give primary consideration to the child's physical, emotional, and psychological safety, security, and well-being. So the key is, if I am as a lawyer, am dealing with a woman with an addiction problem, I have to figure out, how do I meet these sections? How do I satisfy the court that it is in this child's best interest to still be with his mother, and to what extent? So the key is to bring proof of factors that show how the mother is dealing with the addiction, what success she has had, expert witnesses who can tell how dedicated she is. The point is, you've got to bring enough evidence so the judge can be comfortable that she's following the law and all of these specified factors in making an order. And so, like I say, this is the Family Law Act. And a very interesting article under that act is 50(5). So in determining the best interests of the child, the court shall not take into consideration the past conduct of any person unless the conduct is relevant to the exercise of their parenting time. That is a very potentially important issue, particularly if we have an addiction problem that has been under control, that I can call proof it's under control. It gives the judge then the means to say, well, I know that's something that's going to be lived with for the rest of your life, but I'm comfortable. It's enough of past conduct that it's not going to impact on the decision on what's in the best interest of the child. The next act, the Divorce Act, again, this is when married people are looking to get their marriage divorced. But even this act in those circumstances deals with the best interest of the child. And it does effectively the same thing. It says the court shall take into consideration only the best interests of the child. And it goes on to again detail what those best interests are. And effectively, if you compared them with the Family Law Act, they're not verbatim, but they're pretty darn close. You know, it's the same sort of factors that need to be considered. And so whether I'm under the Family Law Act or the Divorce Act, that I've given you the list of what those factors are, I've got to call evidence to satisfy the judge that the best interests of the child are going to be served by still having the appropriate relationship with this woman with an addiction problem.
I'll just add on. I think it's, you know, we understand that I certainly do, and I say this when parents and people appear in front of the Court of King's Bench now, but certainly advise them that I know there's no perfect parent, you know, there's no perfection. I'm not asking you to be a perfect parent. That's important. You know, nobody in the room that when we're a courtroom, nobody's perfect. That's not the standard. The standard is being able to meet the best interest of the child, being able to be stable, being able to be home, to provide every day what the child needs, being able in the morning to meet the day, get up, make a lunch, get the child to school. More and more people who, there's more and more people that will report what they allege to be neglect. Schools are now part of this equation, whereas we have teachers at times that come to court to tell us about the fact that the best interest is not necessarily that they believe that the child needs services, and that then it becomes addressed by us. And I just want to go back to what Peter Vimos said yesterday about shame. People will appear in front of us and there's still a shame. Although we pretend to be very forward when it comes to mental health or when it comes to addiction, sometimes as a judge, I'd rather that people tell me what they're facing instead of saying, no, I've got it under control. I'm good. Things are good. It's important. That is part of, the credibility, but it is, we understand as judges that nobody's perfect. We understand that that there are struggles. But as Maria said, it's important to present to the judge your path to wellness, your therapy, meeting your doctor. Sometimes there's drug testing being asked and required, speaking about the underlying issues and having some insight. We saw yesterday from the speakers at Portage, again, lots of insight. They say this place has provided me insight. Well, hopefully that is important in regards to, and we understand when people are in front of the court, are they going to see the lawyers, or police needs to be called for various reasons, that there are immense conflicts with emotion that run very high and difficult to very much to get to a point that this is about application of the law. But again, it is important, and shame is still very much present, I can tell you, because there's very little people that will come in front of the court and admit to addiction, admit to struggling. So I think we touched on that yesterday, and that I see that in my courtroom every day.
I just draw your attention to item 6 in this slide here. Again, this is the written law. Under the Divorce Act, in allocating parenting time, the court shall give effect to the principle that a child should have as much time with each spouse as is consistent with the best interests of the child. So again, what is always going to be key from a lawyer's perspective is being able to give enough evidence to the judge that the addiction problem is adequately under control. I mean, every case is going to be very dependent on its facts. If the addiction problem isn't under control, it's going to be very difficult to convince a judge that this child should have time with a woman who still has a very serious addiction problem. However, I have had situations when we've been able to convince a judge that at the very least there can be time with a woman as long as we have somebody else supervising and helping out. You've got to come up with sometimes unique ways to satisfy a court that, look, the law recognizes it's really important for a child to have as much parent time with both parents as can be. So give the court the evidence it needs, either with proof that everything is under control and, or it's under control adequately and we have these things in place, or we do still have significant problems, but we can deal with it in a certain way. to try and ensure that women with addiction problems are still able to have relationships with their family, because I truly think in all the years I've been doing that, this is really important. Yep.
And I don't know the awareness of the wording, but lately, about a year and a half ago, governments changed the wording. So we no longer talk about custody and access. We talk about parenting time. So the language has changed. Also, we talk about decision-making responsibility between parents. So the parenting time is one aspect, meaning spending time with your child, and the decision-making responsibility is another aspect, whereas one parent or both parent together would share important decision in relation to the child. So when you hear us speaking of parenting time, that's the new language that's being adopted throughout Canada, and the federal government was a leader in that, and the Divorce Act and all of our legislation was changed throughout Canada to reflect this new the new language in the act.
Yeah, it's basically custody is now parenting time, decision-making authority, and contact orders are access. It was kind of seen as sort of a derogatory kind of terms, custody and access. So they've been changed for that reason. I note as well, under this paragraph 16.1 of the Divorce Act, this specifically gives the court the authority to make an order and impose whatever terms and conditions the court considers appropriate. So there are means and ways to deal with this in appropriate situations by bringing enough evidence to satisfy the court as to what's an appropriate order. The third act that we deal with a lot in family court is the Family Services Act. And this deals with children in care. This is when the government and social services intervene in situations where they feel the child is in need of protection. And again, these are situations where usually something drastic has happened and social services has stepped in and removed children from their family's care. And the court has authority to make any number of orders dealing with custody or guardianship or supervisory orders to just have someone supervising the family. But as noted, the court at all times must place above everything else the best interests of the child. Justice Blake?
So if I can make a comment in regards to what we call child protection, I can say, and I've been sitting in family court for, I have started my 8 years. I sat in the city of St. John for 4 years, and now I sit in Moncton. I can say lately, and I'm not a researcher nor a statistics person who has the authority to keep any statistics, but I can say that 70% of the cases that I deal with in regards to child protection have parents who have substance issues. And substance issues also leads to domestic violence. And at time, that's when the authorities, the police and social workers are called, and that leads to the finding of various issues, which is substance issues. This is not a secret to anybody and most people in this room. More and more addictive drugs are out there. Parents who have not necessarily had long time addictions find themselves in a short time with a family that is really struggling and falling apart. Those cases are cases of neglect and at times abandonment because of the struggles, because of the difficulties in trying to find a way certainly out of the addiction that's leading this family down a path that is very difficult. Also, I heard yesterday spoken about homelessness. Lots of families now, I find that the substance issue will lead to not being able to meet basic needs, and therefore losing housing and not being able to regain housing. So I know this morning that this is a subject that is not easy to speak about, but needs to be spoken about, because there are solutions to some of these issues. Part of you here see those issues every day and want to be part of these solutions. So really, the risk of harm, the abandonment at time, places certainly the judge in being having no choice at times but to make orders for custody, which is for us on what I would call it's not the permanent removal of the child from parental authority. And we're hopeful there's a case plan that's prepared by the social workers, and invite certainly parents to work with the caseworker. At times, we certainly speak to the case plan. And I think one of the things also that I wanted to mention, it is the importance of collaboration with the parents. And I certainly try to engage the parents to work with their social worker, work with community partners. It is very difficult because once they find themselves in front of a judge in a courthouse, they're like, it's really become adversarial. It's really, yesterday, I think one of the team, the word that everybody wanted to work was, I kept hearing, let's not be judgmental, let's not judge, but that is what we do. So it's very difficult when somebody arrives in front of you, but that's what we do. So I understand when the situation becomes that when parents find themselves in front of us, that the situation becomes that it's now adversarial. It's now, you're suggesting that I enter this treatment. No, I won't. I'm capable. Again, because of the shame. And as I was preparing for this symposium, I also came to the realization that a lot of parents will tell us, please don't take my children away. This is the last thing I have. This is the last thing I'm holding on to. And then we realized that a lot of these programs that are speaking about doing things differently find themselves more in the criminal realm than in the family realm. But all of you know the importance of family. And we had this discussion before that I'm hopeful that one day, and I say that sometimes, I'm hopeful that people will never cross the doors of a courthouse, because if you're here, it's difficult. It's not easy. So hopefully community partners and parents can understand the need to collaborate. And I think that is not what I hear, is more of an adversarial nature, but it's really important. And I know it takes time. Again, I go back to yesterday, and we heard yesterday from both from the speakers that they didn't want to collaborate, they didn't want to be there, they didn't want to talk to anybody. There was a wall. So that also, it's important, the collaboration before the prevention, if I can use that word.
The other issue that I would add to all of this is that it is very difficult for many women with addiction problems to even be able to afford a lawyer and legal counsel to give them the advice and the assistance to know and help them plan out, how do I present this to a judge to show that it is still in the child's best interest to have whatever relationship we're looking to establish with me. And there is legal aid that's available, but it's very limited. And oftentimes, many people in these dire circumstances can't afford a lawyer and don't really have the ability to get that assistance, which I'm obviously prejudiced, but which I think can be very, very helpful if you put it before the court and you put it there in the proper way.
I just wanted to add, as a police officer, just sharing a little bit of my experiences. A lot of addiction is quite intertwined with domestic violence. Domestic violence, then leads on to, sometimes the children actually being taken away, one of the parents being charged. But I'd really want to reiterate, again, Justice Blais' comment on the importance of collaboration. Like working in partnership, making those referrals as a police officer, to really work together we need to work together as a community in partnership.
Thank you. There is actually in New Brunswick a new Child and Youth Wellbeing Act, which has been drafted and prepared. It's not yet been proclaimed, but it's expected to be proclaimed in the next year or so. And it basically has been done after a review of the New Brunswick child protection system to see where the flaws were and to try and remedy some of that. It's over 115 pages long. These are the rules now, the new legal rules for child and youth well-being. Some of the focuses I think that are important, and it is really child-centered as opposed to parent-centered. So everything's going to be looked at through the lens of the child, but in response to that, I say it's hard to understand anyone who would think, looking through the lens of a child, that a relationship with that child's mother, regardless of addiction, isn't important if I can do it properly, if we can manage it. It also recognizes the importance of a connection to family, like the Act is very clear to try and keep families together. And it's also clear that they want to try and increase flexibility in the court process and not make it as stringent as a courtroom and legal matters usually are. Dealing with that Act, again, the best interests of the child remain paramount, but in the item B below, the importance of family to the security and well-being of the child or youth and family as the preferred environment for the care and upbringing of the child and youth is recognized. And again, it just goes on, with many, many versions of all of the factors that should be taken into account. Under Article 43. Yeah. I stand to be corrected, but I don't believe this article or anything similar to it existed in the past. But it says the minister may determine that a parent of the child or youth cannot be involved in the establishment or implementation of the plans if the minister is of the opinion that the parent has impaired judgment as a result of serious addiction. Are you familiar with anything?
That is new. And again, it's going to lead to the determination of how the minister exercises its discretion. And that's always under the privy of the court. So that being said, it is certainly important. I think that that part of the act may speak about the fact that at times, and my colleague Joanne can speak to that too. At times when children are apprehended, and I don't like that word, but that's the word. When children are apprehended from a family, they're presented with a plan right then and there, and they must sign the plan, and the plan is brought back to the court. So in times of highly emotional conflict and of social workers speaking, and rightfully so, because they exercise their discretion at time and believes this child would be at risk of harm, and that the situation is not cannot be brought to a place of where the child can stay. And at times they will ask parents if there's a friend or family that can come and get the children, but that's not always possible. Especially, some of you will certainly come to this conclusion of when a person is isolated, suffering from drug addiction, and not necessarily have lots of family support in some of those moments, but there are at times. And those family members certainly manifest themselves and come to court and want to speak to the judge. But I can see in that perspective maybe why that piece of legislation or that section would exist, because at times there are some parents that would have said, well, I didn't have a lot of participation into that. It got signed at a time where I felt I had no other choice. So certainly, but it does address the issue of substance use quite clearly. The government wanted to have a piece of legislation that was more clearer, use less legalese. So we'll see where that leads and how the minister uses this.
Did you have any comments, Corporal Space?
No.
No. Basically, under this new act, there are various agreements that are potentially possible. And the act does speak in 41.1, requires the consideration of a collaborative approach. Hopefully that will have substance to it, and most things will be resolved in a collaborative manner and not have to make their way to the court. But it does provide that you can have potential collaborative arrangements for foster parent agreements or custody agreements, guardianship agreements, or court orders to that effect. But again, under this new act, it's yet to be seen how it will play out. So, I mean, these slides are sort of very legal, but you need to understand that the judge and the court is restricted by what the law states, and the lawyers who are involved need to be able to present the proper evidence with the assistance of all the people that work with women in addiction. So people that they've worked with to come forward as witnesses to be able to make the court comfortable that the order being proposed for the continuing relationship between someone with an addiction problem is appropriate because of the care that's been given, because of the treatments taken, whatever evidence is out there and available to satisfy the court. So at the end of the day, the ultimate question is going to be, how do we deal with this addiction issue in family court within all of these statutory rules? My own personal views are, you need to be upfront. You got to tell it the way it is. You've got to establish what the issues are out of those facts, and you need to come with a solution. I need to have experts and people who work in this area with women with addiction, who know the individuals involved, experts who the court is going to feel comfortable with their opinions. You need to call witnesses of maybe family and friends who are willing to help. Alternatives about how this is going to be okay, because there's going to be some extra supervision, because a family member is going to attend every few days and make sure everything's okay. A longtime friend is going to be there. You know, she's going to continue to attend these meetings. We can even provide proof of the attendance of these meetings. We need to do all those things and come up with even innovative ideas that are going to be able to ensure that the best interests of the child prevail. And in my own view, who would really deny the importance of a mother's role with her child? So we gotta find ways to make sure we address the problem so that the judge can do his or her job and make sure that women with addiction are treated properly, and even more importantly, their children can still be with them. And then the last comments, I wondered about your thoughts on these too, Corporal Spacek, is affordability and availability of legal services in the real world situation.
I'm not a researcher, but I can say with my own personal experience is a very high level of those coming into the justice system. Yeah, don't have the capacity to afford a lawyer. So yes, legal aid services are definitely very leaned on.
And they can be crucial, but there's also real limitations with how much time a legal aid lawyer is even allowed to spend on certain matters, and how much expense can be spent on experts and things like that. The financial costs of a significant legal hearing are quite excessive, and there needs to be assistance for that. There needs to be adequate legal services, with legal aid being further expanded to make sure they really can fully assist the individuals involved, in my opinion.
Well, certainly, and you know, sometimes I wonder when we look at the criminal side of things, most people have a right to legal aid. They have counsel, and just to tell you a little story, last week we have a very nice courtroom in Moncton, and then we get out in the back and we walk towards our chambers. And I was walking towards my chambers. I go through a series of courtrooms, and every courtroom that dealt with a family matter didn't have lawyers, but every courtroom that dealt with a criminal matter had lawyers. So although and maybe I'm biased, I do feel that family is at the heart of everything, and that, you know, I understand the criminal law has grave consequences also, but so do child protection matters, and so do divorces and separation. So, but I applied the law. I don't make the law. I had that gig for a while and didn't last. So now I'm on the other side, and I can see that hopefully you live in a province where there's a lot of coverage in regards to help and being in court. Services of legal aid are limited, and we see a lot of people that appear in front of us, and they do represent themselves, even in child protection matters. Some so distress what's happening, and I'm seeing that more and more because of the fact that you know, it's a government entity which would have taken their children into care, There's a distress also of government lawyers that work for legal aid and they rather represent themselves. But to navigate within a system that certainly it's very, very difficult. We as judges have an obligation to assist self-represented litigants. We try to guide them the best that we can, but we're not their lawyers, and our involvement is very limited in regards to what role we can play. And we certainly tried to do that, but more and more, as the child protection dockets, I call it, as the child protection cases continue to grow in this province, we continue to see lots of people that choose to be self-represented. Another thing I want to add, I certainly know, and we had this discussion when I first graduated from law school, there was lots of lawyers, so it was difficult to find an articling place. But now there's less and less young people that choose that profession. And when they choose the profession, there's less and less lawyers that choose to do family law or even do legal aid certificates or choose employment with legal aid. So we've come to a time where our court cases have to be adjourned because although the parent will have a certificate, they're not able to find lawyers. So certainly if you know anybody or yourself, that profession needs people, and it's a great profession. And it's important also its role within our community and within certainly what we do. So that is becoming also at the heart of the issue also.
Just as a sort of final statement before we take questions, I think the three of us would all agree some of the best solutions, and in my opinion, always the best solutions, is to resolve matters before you go to court. The collaborative approach or resolutions that adequately address the problems and avoid the necessity of going to court are really important. And the UBC report there in the Faculty of Law, their last comment, need for non-punitive, community-based, mother-focused strategies as alternatives to parent-child relationship. And the need for that as a need really to do as much of it as we can in a collaborative, appropriate manner without having to take people to court. Court, I've been doing it for a long time. It really isn't a fun place, although some of us a bit warped, maybe we enjoy it, but it's a place you want to avoid if you can. And certainly in such sensitive, family-related, women in addiction kind of issues, in my view.
Yeah, it's a bit like, you know, we hear from doctors that say, well, it's prevention. It's a bit like that too when it comes to court, is trying to a certain point to resolve the issues. But certainly people who have substance abuse issue and have children taken from them, then they don't have a choice, you know. But prior at times, I know that there's been other alternatives that have been proposed, but it is important. And certainly today, having heard the day yesterday, it's important to be very open and aware of the parents' struggles also. As I said, I'm going to come back to that. Nobody's perfect. And it's not because myself, I have the privilege of this job that I know better. I try to apply the law to the best of my ability, but certainly the struggles the path to wellness needs to be defined, and we also, there's a need to be open to that. And I know, I just want to say, I know that social workers are also working with families, trying to divert from court, trying to find a family member that can take care of children, that can help. And certainly there are other alternatives. We also, through our child protection process, do what we call judicial case conferencing, which is a settlement, trying to have a settlement conference, trying to sitting with parents, not in a courtroom setting, in a different setting, and trying to resolve and see how we can come to hopefully reunification at the end. Although the parents find themselves in front of us and there's an application for neglect, let's say, we know that reunification is important, but as I said, and as we have discussed, it's that reunification can only be beneficial if it's in the best interests of the child and sometimes of children.
And I would like to add that, yes, definitely, we need to see a change, and prior to them coming to the court system or being arrested and so forth, there are alternatives. And, you know, I look very highly at the Healing to Wellness Elsie book took, that it is very successful. And that could be, you know, an alternative in implementing more of those court systems within New Brunswick.
So I think the timing might be such to take questions from the audience.
Yeah, so, okay, so, yes, so we'll follow the same thing we did yesterday, which is, I'll start by just reading a comment that came in on the virtual, which is Joanne from Hamilton. I think she's talking, she's writing from Hamilton. This is a very engaged participant. She had a lot of questions yesterday too. So hi, Joanne. So I think this comment came in when there was mention of different alternative courts. Like I think the court in St. John and the court, the healing court in Elsipogtog, and there was a question around the room or a mention of, are there other what else exists, you know, maybe outside New Brunswick or in New Brunswick. And Joanne wrote that there is a court diversion program in Hamilton, Ontario. So that kind of speaks to the final thoughts that you just offered, which was there are programs that are starting to take root and become more common to address the legal issues that are on the table before they get to court. So that's what Joanne had to offer. And she also said there's a program called Choices and Changes, again in Hamilton, Ontario, where there is collaboration between substance use agencies and child welfare. So those programs, I think what Joanne is trying to add to the conversation is they're starting to spring up more and more as we recognize the need for alternative ways of addressing legal issues for people with substance abuse problems. So that came in. Yeah, so we can take a question from a person in the room now, if there are any. Don's coming up with a question, and then, yeah, he got up first. Go ahead, Don. Yeah.
Good morning. Thank you very much for your presentations. It struck me in listening to your presentations that the law appears to be way ahead of the resources that you require. And a question I have is there anything in the law that we heard yesterday about the lack of adequate treatment facilities for women with addictions? And is there anything in the law that empowers a judge to order the province, on this case New Brunswick, to provide the service. If you have a client before, or a case before you where the woman wants to be admitted into a treatment program, but none is available, do you have any power to sort of order that to happen?
I'm going to say no. It all depends if the treatment is refused because the minister didn't exercise its discretion properly. So the question of discretion might come to play. And then if you believe that that discretion was not exercised properly, but in order to do that, that has to come to light when you're during, pre-trial or during appearances, somebody has to say, well, we tried to access such treatment and the minister said no. But that is, as we've been saying, that kind of sits in another format, which is the minister's discretion and how it's not. And there's also question in regards to judges and the power to order counseling. I know I've ordered counseling when parties have told me that they were willing to engage in counseling. Then I would order counseling and ask that they come back to speak to me. We haven't spoken to that, and some of you might resonate with you. There's the issue also when there's a court proceeding. Sometimes there's subpoena being sent to psychologists, psychiatric doctor, family doctors, and also third party who work with a person, being mother or father. And that I had various of these third parties appear before me and tell me, well, do I have to testify? I don't want to breach my relationship with with mom. I don't want to breach my relationship. Why are you ordering me to tell you some of that? And that person's going to be cross-examined. And usually when professionals are being asked and there's a conflict, so there's those difficult situations when I know when third parties receive subpoena, it's really difficult for them to say, okay, I have to open my notes, open myself, and I feel that I have this relationship of confidence that's going to be breached. And I've seen it with some third parties that work with children. We need to hear the voice of the child and the views of the child. So I've never ordered somebody to a program, but if the person says willingly that they want to come back and speak to their treatment, or they want to follow family therapy, we will suggest that they come back and see the progress that they've made.
Can we ask you to step up to the mic, please?
Ordering the government?
Yeah.
No, I haven't done that. To order the government, and I haven't done that.
And as a lawyer, I'm not aware that there's any jurisdiction in the court to do that. I don't believe that there is.
Prochaine question? Ou commentaire?
We had a famous judge in the province of Quebec who used to do that, order governments and social agencies to do things for their clients. She was not very popular.
But sometimes, when you're in the courtroom, the social worker or the social agency will say, oh, yes, we'll do that. And you can strongly suggest that they do it. You can ask that it be part of the preamble of the order, that they've strongly, that they agree, but you don't order it most of the time.
That was a comment. To come back to the answer, are there similar courts in other places? There is the Programme de traitement des toxicomanies de la Cour du Québec that operates from Montreal. And there is also the Nitsik Wellness Court that is part of the itinerary court that travels the villages of Nunavik that are in place. It was developed with the Sariuk project in Nunavik, who are hearing a lot of cases and making a lot of referrals to treatment as a diversion from criminalization. There's a lot of stuff when it comes to that, and I come from the treatment angle. And although it doesn't fit what I look like, I'm trying to put myself in the shoes of a mother who's dependent, who many times in our case is also a member of First Nations or an Inuit. And this Article 43 that you referred to is frightening. Because of the way it's worded, because of the wording, I guess is more appropriate English, because this thing says that if I am known to have a severe addiction, it might be decided that my right to be involved in any major decisions for the well-being of my child, I might be deprived from being able to be involved.
Yeah, it says the minister may determine that a parent of a child cannot be involved in the establishment or implementation of the plans if the minister is of the opinion the parent has impaired judgment as a result of serious addiction.
This is pretty frightening.
That's what it says.
I don't know if it's still time for you to look at that wording. I think it would make a lot of sense if it said that she could not be involved into the establishment of such a plan while under the influence or while seriously intoxicated. But I can just see, and I'm putting myself in the shoes of a woman here, where there is going to be this battle between mom and dad to get custody of their child. But now we are not in front of the family court. We are in front of the youth protection court. And dad might very well say, but the mother does have a serious addiction problem. Therefore, she should not be involved in this. I'm putting myself in the shoes of the mother there. And we have from the treatment point of view, one of the biggest challenge we have is to get the mothers that come into, and Caroline's going to make a presentation this afternoon about mother and child treatment, but one of the big challenge we have is to get the mothers to understand that their priority in orders are: one, to heal; second, when it comes to youth protection, to understand that if your goal is to beat them and prove them wrong, you're going to lose; and third, the only way you're going to have these people out of your life is if you work with them and with us working with them. So this thing is pretty scary.
It's the act is has been proclaimed. It's not in play at the present time. It will become law, I think, in this next year. If there's one comment that I can say is that the act came after social services. It was due to a specific case. And there was a lot of criticism that social services didn't act quick enough.
Was that Jackie Brewer?
No, it was another case, didn't act quick enough. And they had to go to court to obtain certain orders. And and then there was a report by Georges Savoury with hundreds and hundreds of recommendations, and one of the government goals is to provide more powers, if I can use that expression, of frontline workers to make decision, but then bring those matters back to court, but to make a first step and be able to intervene on a first basis. But certainly I can speak for myself. There's a need to involve every member of that family in a plan. And that's going to be important that it be done. And certainly, but again, the interpretation of that section will come with time. And hopefully that the fact that you suffer from an addiction at the time that your children are being placed in care doesn't mean that you're not able to participate in decisions or be there. So to take part in the process, a collaborative approach, or even in front of the court.
Do we have time from?
Yeah. Thanks so much for so well describing the difficult situation you're in navigating this territory with women with substance use problems and addictions. I just wanted to mention something that I've learned a bit about this year from the US, which is the Plans for Safe Care program. Do you know that of that programming? These are instigated by court teams. And it kind of answers the gentleman's question from the back of the courts are funded to convene multi-agency collaborations that include child welfare, substance use treatment, and OAT providers, medical healthcare providers, children's services, including home visitation and peer recovery supports. So the funding goes to the courts to instigate that kind of collaboration that you've talked about as so necessary in creating kind of a net of support with the court, with the services together, not, you know, feeling like they're outside of it. And it has the benefits of forging these strong and deliberate partnerships across providers and positively informing child welfare responses to women and infants where there's been substance use, exposure, etc. And I just think it's, you know, it's maybe one of the ways forward that we have in Canada as well when we're trying to ask governments to fund certain things. We definitely need treatment, but I think these kinds of things that really help you who are on the ground with difficult decisions to make, to actually have a net of partnerships that are funded to work very closely with you. And I think it creates that idea of, instead of forcing women into treatment if they're not ready or whatever, it really mobilizes the system to provide the kind of care that parents are ready for and makes your job a lot easier. So,
and I read a bit about family treatment court, and
yes,
it is
yes,
a whole, you know, it's a whole community of, and it really brings the aspect of family to the forefront without, you know, the child are always at the center, but certainly engages in a different, very different way.
yeah.
I know
and
that the domestic violence court has also engaged lots of and all these courts have engaged a lot of community partners. But again, in New Brunswick, and I don't think in Nova Scotia nor in PEI, and I haven't heard in Newfoundland, but those kinds of courts have
it's
not.
just kind of hopeful, I think, is beyond, you know, what we've thought before. And the American studies are showing that it's changed the philosophy from being that the parents have to go to treatment to that the parents have to be involved in the children's wellness. And that kind of turning it around from being, you have to do things, to pulling up their best efforts in terms of the children's wellness, I think is really, really important. And we see so many women with substance use problems who actually do turn up for help at the time of wanting to do the best for their children. And I think, you know, that tension we have between saying the kids are paramount. Well, the kids are not separate from their parents. So it's sort of like the family's paramount. I know that isn't the way the law is written, but it's the reality of how people live. And so many children being unable to really articulate what their best interests are, right? And so trying to engage everybody in thinking of the children's wellness, I think may be a bit of a path forward with this difficult sort of, you know.
And there's always this struggle. I did defense counsel prior, also with children, and there's this longing to go back to their families, you know, and psychologists testify to that, you know. Sometimes it's very difficult. They're in the difficult family environment. And when we ask, you know, we want to know their voice, and we say they have a voice, not a choice. But they will most times say they want to go back home. And that's a reality of how that is a strong statement. And it's something that certainly, you know, when we say the child is at the center, but also that tells the view of the child, even in very difficult situation, that there's a longing, and that comes from family, and no matter what your family looks like either, you know, these days.
Thank you. We have another question from the floor.
Hi, I worked a lot with people in the courts and with families a long time ago. And then we would often see that the best interest of the child test was sometimes weaponized in cases where domestic violence charges had not been laid. The woman had gone through isolation for such a long time, including isolation from their family, and drug use was a way of coping. So we would see the family court, then we would see family and children's services would come in, and it continued to isolate the mother. And I've seen it time and time again where the mother has spiraled because there wasn't enough support for that mother during those cases. So I was just wondering if you think that in the courts, there should be the VAW sector, the violence against women sector, that can do risk assessments based on the fact that the woman is now separated from the partner. You're in an environment which of course is not going to be safe because it's a higher risk at that time, but that they can also do an independent assessment so that if charges aren't laid, they can still say, look, we need this, 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 and this put into place when you're doing a case conference to hopefully support if there's cases of a temporary care agreement. So do you think they should be in the courts? In Ontario, we have a lot of violence against women's agencies that will go in. We also have drug court and we have mental health diversion. But do you think that that's something that should be part of this whole system?
Thank you.
Anybody?
Who wants to tackle that?
Yeah. Of course, it should be part of the whole system. The whole point, even from a lawyer's point of view, I'm coming to the court with a problem. How am I going to resolve the problem? Tell me what programs are out there that I can use. Get social services to have programs. Get government to have programs. Give me some ammunition to take with me to the court so I can say to the judge, this family situation can follow this program and we'll see how it works. And, you know, we come back or whatever, you know, there can be follow-up appearances. But the whole point is the law and the lawyers aren't really the ones out there devising the programs, but we're looking for them. I have a client and I'm saying, okay, what programs are available to assist you? And then in coming and representing that client in the court, I'm comfortable, I can convince the judge, this is a good program. My client is willing to follow it. The judge is going to want to order it. But the programs have to be out there and available.
And in adding to that, just for myself as a police officer, going to courts, we have victim services, and victim services is very highly laid upon for like our clients. So any extra resources would be fantastic.
The police have been involved and charges have been laid. And this is the thing, when working with women for a long time, you would go into court and they may not have even said anything to anybody. So as part of just the court system, so when you go in, so you can go into the courts and say Guelph, and that's in Ontario. And you will have violence against women person just there. And we'll just kind of go up to people and see how they're doing and just chat with them. So it's not a case of, you have all the programs there, you have the John Howard Society, they're all actually located in the courthouse. So I think the problem is not the cases where there has actually been intervention with the police, it's the cases where the woman has been silent. And that's what we see. And that's why a risk assessment is desperately needed. Because at first she's not going to trust you and she's going to be scared and she's going to be all the reasons, which is also increasing her drug use. So I think that's why, like, if the courts are open to having people like that in the courts, I think that's fantastic. But a lot of the times going in front of judges, when you've gone to advocate for your client, I've heard directly from judges, well, we don't have proof of this. And then it's turned into an absolute nightmare. Now, granted, this was a little while ago, and I think a lot of things are changing for the better, but yeah, I think that's the case.
I think one of the things that has changed for the better in the definition of the best interest, family violence is now there word for word.
Yeah.
And we can no longer, it has to be part of the analysis.
Yeah.
And you have to look at its impact on the family. I get what you're saying and saying, well, you have to look at if there's a woman involved and she has remained silent and used drugs to cope, how can you say, well, there was domestic violence, but parent did not look for the best interest of the child. Therefore, I think it's important to understand for certainly the judges, and it's not necessarily easy to really understand the dynamics, the powers at play, and that's what it is, and to really understand that. And it's hard for I sometimes feel and I sometimes know it's not all just a feeling that coming to court, you relive some of those, and you don't necessarily want to go through this. But I think with the specific family violence, having the obligation of judges and understanding, because we need to understand the impact of that family violence on the child. And if that is the power and that is the situation that has led the mother to do that, it would need to come for the forefront. And we have just a couple of years now, some assessments are done in intimate partner violence where we issue emergency orders. And those are also when there's a family matter, those are basically evidence of a past order. And there has been in those some of that analysis provided, but it's difficult because as much as and that's what I was trying also to relay, as much as their victim services and a lot of support under the criminal umbrella, the family umbrella has a lot of consequences, but less services. So for you or others to accompany but it needs, as you said, it needs to come in front of the court.
Exactly. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a couple questions in the chat from some virtual attendees. The most recent one is from Cassien. Comment la psychologue sociale travaille avec les communautés en même temps avec les organisation. On trouve un crime famille causé par le psychologue social. Qui sera condamné et comment?
Psychologue social.
I'm wondering if they mean a social services worker, perhaps.
Can you repeat that
Yeah.
question?
Comment le psychologue social travaille avec les communautés en même temps les organisations? Si on trouve un crime famille causé par le psychologue social, qui serait condamné et comment? Not sure that's very clear. Perhaps they can reframe that for us. And the other comment actually is in relation to a previous comment about the new act, 40.3, talking about addiction and the definition. And it brings to the question in the wording, what is considered serious addiction? Something like this would certainly vary from woman to woman. This is in response to the part of the newer act that talks about the minister being able to revoke the parent's right to be involved due to serious addiction. Who decides what is a serious addiction? And I think that builds on your previous comment, perhaps.
Well, it seems in this specific case that there's a discretion of the minister, but there could be a court determination in regards to that also, if need be.
Okay, thank
And
you.
it could be challenged as well. Even if the minister made such a decision, you could seek judicial review of that minister's decision. So you could seek to challenge it.
Thank you. I think without any further questions, we'll get ready for our nutrition break. I'd like to thank our three panelists on behalf of the organizers. It is very apparent, I think, that the message here is that there is no winner and no loser in this legal system that we have, and that we need to work together to reduce and diminish the stigma and shame associated with addiction, period, but with women and children especially, and to help create a community that is going to serve the needs of both the woman and the child. So thank you so much for enlightening us.
Just want to thank the organizer of the symposium to have invited us. It was certainly an honor, and we've got to have lots of discussion, and it was really a great experience. And thank you very much to the organizer. It's not an easy subject, but certainly for lawyers, police officers, and judge to be part of a community is important. And thank you for having us speak with you today and share our experience and some of our knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the important work that you do.
I can tell by the way that you move. There's a cure for me somewhere in you. You touch your kiss and your body next to mine. I just want a bit of your time. And I came here to remember what it's like to hold someone. Now I'm close enough to you to know that you look like therapy, exactly what I need. You're where the darkness meets the light. Yeah, the perfect remedy to heal this hurting me. Can be the therapy for me and me for you tonight. And I came here 'cause I'm trying to numb the pain. And oh my dear, I think you might be trying to do the same, yeah. You look like therapy, exactly what I need. You're where the darkness meets the light, yeah. The perfect remedy to heal is hurting me. Can be the therapy for me and me for you tonight. Can be the therapy for me and me for you tonight. Yeah, come on now. Therapy, 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 yeah. You look like therapy, exactly what I need. You're where the darkness meets the light, where the darkness meets the light. The perfect remedy to heal is hurting me. Can be the therapy for me and me for you tonight. Love me till the day I die. Surrender my everything, 'cause you made me believe you're mine. Yeah, you used to call me baby, now you're calling me by name. Takes one to know one, yeah, you beat me at my own damn game. You pushing, I'm pulling away from you. I giving you take, giving you take. Young blood, see you want me, out of your life, and I'm just a dead man walking tonight. But you need it, yeah, you need it, all of this time, yeah. Young blood, see you want me, back in your life, so I'm just a dead man calling tonight. 'Cause I need it, yeah, I need it, all of this time, yeah. Lately our conversations end like it's the last goodbye. Yeah, one of us gets too drunk and calls about 100 times. So who you been calling, baby? Nobody could take my place. When you looking at those strangers, hope to God you see my face. Young blood, see you want me, out of your life, and I'm just a dead man walking tonight. But you need it, yeah, you need it, all of this time, yeah. Young blood, see you want me, back in your life, so I'm just a dead man calling tonight. 'Cause I need it, yeah, I need it, all of this time, yeah. Pushing, I'm pulling away from you. I giving you take, giving you take. Running around, I'm running away from you, from you. Young blood, see you want me, out of your life, and I'm just a dead man walking tonight. But you need it, yeah, you need it, all of this time, yeah. Young blood, see you want me, back in your life, so I'm just a dead man
Juste un rappel que la prochaine session va débuter à 10h30. So the next panel will start at 10:30 in 6 minutes. Yep, 6 minutes. Merci.
Yeah, I'd rather be a lover than a fighter. Cause all my life I've been fighting. Never felt a feeling of comfort. All this time I've been hiding. And I never had someone to come on. Oh, nah, I'm so used to shit. Love only left me alone. But I'm at one with the silence. I found peace in your vibes. Can't show me there's no point in trying. I'm at one, and I've been quiet for too long. I found peace in your vibes. Can't show me there's no point in trying. I'm at one, and I've been silent for too long. I've been quiet for too long. I've been quiet for too long. I found peace in your vibes. Can't show me there's no point in trying. I'm at one, and I've been quiet for too long. I'm in need of a savior, but I'm not asking for favors. My whole life I feel like a burden. I think too much and I hate it. I'm so used to being in the wrong. I'm tired of caring. Loving never gave me a home. So I sit here in the silence. I found peace in your vibes. Can't show me there's no point in trying. I'm at one, and I've been quiet for too long. I found peace in your vibes. Can't show me there's no point in trying. I'm at one, and I've been silent for too long. I've been quiet for too long. I've been quiet for too long. I found peace in your vibes. Can't show me there's no point in trying. I'm at one, and I've been quiet for too long.
I wish I knew. I'm so done with thinking through all the things I could have been, and I know you wanted to. All it takes is that one look you do, and I run right back to you. You cross the line, and it's time to say F you. What's the point in saying that when you know how I'll react? You think you can just take it back, but shit just don't work like that. You're the drug that I'm addicted to, and I want you so bad. Guess I'm stuck with you, and that's that. Cause when it all falls down, then whatever. When it don't work out for the better, if it just ain't right and it's time to say goodbye. When it all falls down, when it all falls down, I'll be fine. I'll be fine. You're the drug that I'm addicted to. but I'll be fine.
I'll be fine, fine, fine. I'll fly, fine, fine, fine. I'll be fine, fine, fine. I'll fly, fine, fine, fine. I'll be fine, fine, fine. I'll fly, fine, fine, fine. I'll be fine, fine, fine. I'll fly, fine.
'Cause when it all falls down, then whatever it don't work out for the better. If it just ain't right and it's time to say goodbye, when it all falls down, when it all falls down, I'll be fine. I'll be fine. You're the drug that I'm addicted to, and I want you so bad, but I'll be fine. I'll be fine. And that's that.
I found a love for me. Darling, just dive right in and follow my lead. I found a girl, beautiful and sweet. Well, I never knew you were the someone waiting for me. 'Cause we were just kids when we fell in love, not knowing what it was. I will not give you up this time. Darling, just kiss me slow. Your heart is all I own, and in your eyes you're holding mine. Baby, I'm dancing in the dark with you between my arms, barefoot on the grass. We're listening to our favorite song. When you said you looked a mess, I whispered underneath my breath, but you heard it. Darling, you look perfect tonight. Well, I found a man stronger than anyone I know. He shares my dreams. I hope that someday we'll share our home. I found love to carry more than just my secrets, to carry love, to carry children of our own. We are still kids, but we're so in love, fighting against all odds. I know we'll be alright this time. Darling, just hold my hand, be your girl, you'll be my man, and I see my future in your eyes. Oh, baby.
Okay, we'll be starting up again in about 30 seconds. I'm going to ask Tammy to come up and introduce our next panel.
Between my arms, barefoot on the grass, while listening to our favorite song. When I saw you in that dress, looking so beautiful, I don't deserve this. Darling, you look perfect tonight. No, no, no. Baby, I'm dancing in the dark with you I don't deserve this. You look perfect tonight.
Okay. Okay.
Light 'em up, light 'em up. Tell me where you are, tell me where you are. Some nights, some red lights and the shooting stars, they break my heart. Calling you now, but you're not picking up. Shadows so close.
I hope everybody's had a chance for a brief bio break and a coffee and a Saturday morning treat. And we're going to move on to our next panel that has now been revised. Thanks again to Princess Fiona. One of our panelists, Dr. Linda Shan from Memram Cook Moncton area has had to cancel due to weather. So that leaves our Dr. Sarah Gander as the panel this morning, but I have absolute faith in her that she is going to handle that just fine. And I believe she's going to be calling on another couple of folks for a little bit of insight and to offer some of their expertise as well later on in her presentation during the discussion. So without further ado, I'd like for you to welcome, please, Dr. Sarah Gander, who is a St. Johnner, as she alluded to. She has been living here for several years, has gone to Memorial and McMaster and UMBSJ. And yesterday when I was out for a brief walk, I actually stumbled upon her sweet social pediatrics clinic, which is actually just a couple blocks away. So Dr. Gander, St. John is very fortunate to have you here in this hometown, and as are we, to talk about your social pediatrics clinic and all the wonderful things that you do there. So please come up on stage and you can come and do your presentation.
Thanks for having me, you guys. And so welcome to all the folks that I don't know. And then I have some lovely support here actually from some of my team that I can introduce throughout the presentation. So I think I'll hopefully be able to speak a bit to what Elaine Deschênes would have spoken to as well. She's a mentor, she's a friend, and really she had the first community social pediatrics site in New Brunswick. And I took her lead and am a few years behind her in creating our center here, which has been up and running for a couple of years. So hopefully I can do a little bit of justice to that presentation as well. But don't worry, I won't stand up here and speak for 90 minutes, just me. So what I was asked to speak about today is actually one of our programs that's under the umbrella of community social pediatrics. And I'll get to a place where I can define social pediatrics for you, because already two people have said to me, like, what is this term social pediatrics? And I'm a pediatrician. So as was mentioned, I grew up in St. John. I went to UMBSJ, I went to Memorial. It was actually Queen's University that I did my residency in Ontario. And then in 2008, came back and started my practice here in St. John. And so for any of you who have seen a pediatrician or have children that have gone to a pediatrician, in New Brunswick, we're consultants. We're not doing primary care. So you're not necessarily coming to me for vaccines and for well baby checks, but what you're coming to me for is largely referrals from family physicians. The system was set up so, you know, I would take a referral largely from a primary care provider for things like constipation, belly pain, headaches. And when I started my practice about 15 years ago, that is what the referrals were. And then very quickly, it's evolved to probably be closer to 60 to 80% anxiety, ADHD, school failure, behavioral issues, children who have been exposed to drugs or alcohol in utero. And I also cover the hospital. And so when I was actually training in Kingston, we would go up to CHEO, to Ottawa, to do some of our training. And when I would be in Ottawa, they would do like presentations about some of the curriculum that we needed to learn. And I remember they talked about neonatal abstinence syndrome. And it was like the big slide came on, you know, like NAS babies. And they said, you might see a couple of these throughout your career. Meanwhile, I was working down the road at Kingston, where there's, you know, a large incarcerated population as well. And we were admitting one of these babies a night. And then I came to St. John, and sadly, that has been my experience here too, is that almost every night you're on call, you're being called to assess babies who have been exposed to largely opioids in pregnancy, because that tends to be what's triggered to be on the lookout for withdrawal, but withdrawal of all sorts. And then, so just recognizing the population that we were serving, it actually became very, very frustrating, because as a pediatrician, we weren't trained to deal with this at all. Like, I kid you not, 1 month of psychiatry training in a 4-year residency program, of which everybody always took a vacation week during that time. So it was really 3 weeks. And, you know, it was more or less like, oh yeah, if you have a suicidal kid, or you have a kid who's like going AWOL, you know, consult mental health and like move on with your day. Well, I'm sure you all realize too, that that's just not that's not a plan that's going to play out well for kids, just based on resources, but also just like the sheer volume of kids who are struggling and need difficulty. Or having difficulty. And so for me as a pediatrician, of course, you know, much like our speakers were talking about before, you're really trying to go upstream, right? Like as a doctor, you feel very downstream. You know, especially when the adverse childhood experiences research started really coming to light, and we started realizing the long-term, not just psychological and mental effects of trauma and toxic stress, we began realizing how that was influencing people's actual medical health. You realize that as physicians, if you're getting people with a heart attack or diabetes or cancer or an overdose, you kind of feel like you've missed the boat. Like, but what happened to you? Like, what brought you to this place? What's going on for you that's brought you here? And so I felt so privileged to be a pediatrician and see that I had the opportunity to make more of an upstream approach. And so I was asked today to talk about one program that's under the umbrella of Community Social Peds. But since Fiona gave me all the time in the world up here to talk to you, I will talk to you about other things too. And stop me if you're, well, I'll stop if people start yawning and like falling out of their chairs, of course, but feel free to interrupt me at any time to ask questions or to clarify anything, because this is what I do every day. And so it gets me really excited. So this picture is there because when you're a pediatrician, because like, you know, we talk about silos, dare I say that word, but like medicine is siloed too, right? So if you are pregnant and you're taking care of somebody who's pregnant, so you're a family doctor or you're an OBGYN, you know, literally the baby comes out and they hand the baby to me, and then, you know, I'm in charge, you know, like I'm the pediatrician, now I'm in charge of the baby. And you'll hear terms like, how are we helping people from like cradle to career, or this trajectory over a lifespan? And what I quickly realized as a pediatrician was that it's not cradle to career, it's conception to career, and it's arguably preconception to career. And so if we're not growing healthy babies, if we're not supporting pregnant women and their support network, then we're not growing healthy babies, and I would argue are already behind the 8 ball when we're trying to build healthy communities, which is really the ultimate goal, right? People reaching their full potential, healthy people, healthy communities, and that generational influence carries on, and we're able to change, you know, things over time. So slides are always a little bit busy, but when I'll go back to community social peds in a bit, but the parent-child assistance program. So whenever you're trying to start these programs, like you guys are saying, the panel before, it's like, well, where are the programs? Well, when you're somebody working on the front line with people, you are also looking for the programs, right? And I just have this like need to then find the gaps and try to fill them. And so one thing I really noticed when I was trying to help people from kind of conception to career is women who use drugs and women who used alcohol during pregnancy. And you don't have to hang out in the hospital very long to know, to hear really awful stigmatizing things happening to people, right? Like I've heard the nurses yell out, you know, double glove girl, she's got hep C, or like, or the eye roll, or even like the nonverbal of like methadone and like, just and you find it's a culture, and it's not right, and it's not good, and it's toxic, and we're working to change that. But regardless, it is there. And I saw a lot of it. And then I had babies myself. Now, I didn't use drugs or alcohol during pregnancy, short of, the sip of wine at Christmas that felt like it was an okay thing to do. But you realized how hard it is, the societal influences. And my score is like maybe 1.5 if I stretch it. So then you like look at some of the women that we're working with and the circumstances and the difficult living circumstances that they live in, and how difficult it's been. So when I had my babies, particularly my second child, who turned 6 in January, I had a really hard time. Like, I had a really hard time after. I was really anxious. I don't really know where it came from. It's just, you don't know sometimes. And I'm so lucky, right? I have my mom. I have a wonderful partner. I have a sister-in-law. I have beautiful friends. And like, there were these moments where I'd look around and say, like, how the frig do people do this? If they don't have the person they can call at 2 in the morning to say the baby won't stop crying, or that sense of, the mood changes, the anxiety changes, the just the loneliness of that time if your baby's not feeding. And those are just realities of being a new parent. And like I said, my husband Steve is like, he's jumping up in the middle of the night to help out too. He's a good man, but it's just, I had all the boxes checked. And still I was like, huh. And then I would meet my patients, and I would just, there was so much transference, right? I'd just be like, I don't understand how you're doing this. Like, but who do you call? And they'd be like, well, I don't, I don't have that person. And so simultaneously at that time, the government of New Brunswick was offering a social innovation fund, and we were invited to put in an application for some funding for a promising practice or a pilot project about how to break cycles of intergenerational poverty. And it was a no-brainer for me. It's like, we need to create the aunties and the Grammys that you call when you don't have anybody else to call, because these are the families who, either, intimate partner violence comes into play, or the drug use or alcohol use, or, you're seeing tons of precarious housing, unstable housing in these families. Like, we need a support network around these families, because those, in my observation, were the families that we were seeing kind of, then their children were having teen pregnancies, or pregnancies that were affected by, substance use. So we created this project that had to have a research component because it needed good evaluation and outcomes. And we were granted that that funding, which ended up being just shy of $1 million for a program to really look at what it meant to have those support people there for these families. A non-mandated program, one that was voluntary, although women needed to disclose that they were using drugs or alcohol during pregnancy. But I didn't invent this program. So if any of you know about this literature out of the University of Washington, this is a promising practice that we literally went to Seattle, plucked out of the University of Washington, and then brought back here and created it in our local context. And that's the Parent-Child Assistance Program. And I knew we had the need, and these are crude numbers because, fun fact, healthcare doesn't actually look at any of these things as their key performance indicators, which is part of my administrative raison d'etre, because 120 women in the year of 2017 in St. John alone disclosed. So we asked women questions. So if any of you have gone to have a baby at the hospital, they're like, do you use drugs? How many drinks do you have? How many cigarettes do you have? Like, it's not a motivational interview. It's more like do you do this? Do you do this? So these are people that just under those circumstances said, yes, I use drugs. 6 were undergoing detox in the city at the time. 36 had babies who are at high risk for hepatitis C. That was some of my early research in my career, was looking at vertical transmission of hepatitis C. Only 13 reported alcohol use, which is really fascinating. That's why I preface it with the way that the questions are asked. So I'm just like, I find that super interesting as a researcher, that you'd be like, yeah, I use drugs, but I don't use alcohol, right? Which could be true, but just seems a little unbalanced. And pardon me with the use of methadone clinics, but each of at the time, we didn't have a large population using Suboxone. So we were kind of casually calling them methadone clinics, which is now we would use like opioid substitution therapy, like opportunities in the city. And so at any one time, out of our 5 clinics in the city, 5 to 7 pregnant women were there. So we knew that the need was there for women who were using drugs or using substances, were already somewhat engaged with the system and could have an opportunity to be part of a program. And Dr. Newman, you'll appreciate this because I know that you care about the rooming in and the opioid withdrawal and situations like this. The Canadian Pediatric Society finally was recognizing, again, this is how old I am, when I went into training, if any baby was exposed to anything during pregnancy, it was immediately taken from the mother at birth, brought into the NICU for observation, right? To check every little sneeze, every little loose poop, every little thing to see if they're withdrawing. Now, we thought it was the best thing at the time, right? We wanted to intervene early. And if anybody's gone through withdrawal in their life, it's not very nice. So we didn't want that to happen to babies. But then the evidence started being like, wait a minute, maybe the most comforting thing for babies is to be with their mom and skin to skin and rooming in and breastfeeding and all the like beautiful nurturing things that would be nice for anyone. And that also was an opportunity to have what is called the golden hour. So I have had 2 babies in my life, and there's this moment of time after you have the baby where the whole world stops and nothing else matters. And that in research is about 60 minutes before you maybe get hungry or realize you want to take a shower or something, I don't know. Or somebody comes in and visits you when really, they shouldn't be probably at that time, or somebody comes in and checks your vitals. But there's this 60 minutes where the baby's on your chest where nothing else matters. Your trauma doesn't matter. Your life, like the life circumstances are not there because you're just falling in love with this person. And that's really important because that's really important for attachment. So what I know as a pediatrician being on the receiving end of those babies in those rooms is that I have never met a mother that didn't have that look of I would do anything for my baby right at this moment. And it is such a beautiful moment to engage in a conversation about, what can we do to support you to make sure that this is successful as possible? And what do you need? And how can we build that as part of your action plan, leaving hospital, even if you know that baby might not be going home with that baby, or that baby might not be going home with that mom. How can we make that as positive as an experience as possible for attachment, for her mental health, for the baby's mental health? Because right away, those neural pathways are being formed. And that's the kind of stuff that I see 15 years down the road, 10 years down the road as behavioral problems, as trauma, as developmental trauma, if we're not working hard to create those really positive early childhood experiences. And the opioid crisis wasn't going away, right? So the neonatal abstinence syndrome was going from in 2016, 2017, was up almost 30% of the, in the country. And so these babies, this was not slowing down. And again, these siloed services are what's here for our families, right? You go to obstetrician, you go to primary care. Here we have a beautiful public health program in New Brunswick. And then in St. John, we have First Steps. So I don't know if I didn't recognize anybody here from First Steps, but we have a housing facility here in St. John where young moms can go and stay and be safe. And there's some programming there and stuff. So there's these opportunities there. Then, we're having social development, community organizations, and then there's our like addictions and mental health, but we're not talking to each other very often. And there's not a lot of, just even the Privacy Act is annoying, right? Like, cause sometimes you just want to pick up the phone because we all know each other. We all work here, right? So it's just like, sometimes you just want to pick up the phone and be like, Kelly, I know that you know this person, I know this person, and, how can we do this? But you can't do that. And so how can we create somebody who could navigate that in a way that could be supportive? Because there's some really, really, really good resources out there in the community, but sadly, our patients don't always have the capacity, but also just the social agency and time and space to be able to access them, and they need that navigation. So this is not a crowd that needs me to go through all the barriers to care for women who have substance use and addiction issues. But of course, the negative stigma, of course, negative experiences, not even just as adults, but like their own childhood experiences, whether it be with child protection, whether it be with the justice system, whether it be with the healthcare system who hasn't done right by them. Of course, the social determinants of health. If you can't afford a lawyer, if you don't have a bedside table to put, you know, your contraception in or your medication in, if you can't afford for the baby to be able to have all the things, inconsistent means of communication. So that's actually a big challenge for us in trying to service folks. So, you know, we have these little mantras that are myths and like untruths. So I hear all the time, like, oh, everybody has a cell phone. And maybe it's like a drug thing. They're like, if you use drugs, then you probably have a cell phone because you have to get your drugs. But I think that's really judgy too, because we've done nice studies that show that actually a third of our patients don't have a cell phone. And or what they'll use is like Wi-Fi, free Wi-Fi, when they'll like, maybe they'll have a phone, but they don't necessarily have it hooked up. And so then all of a sudden we needed to break down barriers of communication, which in the healthcare world, I don't know, we still use fax machines, FYI. And like, we call people and has this ever happened to you? Oh, I called you, I left a message, you didn't get back to me. So we closed your file, you know, so this kind of thing, we needed to work through this. And of course, housing, of course, transportation issues, the siloed services I mentioned, and then really just like, again, that social agency, the ability, you have to have a lot of space and time for personal growth. Like, you know, like we might read a nice book about personal growth or go take a course or something, but if you don't know how to put food on the table, like that's not where your priorities are, or you're trying to get your children back, or the school's calling, kicking your kid out and putting them on half days, this sort of thing. You don't have time to really think about, yeah, you know what, I really would like to go get my GED, you know, this sort of thing, or I really would like to, you know, improve my situation in some way. So again, we just end up with these cycles. So the vision was really about, I think we've heard a lot about coordination today, was supportive coordination. We believe really strongly in a harm reduction approach, which like I'd love to hear from the crowd if there's different values and beliefs around harm reduction, because nothing that we do requires anyone to be perfectly sober, perfectly abstinent. You know, it's always easier to talk to people when they're not really high at that moment or really drunk at that moment. But we've had lots of women who've, you know, slept it off in the back room for a little bit, or we've had to call and take them to the hospital and things. But then that's just sort of part of our rest, you know, that moment of intervention. But very much a harm reduction. What can we do to do even during pregnancy? What are we doing to have less drug or alcohol exposure during this time? And really, because at the end of the day, we want to build trust. We want to talk about a mom's goals, and we want to build healthy babies and communities, and really so many, really all right of our folks are dealing with so much trauma and toxic stress in their lives. So that's the Parent-Child Assistance Program. So these numbers, because they had me do the slides in the summer, are actually not even the numbers that we have now. And these guys are going to kill me because my team's actually here. And so I'll probably just, rather than have you stare at words, I'll have you stare at their beautiful pictures. I know they're going to, yeah, they just gave me the eye roll. So what it actually looks like is that when women are enrolled in our Parent-Child Assistance Program, which I didn't originally love the name of, but if any of you know Therese Grant and the team out in Washington and the legacy that they've had born out of the FASD you know, recognition 30 years ago, and has evolved to be that and all the drugs since, and you fall in love with the work that they've done. We couldn't help ourselves but to carry on that legacy by having the first East Coast site of the Parent-Child Assistance Program. So and this is a team of really sort of diverse backgrounds. It lends itself to a social work kind of vibe. So Holly, who's here, is a social worker by trade, had, you know, what, 30 years, Holly, in child protection. So maybe some, and just has such good understanding of the system. Kelly, who I met when she was working with the newcomers, and we had many of the Syrian refugee population coming in. That's how I first met Kelly. And that's, she has so much strength and understanding of our community. And then Haley, who's here with us too, who came from a similar program in Alberta and is living here in St. John. And then Joanna, who sadly just moved on to work actually for the Hilton, was our administrative office manager. And so this team is a team of people who are so passionate about being the advocates. Case manager was the word that they use in Washington, but really advocates for people, for the women. And, you know, the stories are, how can we decrease your heat bill by putting plastic on the windows? You know, how can I go to court with you and sit there so you have a person with you? How do I, you know, like, how do we make ends meet this month? Let's sit down and figure that out. You know, to everything from, you know, let me come in and play with the kids with you. So, you know, modeling some of that stuff. And it's just those little bits that like my mom did for me, you know, my aunties do for me as a mom, and that these guys really go over and above and really, I think, fall in love with their clients, and they're so passionate about each lady and what's going on with them and anything they can do to help. So like nothing's off limits, I guess, within the realm of safety. Lots of form filling out, lots of trips to Service New Brunswick for IDs and all these sorts of things that just are those building blocks to be able to access the resources that are in the community. And with that specialized lens of addiction and substance use and the trauma that many of our ladies have had. So in Washington, the primary outcome was actually a reduction in the number of births of drug and alcohol exposed babies, because that's a countable outcome, right? And so a lot of our outcomes are a little bit more gray than that with moms, and really alter the trajectory of the moms and their babies, mitigate toxic stress and trauma and the high risk of relapse, and reduction of negative health outcomes and cycles of poverty. And so the lower box here is some of the data out of Washington, and we were just so impressed with this. And not because the goal was abstinence, but because people were engaged and no longer needed to use the substances or weren't drawn to the substances because of the support that was there. And I'm sure you'll appreciate too, almost 80% of children living with their families because you were able to stabilize those situations. And here's just a really nice quote. Before PCAP, I never thought about goals. They showed me the right direction. They showed me that I am responsible, that no matter who I am or what I do, I am somebody, and it's never too late. And that is really the tenet of PCAP, which is, I'll just skip one and then I'll go back in a minute. Oh, shoot, it's not right there. Is really a goals-based program. So in a minute, I'll have a slide about, has anybody heard of the difference game before? Maybe the folks from Elspeth, Lori Cox does it. She has an Indigenous-based difference game. And it's literally a card of 35 cards. And when you sit down with a family or a mom, I use them with my youth actually in the clinic, is that you take these cards and it's it would make a difference in my life if, and there's the list, and there's a few wild cards, so you can make a few things up, but it's like, I have stable housing, I have a friend, I have these sorts of things. And that's actually the beginning of the conversation and really putting that ball in our clients or patients' court. And it's really sort of saying, okay, let's list all of them, or like, let's pick the ones that are relevant. Now of the ones that are relevant, let's pick the top 5. And what do we need to do to unpack that? What do you need? What support do you need to get there? And then revisiting those goals as they go along. And, you know, the advocates would tell you that sometimes a year later, you're working on the same goals. And sometimes you're just like, all you did was unleash this wonderful opportunity by getting somebody a picture ID, because they didn't have the $35 to get a picture ID, which means you can't get a bank account, which means you can't get housing, which means you can't get a job actually. So, you know, sometimes it's that $35 and somebody driving you to Service New Brunswick that unleashes this whole, you know, thing of opportunities. So again, and then you find more gaps because, you know, while advocates are working, you know, I'm a pediatrician, so there's lots of parents, and there's lots of different parenting styles, and there's lots of good ones and I don't know, ones that could use some support. And parenting is the thing that like everybody wants to be a better parent. None of us are perfect parents. And strengthening families was really about how can we help model and give parents the opportunity to learn about themselves, to learn new skills, to have their families be stronger. Same with the kids. And so we created this Strengthening Families program. So anybody from the John Howard Society would recognize that term for a program for older kids, but we wanted it for these little babes that were born to moms who had some addiction issues. And so what happened is that we had volunteers in the community. We would cook a meal together. We would share a meal together. There'd be programming for the parents, there'd be programming for the children, and then we kind of come together and practice. And many of these families had never sat down and had a meal together before. You know, again, a lot of our volunteers were either moms or Grammys themselves. And so just even modeling that care of holding the baby and responding to the baby's needs was just really a beautiful thing. And it was all about attachment and really being able to offer those opportunities for our families. So I thought I'd share some of the local data because we've just graduated a pocket of our moms because it's a 3-year program. And so for the Justice folks, this is for you. And so about 25% of women on enrollment to PCAP have some sort of outstanding charge. And so this does not go down to 0 at 2 years if you have a criminal charge and you're like going to jail anyways, or like stuff's underway. But a lot of our, 25% of our women have these sort of outstanding things like court appearances and they don't show up, and then it kind of just snowballs and lingers, and there's all these sort of outstanding things happening that really they again just don't necessarily have the social agency to deal with. And so sometimes it's as simple as like just saying, no, we're going to go. It's not as bad as it sounds. You just need to show up and it'll be sorted and it'll be fine. And so within 2 years of the program, none of our women had any of that kind of stuff on the go still. And so that was just really helpful because again, it's somebody saying like, no, I'll pick you up. I'll take you. It's at 9 o'clock, we're going to go and we got to be there on time. And just even being a face in the crowd of somebody to say like, I'm here to support you and we can debrief afterwards and see how it goes, or who else should we try to get there, and trying to coordinate some of that stuff or that kind of thing. And so we're really proud of that because we feel like not only, frankly, the whole cost of the program, if we save one person from going to jail and their kids going to foster care, pays for the whole thing for years. So it's just when you look at that cost differential, we get really excited when there's clear return on investment like that, because that's what the bean counters like to hear. We had a really hard time with housing. And so I think it's fair to show the nice down lines, but also just transparent to show the straight lines that we have a lot of trouble. So this is all the elbow grease and sweat equity to try to get people into housing that you could imagine. Like this PCAP model and these women working for these families, like it doesn't get better than that. And they're sitting on the by names list. They're talking to people. They're, helping them keep their places clean. And it's really hard to budge. And we really hypothesize that that's because at the end of the day, they're just is not the physical units to put people into that allow them to live with dignity and have their children there. So just as I'm sure you realize, your house is not fit for the children get taken away, your check gets changed and your ability to have support gets changed to have a house because no longer are you eligible because your kids aren't in your care. But how do you then get a place that's good for your kids if you're not eligible for a place that is for children? Anyways, so on and on it goes. So there just physically there's some barriers around process. And so we're really trying to unpack this now as we move into what we fondly call PCAP 2.0, because the research project is done and we have some funding where we can do a little bit more outside of the realm of research and more what makes sense from our data, is really trying to figure out how to move the needle on this and this sort of thing. So this can be controversial and I just want to be clear that we under no circumstances coerce people or insist that people are on contraception, but we hear a lot from people that there are barriers to having their choice of contraception and when they want to have babies. And in New Brunswick, it's very expensive to have anything alternative to like a Depo-Provera shot or a birth control pill. And if you don't have a bedside table, fun fact, it's hard to remember to take a pill every day. You know what I mean? And so like you're trying to work around with other means like a birth control patch or an IUD that costs $360, and so it was really, again, a navigation tool. What would you like to do? These are the options, putting out the options. And then, so we've had a large increase in the amount of women who, because they've chosen to be on some sort of contraception and wait till a better time to have a baby, are able to access that. So less unplanned pregnancies or surprises. So this is the difference game. And I thought I would just offer what we see as the top things that our ladies mention as making a difference. So isn't that interesting? Dependable transportation. So for any of the folks in New Brunswick who may know Randy Hatfield, who's the executive director of the Human Development Council, when I first met Randy and I was coming in, new pediatrician, social change agent, all full of vinegar for making change in St. John, he was like, Sarah, what year were you born? And I said, 1978. And he goes to his drawer and he pulls out his master's thesis from UMBSJ. And the date on it is 1978. And it says, the need for accessible transportation in St. John, as a social determinant of health. And I was like, oh, snap. And he just looked at me and said, it's a marathon, not a sprint, Sarah, cool your jets a little bit, because we need you to be in it for the long haul, And so I just think that this is that's a fascinating comment on how here we are, right? I turned 44 this year. So 44 years later, we're still talking about dependable transportation for folks as making a huge difference in their life. More education, money to buy necessities, a real friend. So you can read them there. And so these are the things that really came out on top for our ladies. So I promised a little bit on community social pediatrics, especially since Elaine isn't here. So PCAP, I talked about, that is sort of under our community social pediatrics umbrella as one of our programs that's very niched, obviously, to the specific needs of women who use drugs or alcohol during pregnancy. We've got a few dads too. Obviously, they didn't carry the babies as their pregnancy, but maybe the moms are no longer involved or sadly have passed away. And then the dads have the kids and just recognize that there's an opportunity there to be able to support those families as well. But communities, so the research program for PCAP had to have some sort of just criteria, if you will, right? And so we blurred the edges as much as you can in the research world, which isn't much, but you had to have had a pregnancy within the last 2 years or have a child under 2. And community, I'm a pediatrician, so I see kids to 18. And it's a heartbreaker to know that there's this beautiful program, because what magically happens when kids turn 2? Nothing. And those families might still have more babies, of course. So we really try to take the community social pediatrics model and learn a lot from the PCAP model and sort of meld the two together for children and youth all the way up to the age 18. And you'll see a picture of that middle circle. So somebody mentioned Gilles Julien, who for 35 years in Quebec knew how to get his butt out of his office and get on his bicycle and drive around Hochelaga in Montreal and say this, we should be meeting around the kitchen table and the child should be there and the family should be there and we should be making goals and plans together. And so he was the inspiration, which is now 35 plus sites around Quebec, fully funded sites, about doing this in the community. And Elaine, who is supposed to be here today, who's one of my mentors and friends, started the first Gilles Julien community social pediatrics site in Memramcook, which is just outside of Dieppe in Moncton. And then a couple of years later, we hang with the same crowd, have the same lot of like-minded ideas. We opened ours here 2 years ago in St. John. And what that model is not a referral based from just primary care. It's self-referral. It's referral from the courts. It's referrals from social development. It's referrals from teachers. It's referrals from other parents saying to us, this child is struggling. It's all about the child. It's all about that rights-based approach, their right to education, their right to feel safe, their right to be able to have good medical care and live in a healthy body. And so what can you do to help connect that in the community? So we have a social worker. So I have funding for a social worker right now for another 2 years. We have a big research team. We have a board of directors. We got our charity status last year, and we have a beautiful amount of volunteers who do everything from run Lego nights and art classes and creative arts therapy to donate money to pay for occupational therapy, because a lot of the children who we see who have had trauma and toxic stress in their life are going to have a lifelong need for services. It's just the reality. Just think of FASD alone. We know that when the Parent-Child Assistance Program got funding in Alberta, it was because they immediately recognized that having just one parent-child assistance program and the amount of FASD that could be prevented saved the government $14 million a year. And so they just wrote a check and made it happen. And so, and it carries on to this day. And so if we can prevent the long-term needs, I think you guys said it really nicely. Well, oh, you were talking about when Dorothy Shepherd was talking the other night about, you know, an ounce of prevention sort of thing. It's just really important because these things are not covered by our public payer system. You know, Medicare has a lot of unfinished business: therapy, counseling, psychology, occupational therapy, speech therapy, educational assistance in the school, tutoring, you know, teachers' aides, all the things, right? Like this is a lot of what my patients need. And it just frankly is not available. The cost of medications, you know, FASD alone, if you look at that and look at the medication algorithm, at least half of those medications aren't covered by the New Brunswick formulary. And we're talking $150, $250 a month. So how can we create a community social pediatric site that has a little bit of money on the side where we can kind of try to fill some of these gaps for people, but at the same time, not always be the rescuer. We're always trying to do research to trying to change policy to empower people to figure it out. You know, what does it mean to get a job that has benefits? You know, how does that improve your situation and how can we help you do that? So that's community social pediatrics in like 2 seconds. But it's all based on that sort of child's rights, child's voice, goal setting approach. So of course, there's the awareness of what's happened to the people that we serve and where they've come from and what their story is. We're not great at understanding race-based differences. We're not great at understanding the Indigenous perspective. We're trying to learn. We're trying to be open to that. Our staff is always trying to do training and be open, because I think we, again, don't meet people where they're at with those sorts of things when it's a bunch of sort of privileged white people giving this service to people, and not all of our staff are white per se, but just when you're going into that, you know, a bit of a power differential with our patients. So we're building community engagement groups, I don't like the word patient advisory because I don't want to be an advisory group. I want them to just actually do what I say. So I want to be on like, I told you so committees. So when I offer opportunities for patients to come and give their perspective, I want them to be sure that we're going to listen to them and actually do it, that they're not just giving us advice and we're like, wow, that's not going to work. That they have choice and collaboration. And I think we all know that the true healing from trauma comes from connection. And so we do fall in love with our people a bit. We do probably blur the boundaries a bit. I've been to a few graduation ceremonies, birthday parties, Heritage Fair presentations in my day. And it's actually the greatest honor of my career to have a little one say, you came. And you just sort of think that is worth, you know, a whole bucket of Ritalin in a lot of ways, because they all of a sudden realize that they're worthy and they matter, and that it's, you know, again, our privilege to be able to do that. And, you know, safety is a big thing in our community. The reason why we have our clinic just up the street is because that's a community that the child poverty rate is 47%. And I still kick it a bit old school and go to do some house calls and stuff. And like the quality of the places that our patients are living are, you know, defy any human rights, let alone the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, and just are not fit. And they're not people living with dignity. And it's a huge, huge problem. Not to mention the 11-year-olds who are running the roads, you know, smoking weed down Lower West because their school day's been shortened and their parents work. And so who's looking after them? So it's just a lot of safety issues. And I'm sure like from a police standpoint, we're really trying to get to a place where how can we how can we come together, like you mentioned, collaborate in how to create safe communities as well, and not criminalize our families. So then they just get into this cycle as well. And of course, strength-based and skill building, because we're not there to do it for them. We're there to really drive home the message that they are able, they are worthy, they do have capacity. We're just here to be part of the team that gets them to where they want to be. And so they they love it. They love it. And so this is largely community social pediatrics and our parent-child assistance program, our strengthening families program. We're launching excuse me, our planetary health program actually at our site. We've had so social peds is really a broad term. We use the community social peds model for what I've described, but social pediatrics is really this marriage between the social determinants of health and children. There's an international society. Planetary health is probably the biggest push right now in terms of really understanding what our roles are in climate change. We're seeing immigration, we're seeing climate refugees, we're seeing, you know, the lack of green space in our communities, which is a clear determinant of health for children. And so we've built an outside clinic space in our back area, thankfully to a lot of donors, which is on Friday on Truth and Reconciliation Day. There'll be a ceremony because we've partnered with some Indigenous folks in the community to really look at how our connection with Earth and the planet really goes to show how much more there is outside of ourselves and how important it is to be connected to not just people, but to the land. And I think that's really important as we're moving forward with kids and families to see how they can really increase their agency and their place in the community. So how long did I talk for? I tried to do the best I could.
I'm
Was
not
it
even
too
paying
much?
attention. I'm just
Okay,
in awe
all right.
listening.
We have some folks in the crowd who are also doing some really good work. I know you'll hear from Dr. Newman later this afternoon. I don't know, Adam, if you wanted to say any words about some of your efforts in Kingston. And then I know, I'm sorry, because I have adrenaline going, the name of your colleague in the back is, oh, okay. Do you want to give me like the signal? Because I know that there's some community social pediatrics absolutely is not my invention. And I think people have intuitively come to the need for community health centers for intersectoral work. And so we're seeing it pop up in other parts of the country just organically. Gilles, you know, was the pioneer in Quebec. There's a site in Vanier, there's a site Minnie's Hope in up north. And then I think we're seeing community health centers like you described, Adam, and your colleague, who's doing some good work as well. So maybe she could speak to that. Or did you want to come up?
Oh,
I don't know.
sure.
We're just playing it by ear right
Just
now,
for the
guys.
floor.
It's like we're going off the cuff with the panel situation.
Luzanne Rodet is the director of the Family and Child Services in Kingston and a board member of Ontario Portage. And I have twisted her arm.
Yeah. Do you want to come and talk about your work and how, if you like, no pressure, right? Like. Please. Yeah, you're welcome to come and sit. And then maybe, sorry, I walked away from Mike. And then we could have some nice questions and chat about anything you might want to talk about. But come on up. Thank you. Were you ready? No, you didn't. Did you know you were gonna do that?
No.
Okay. It's all good. It's a safe place, I think. Nobody's fallen asleep or out of their chair, I noticed.
Well, I wouldn't mind if they fell asleep while I was talking, actually.
Oh, I
So-
think that's fresh water too. I don't know.
Oh, good.
It's not COVID water.
There's no lipstick marks on the glass. So,
It's a good sign.
No, that's all fresh, just for yourselves.
so Tammy, do you mind, if you,
No,
I'll
please,
just maybe
go
just
ahead.
tell people what we're doing up here so they don't think
Yes.
we're all confused.
Please do.
So my name's Adam Newman. I'm a family physician by training from Kingston, Ontario. My current practice is focused on addiction medicine. And I'm going to be talking a little bit later about my work with opioid dependent mothers and children. And I'm very grateful that Sarah didn't elaborate beyond the golden hour because I thought she was going to scoop my whole talk, and she didn't.
Good.
But I work as a physician in the community in Kingston, and Luzanne, as I mentioned, works with Child Protection Agency and is also on Portage's Ontario board. But together we have been doing, I think, a lot of what Sarah was talking about is very familiar to us because it's the kind of thing that we do in effect, de facto, even if we don't really have a formal social pediatrics program. And maybe I could just kick things off a little bit. by saying, whenever I hear somebody talk about identifying the broader determinants of health and their importance in their need to be addressed in order to affect the health of an individual, I can never get away from thinking, well, if you want to go far enough upriver, shouldn't we all be involved in politics? And it strikes me that what you're talking about, for example, talking about the 44 years that people have been trying to get more affordable transportation in St. John, where do you sit now? How do you see that? And I realize you probably have to be careful about what you say because you've got to work with the political system as it exists, but.
Yes, for sure. So there's a diplomacy for sure when you're dependent on like funding and friends and government to make things happen too. Although I think that there is a courage that has to be in any attempt at social change. And it's not really about me personally. I mean, I try to protect my programs in the sense that if, the current conservative government has offered me some sustainability funding, you try to politely give them the facts and the outcomes so they don't have a choice but to support it. And then it's also a call to action, and that's what's so beautiful about the research, because people don't like the word research, right? Like they kind of think it's, especially when you're working with for lack of a better word, sort of marginalized. I don't love the word vulnerable, but like people who have been researched to death and not really offered anything in return. And so the word research in the academic world, particularly in medicine, has a meaning. And then there's sort of the colonial meaning of research and what it means to, count people and things. But at the end of the day, evaluation and outcomes are important so we can track what we're doing in the sense that we can, God, I'm using all the COVID words, pivot. So we can at least like change what's left. I'm sure there's another one anyway. So what I promise when part of the conversation with policymakers is always, if I find out that this isn't the right thing, we're going to be changing it. And I'm not asking your permission for that. So so that's one thing. And then the other thing is that we're doing this because there's a gap, and that gap is your responsibility. And so I'm trying to give them the data as like in their language. Like that's when I was mentioning the return on investment piece. That's a very powerful phrase for our current government. The Liberals have a bit more of the feels when it comes to things. Not that people aren't, concerned, because they are concerned, but I think it's just learning how to speak the language a little bit too can be helpful. But then there's sometimes you just get like really pissed off, right? You're like, what is the problem? Like, just do it, And so, so then I feel really challenged. I've been in administrative leadership roles in healthcare, and you realize how thick the bureaucracy is. It's actually not even about the individuals being barriers. You're just like, damn, it is really hard to get anything done. And so I think we just continue to push. I wish Randy was here, because for those of you who know Randy, he'd have a way better answer for that from the Human Development Council. Because, even with transportation, it just seems such a no-brainer to me. Even just bike lanes, for instance, or like things like that, some of the other opportunities and outside thinking. We're not the only city that has problems with transportation. Like, has somebody not figured this out? It's just that kind of stuff. So that's why I like promising practice. I'm a little anti-pilot project. So that's why when I talk about PCAP or like community social peds, I wasn't going to reinvent the wheel. I wanted to bring what had been proven practice and bring it here. And so I think government should be listening to proven practice because other people have figured it out.
Amen.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I'm just to be clear, I'm not suggesting that we all join the revolution. I realize, I think I'm speaking as someone who's not in politics, and I probably have an unrealistic idea of how quickly politics can change things. Right? If only we were in politics, we could suddenly bring in affordable housing and bike lanes.
Oh my gosh.
But that kind of change is incremental and takes a lot of.
Well, Ontario has, Canada has 211, right? 211.ca. Have you heard of that? 211? It's like the website and the phone, like you can call and you can find out about all the resources in the community. Does Quebec have that too? Ontario's one is awesome. And it's like in 56 different languages, and you can call a call center and you could say like, I need help with housing, and they'll talk to you in Hungarian about housing. And so it's an amazing program, and it's actually really, really inexpensive. And Nova Scotia did a pilot project a few years ago, and they learned that it costs like $1 million a year to have this amazing program that has all the outcomes there. What did we do? We had a conference to talk about whether or not we thought that it'd be a good idea for New Brunswick and how much would it cost. This was 10 years ago. And then last year they thought, okay, well, maybe Service New Brunswick could do that. Anyway, so we kind of, it's so frustrating when you can't just say like, why can't we trust each other? So there's the trust between the people we serve and the people we're on a journey with. And then there's just like the trust of the people. Why don't politicians trust that us who see those people every day have half a clue as to what might actually be helpful? It's maddening. It's maddening.
Well, I'm hoping that Luzanne will give us some hope,
Yeah.
because the reason I asked Luzanne to speak is about a project which is not a pilot project, as I understand it, which a new program in Kingston, which actually seems to be something practical and effective that's actually happening.
Yeah, we it's new. It's only about it's in its infancy. It's about 6 weeks on the ground done, but not counting the previous work. And I work for Child Protection, and I'm a manager of the team that's we call high risk infants, but 0 to 2 now. And we know that children are most likely to come into care at that age in our I'm only speaking for our jurisdiction because I didn't bring stats from Ontario, given the time. And they come in because our statistics show that they come in for reasons of maternal addiction, mental health issues, and violence. And we are lucky. We have been working diligently in reducing the siloed effects of child protection functioning in our community. I think Adam's nodding. He can see that. We are very much, we partner in our community because we do not want the sole responsibility of protecting our children, because that is not the sole, we are the end of the road. And so we came together with the United Way. I don't know if you have the United Way in New Brunswick, okay, and our agency, and we included the city because we thought that would help us. Even if they couldn't remove the barriers, they would show us the way, right, in that system that we didn't know of. And we did, we hired a consultant and did a study, and we spoke to families with kids that age and the families that use all the services that we wanted to have in one location. And we got organized around lowering adverse childhood experiences. We call it ACEs, and increasing, the positive effects of the social determinants of health. So to that end, we have about 40 agencies that are going to come into this space. We are truly lucky that there are primary care physicians in that location who've said, if you have families that come in, we will, and don't have a doctor, we will take them on as families, as patients. So we're offering services to families, but that's not the predominant part of it. Like, that is one aspect of it. But I think what you spoke about today was about in the middle of the night, you're not going to call, Luzanne Rodet because I'm not at my desk and you can't feed your baby. You're going to call someone else. So we're hoping, and we've started to see it happen in the first 2 weeks, which was quite awesome. We have a child minding area. It's a big area. We want families to connect to each other, so that when in the middle of the night, you can't call a professional, you can call the person next door. And they come in now, we have toys, they play, in the room, and they're talking to each other. And there's no barrier of no one's signing consent. It's just a community space. You can come in and play. So it's really awesome. And in that child minding area, we also heard from families, one of the barriers to accessing services and talking to your mental health person or addiction services, which are there once a week, is that I have to bounce a baby on my lap or, that sort of thing. So we have childminders. The kids are safely just across the corridor, and they are looked after while moms can focus on what they want to talk about and not be necessarily distracted when the baby might throw up or that sort of thing. And aside from, I don't want it to sound like we have just United Way and our services in the city. We did, the committee that we struck up, huge Indigenous representation, Métis. We are on Haudenosaunee land. And so we have representation. We have maternal clinic from Indigenous Maternal Clinic that comes in once a month. We're trying to increase that. The Islamic Society, Muslims Society were on this group. We are very much working closely with the Queen's Medical Health, and we have placement students from sciences, nurse practitioners, and for the first time we have a resident who's going to spend a day with us. And I think that's
A medical resident.
a medical resident, sorry. And that's so important to us because before you get really busy in your practices and fall into the hospital and your private practice, you could see how our families live, and that is a picture is worth 1,000 words. And I'm hoping they'll have that as they go on. And, when people phone from Child Protection and ask for those, references, you'll remember where the struggles are. The other thing about the services, it's not just the hardcore of services from the medical model, but we're doing, things like for the social determinants of health, lots of services around food security, free fresh vegetables, that sort of thing. And we're also doing, resume writing. That's so we have employment services come in to do that service. And I guess the last thing I want to say is, I think one of the speakers spoke to it yesterday, is that we offer services for men. And we just started this group where it's one-on-one at the point of charge. If it's violence against women, we're asking or inviting that man to come in and talk about, okay, you're in this situation. What can we do to prevent a breach? How can we keep you out of jail? But mostly, how can we help you not hurt your family, right? So I could go on for a long time. Very jazzed about the things we do in Kingston. Yeah, together with our community. But I'll stop there.
I mean, it's outstanding. We, with our sort of much smaller attempt at a similar, amount of services, it was really important to us too, that we didn't duplicate what other people were doing. Cause like, that's the other dirty word in politics, right? Is duplication. Cause it's like the synonym is waste, I guess, and for them. And I've never seen any of our people be over-serviced, so I'm not sure where the duplication is that they're so worried about, but it is about using other resources. So we may not have all those things under the same roof, but it's about building connection, and it's about, you know, how do we use what we know to be able to provide this service over here, and this sort of thing. And that connection is really important. We're really lucky to have Dalhousie Medicine New Brunswick here. So we have quite a few students who come through as well, and MBA students and Dalhousie students and social work students and nursing students. And that's a whole other thing, whole other stream of having, and research students. And, you know, coming through, because I think you're absolutely right. Like, there's residency programs in social pediatrics now. After you're done your pediatrics residency, you can do a fellowship in social pediatrics. Because really, you're right. There's a medical model to it, but equal to that is the social model. Equal to that is the legal model. So community social pediatrics, by definition, is a medical, social, legal model. Because at the end of the day, if your rights aren't being upheld, and like the ladies before us said, you know, there isn't the opportunity to be well represented in the justice system, or you've been criminalized unfairly or fairly, and that's become a barrier, then frankly, the rest of the work is made almost impossible. So we really look to collaborate with, and that's kind of one of our uncharted territories. So I'm happy to see some local folks here from the justice system. How can we have a couple lawyers on our board to try to help us understand how we can, when we're designing programming, when we're intaking people, when we're offering services, how are we ensuring that that's with a rights-based approach? Yeah.
So I was struck just by you mentioning the fact that not everybody has a cell phone, and it just brings to mind one group that we have, a program that I really want to make sure to mention and give kudos to. And do you feel that kudos is also a kind of bureaucratic? I don't, somebody once chided me for using it. Said you sound like a politician.
Siloed.
Anyway, I want to give kudos to the Thrive program, which is a program developed by the local community health center where the services hub that Luzanne is talking about is located. It was developed in 2012 under the leadership of Ron Shore, who was then working for the community health center. It's basically barefoot social pediatrics in a sense. So lay people who were hired to engage with women who were pregnant or were raising children and who were dealing with addiction. So their mandate is specifically, and at the time it was, I think the funding came from opioid prevention, opioid overdose prevention. So they said it was about opioid addiction, but really they'll see women who are struggling with any substance and who are trying to parent. And they exactly bridge between the health center and child protection, people who are going to fall between the cracks. And we, Luzanne and I were lucky enough to get some funding to do a pilot project, which actually justifies your scorn for pilot projects, because it didn't really last very long and it accomplished nothing. But for the brief time that it was running,
they sound really good in an election.
so we had money to try to provide what would amount, the idea was what would amount to residential treatment for a woman who didn't have access to residential treatment while she was raising a child. And we had a counselor who did trauma sensitive therapy with the woman. We had a case manager. They had access to an addiction physician for all the good that did them. We had food coupons and taxi coupons. And it was just phenomenally unimpressive for the first couple of months, until we added the single thing that we added that the women who themselves said was of significant difference was a peer support worker. So a woman who was hired, who had firsthand lived experience of addiction and who was paid to kind of be her buddy. It's because this woman was still not showing up for appointments and wasn't making it to her methadone clinic and wasn't. So this woman would go and show up at her door and say, hey, it's time, you got to get down and get your methadone, and let's get I called you a cab. And she would go with her and sit with her in the cab and talk to her, and was her friend, in a sense, was her paid friend. And that was what made the difference. And Thrive, in effect, although the women at Thrive are professionals and they're community family support workers, they do that day in, day out, all day, every day. They go to, and of course, unfortunately, it was interrupted by COVID, but they're back to doing home visits now and meeting women in person where they are
Yeah.
taking them to their
That's a
obstetrician
lot of
appointments
what,
and their
that's a lot of
pediatric
what parents,
appointments.
the PCAT program does.
Right.
COVID, yeah, was a nasty wrench in things for sure.
Yeah.
But thank God we were there actually, because
Yeah.
like there were a lot of folks who we might have lost even actually if there wasn't somebody reaching out to them. And you know, like sometimes it was the camping chair outside of the back window of their apartment, and I'd sit in the camping chair and like, these are my patients, not the PCAP people, but you know, you're just sitting there talking to people. And so it was like COVID safe and I wasn't in their house, but like, you're just trying to find different ways to make it happen because we were so worried about that social isolation during COVID, because that's just basically, you know, pouring gasoline on trauma really, if you're.
Well, the
you know,
social network was so
and-
frayed and so
yeah,
tenuous
addiction,
anyway
yeah.
before COVID.
So that's really, well, Thrive sounds a lot like PCAP in a lot of ways. And I think where we're seeing successes, again, you're right with the, you know, support and just the regular support. And then because some of that downstream stuff, like, and not that it's unimportant, but you know, like food and like the rescue kind of stuff is really important. But then again, it's like, we're really excited about PCAP 2.0. We keep calling it. It's because now we're ready to really like move out of what were the confines of our research project and the accountability to that specific funding source to say, okay, now we have money to do what we want to do because we see what needs to be done. And so we're excited to be a little bit even more innovative with it. And so we'll lessons learned from other sites always. And we just kind of look at our data and try to move forward. But so like for us, we really believe that support is needed in the early years, but definitely until school age. And so that's one thing, is expanding the age until school age. Because what I found, especially with COVID, and I have a 5-year-old, so I watched it happen with my own child, is that like he went to his first birthday party like 3 months ago. So we're, as a pediatrician, I'm on the receiving end of all these kids who like have no idea how to be out in public. And then they're coming to me for like ADHD assessments. And I'm like, no, man, they've just never sat in a church pew. They've never had to wait in line. They've never, you know, that the stuff that we, you know, that's how we taught our kids to do things, is that, you know, you wait in the exhibition line, or you wait, you know, you wait, or you're going to, you know, a service, or, you know, and kids learn how to sit. But kids are just screens and all the stuff. So we're combating all the stuff that is a challenge at the best of times for a lot of our families. So
I just wanted to say that one of the other positive outcomes in our community was that we did in our pilot project was that we recognize that we helped the community recognize that we needed a residential program. That, you know, sometimes there's a limit to wraparound services, you know, so that was helpful because we could speak to them.
I was gonna say that too, after you said that, is that I would argue, and like, I keep looking at my team, but like, would you guys say that a residential facility either for women or for women and their children together, like that's what we saw in Washington, like residential programs for children could stay with their mother actually and be there, were enormously successful.
And just to call a spade, one of the reason I think Luzanne and I are both here, and as I will elaborate later, that's part of the continuum of care. Of course, not everybody needs to go to residential treatment, but people with addiction, women with addiction need to have options, and that needs to be an option. In Kingston, having the population that it does, surrounded by federal prisons with a big drug using population, has no residential services for women at all of any kind.
Right, that's wild.
And Ontario, in fact, has no residential services for women where they can attend with their children, like Portage Mère Enfant in Montreal. And like not wanting to do a pilot project and reinvent the wheel, we realized very early on when we learned of Portage Mère Enfant, we just need to take Mère Enfant and put it in Kingston and call it child, mother, child. Just that's the only difference.
Well, and in Washington, it was like this lovely thing you could do like a couple of months, like there was like the, you know, detox kind of like short-term stay. There was the long-term stay. There was with your kids, there was without your kids. There was, and then there was like, you guys probably have a better word for it, like sort of transition housing population, where it was like actually given by the government to the PCAP group. And
was
so
in
it was
Washington
in
State.
Washington State, where it's just PCAP moms. And so there's a little bit of service and a little bit of like check-ins and stuff. And we went to
Still
go visit them. And so it was like this little, it was actually a gated community, not that it wasn't gated because they were locked in. It was gated because they needed to decide if they wanted the people to come in, because many of them are fleeing intimate partner violence and things. And so they got to control that. And it was run by, PCAP ladies who had graduated from the program. So again, it's that peer support piece where they know what they're going through. And so it's that lived experience too, which is really, really important.
The other thing that we've come to realize in the programs and services we collaborate on is that evaluation, as you spoke about, and we're now trying to make it more multidisciplinary, because that highlights where people, where the, don't want to use the word deficits, but how people view the success of services. So we have, for this particular program, we have a physician who's going to be a part of that evaluation, and and an Indigenous group, a person is going to be a part of that. And it's already coming to light that there are some differences on how we define success or, set outcomes. So that's been really an interesting learning process
There's
for me.
things to count, like there are fewer babies being born, say, withdrawing. So there's things to count. There's quantitative things. But thankfully, there's an appreciation for the narrative and the qualitative piece that's coming. And like you were asking about politics and how we can actually make change. And if you look at, I don't know, change management people, anybody who's like in the business world, and you look at sort of, you have to accept and you have to decide you want to be part of change. And then you get into the knowledge and the skills. I think with politicians and sometimes with policy change, we're stuck in them actually recognizing there's a problem, understanding the problem. And all the change management literature would say that's not the time to pummel people with facts. That's the time to tell people stories. And so some of the most important work that we do in our research program is the qualitative research that brings those stories to people. Because I think once you have that emotive sort of connection and, like you look throughout the room and whatever people's lived experiences, whether it's me dealing with addiction, whether it's my child dealing with addiction, like it's clear that you can't look at somebody and know what they've been through or what they've had. And so telling those stories and keeping it real for people who are making decisions is actually probably our biggest job in terms of policy change, is just kind of keeping it real for people. Yeah. What time is it? Do you want to answer questions?
Thank you. That's
People
just
get hungry and
excellent
then it gets
discussion. I'm wondering, folks from the floor, any comments, any questions for these three that are on stage here now?
No?
I think there's some amazing work being done out there. I think it's great to share stories. I love the impromptu adage to the agenda and to the panel. It was just perfect. So thank you to all involved. It's wonderful. When you talk about telling stories and change and making change and change theory, just out of curiosity, do you think that, what's your interpretation of the reception for hearing these stories as we move forward? When we're talking about time is of the essence earlier this morning, have you come across resistance in folks not wanting to acknowledge or not wanting to hear some of these stories or some of these facts?
Oh gosh, I'm sure.
And how do you deal with that?
I'm sure you would all say yes to that question, because we're still facing a bootstraps society of like that addiction is a choice, or, so the movement, like when you think about globally and like, celebrity wise and like the Gabor Mady stuff about like trauma, like thank goodness people are in the mainstream talking about, what's happened to you, not what's wrong with you kind of adage. It's like so important, because otherwise you are looking at solutions that are about assume personal choice. Like, why don't you just go get a job? Like that is still, he goes, no, it's all out there, right? Like that is still what you're faced with all the time. And the parallel to that in the community social pediatrics world is if only they could parent better, you're not parenting properly, like as if you knew better, as if you weren't parented that way. And so that's all you know, or like whatever the circumstances are. So I think we do meet resistance because there's almost an othering of people. And so the stories for me are important because they aren't others. They are us. They are part of our families. They're part of our experiences. And so I think that if you can, and are there any politicians in the room? Am I going to get in trouble? This is on video.
Some
Sorry,
recovering
Dorothy, if you're
politicians.
watching. I don't mean it this way because we have some wonderful people like Minister Shepherd who really does, I believe, get it. Sometimes it just becomes like, well, you're just creating more patients by doing that. Like I've had people in healthcare say that, like, why do you want that reach? You've got enough patients to deal with. Why are you going after these patients? Because I would argue that those are the patients that need us the most. And so when you're trying to tell these stories, you're trying to lessen that space of other. And like, I was just joking about the politics things because, the quickest thing that could happen in addiction medicine is for a politician's child to have to go to detox or rehab, right? Because then they'd realize how hard it is. And then maybe there'd be some meaningful change. And I do mean that respectfully, because I don't think that's their fault. I think that just goes to show how important it is to understand and have your own sense of what the story is and what the narrative is. And then you can realize how important it is because it's very easy to other. Oh, they use drugs, like, oh, they live in a tent, they're homeless. It's like, it's a hurricane this weekend, people. Like, would you want to be in a tent this weekend? Like, what are we doing about it? And so I think the most important part of stories is to close that gap of othering because it's not others, it's all of us.
Thank you.
There's a comment that came in on the virtual. And it reads, it's from Shelley Murray from ECO. And she writes, I love the idea of paying peers to provide support. So I think Shelley had the same reaction I did when you were talking about hiring that peer person who goes and like, all right, we're going to your appointment. Assuming we pay them a living wage, we could address the poverty issue and the support for people at the same time and not expect people to volunteer their time on top of their own work and leisure needs. So yeah, I think Shelley, if you can hear me, that was my reaction was the best part about that peer support is that you paid her because that's the recognition, right? It legitimizes the essential nature of that support, so that was, Shelley and I seem to have had the same reaction and that's a comment that came in from Shelley.
I echo that as well. And I think it was Vicky in speaking earlier this morning. I think just reaffirming the adage there of that peer support worker is it's reinforcing and helping her reaffirm her sobriety, become more confident in that as well, right? And that giving back, which is all part of that ongoing healing that folks with addiction and substance abuse and recovery allude to time and time again. So that's a win-win for both parties, for all parties, really. So yes,
Well,
thank you.
I mean, you want to be part of the bigger solution as well. So for people who are trying to build programs, it's always been really important to us to, of course, pay a living wage. And we know exactly what that is because it's been calculated for our community. So you want to pay that at the very least. But, our society is built on valuing degrees and diplomas and certificates, but you don't get a certificate in like, I used to be addicted to drugs and now I'm the best person to like teach you how to, to help go on this journey with you. And so how do you measure value? But at the very least, paying somebody a living wage. And then because most of this work is, contract employees, or you've got funding for 2 years or this sort of thing is, again, shout out to Randy Hatfield, who taught me how to say, well, then what does it mean to build into your grants and build into your applications, providing your employees with a pocket of money that they can buy their, insurance with or put into RSPs, or because you can't necessarily contribute to that in the way that we've designed a lot of this work in the community is these like piecemeal contracts that just you don't want these are not jobs that should be flashes in the pan, right? Like these are people who are building relationships. So you need to try to keep these people. You want to treat them well, you want to pay them their value, and you want to create positions that allow them to have a good life, because this is also very heavy work. So, you know, you want to make sure that they're well. And that's actually probably the most stressful part of the work for somebody who's trying to take a leadership role, is making sure your people are okay so they can be there for the people you're trying to serve.
Thank you. Thank
And
you.
don't
We
forget,
do.
the quickest cure for poverty is to give people money.
Right. So just,
Yeah.
Boom, fixed.
We have a question.
Just do
or a
it.
comment?
What's the problem?
So we have a question on the floor.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's sort of a comment and a question, and I actually just want to follow on from some of the things you were just saying, Sarah. I'm the director at Sophia Recovery Center, and so we've actually been open since 2008 in St. John, and since day one.
Congratulations on your new site.
Yeah, thank you. Since day one, we have been employing peer support workers or those with lived experience to support other women with their recovery. And so I could just sort of confirm what you're saying about not only the value of that role, but also the need for, as a leader of that organization, to take good care of those people, because we do struggle with turnover. And we do expect a lot of those peer support workers. We do expect them to carry a lot of the stories that they hear day in and day out, and also maintain their own mental health. So it's a really difficult job, and sometimes I think undervalued. And then I just wanted to make a question and a comment about something Dr. Poole mentioned in her presentation yesterday, and I've heard it come up again and again in conversations I've been having in the room and from the stage about making these services more visible, and how we handle a condition that is still heavily stigmatized, protecting women's confidentiality to make sure they feel safe, and that they feel safe in our organizations, that they know we are going to respect that confidentiality, but at the same time telling the stories, because it's the stories that can change minds. And something that I'm very aware of, being privileged to have access to many of those stories, is that the women who come to Sophia come from all backgrounds. They don't just come from underprivileged backgrounds, actually. And sometimes the biggest challenge is to get the ones that aren't living in poverty and maybe don't have some of those extra struggles to be brave enough to tell their stories and to feel safe to tell their stories. So I think there's a role for everyone in our communities to make our communities safe places for these stories, because that's one way we can form connections from women who have lots of struggles and those that maybe don't have as many. And it is how we can make our services more visible too. And that's how we can grow our services. So I don't know, I guess not really a question, but if I frame it as a question, it's how much should we be encouraging our clients from all backgrounds to be a bit more open about their recovery?
Ooh, that's a tough one.
Thank you.
Something that was really successful for Sophia, I think, too, is really looking at alternative ways to connect with people over the pandemic. Would you agree? Like, you guys had some really successful virtual engagement efforts with folks, and so maybe that is kind of like the breadcrumbs that, you know, it's an arm's length a little bit to be involved, and you continue to have sort of virtual engagement things.
Yeah, the virtual options have definitely been just an extra layer that we haven't moved away from, but we have also just seen women come flooding back into the center and really wanting that face-to-face connection and the opportunity to develop relationships with each other organically is so important. So, but you're right, people do feel safer sharing things virtually first. And so we often see that's now a first step into service, is people connecting online first, and then eventually kind of coming to a place where they feel comfortable enough to ring the doorbell and come through the door.
Oh, sorry, Adam, go ahead.
Do you mind? Sorry, can I just ask, for those of us not from St. John, can you just tell us a little bit more about Sophie House?
Sure. Thank you for the invitation. So Sophia Recovery Center is a not-for-profit organization. We focus on peer-based support primarily, but we also do employ therapists and other professionals. And we focus on the sort of aftercare or the long-term recovery piece. So recovery management for women, maybe after they have already undertaken some more intensive treatment, whether that's residential or detox or whatever it might be. And then providing that ongoing support for them to make sure that they are picking up some of the skills and tools that they need to make sure that they stay well, doing strong relapse prevention. So being there for women when they maybe go through a stressful time in their lives, could be years after they have first started their recovery journey, but something that's a stressor in their life could probably trigger them to start to slip. So those types of services are what we offer. We're not a residential service. A lot of people will refer to us as Sophia House, but we don't have any beds in our house. So it's daytime and some evening and some weekend programming, and women can self-refer. They can dip in and out of the programs for as long as they need to. So yeah, we're funded primarily by the Department of Health. We also have United Way funding and obviously lots of fundraising. Right now, our situation is that we're growing really fast, trying to meet the need. And last year we maintained a waiting list all the time. Just we're struggle for space. We're looking for a larger building. We're looking to grow to more outlying communities as more and more women hear about the services we offer, and they're reaching out to us and hoping we can be somewhere in their own local community, just because it's such a big piece of what we do is connecting women with each other. So they want to meet women in their own community. Virtual is great, but there's nothing like the woman next door, like you mentioned earlier. So yeah.
One thing that I've always noticed, you guys have like, I love myself a book club, and you guys have like your book discussions that tend, and I wondered if that was an opportunity to again bring different people together. So you know, making sure that that's a safe space for everyone, whether they're, I don't know if you guys use the word client, but like if they're a user of your services or you know, service other, you know, sometimes just an invitation to come and not admit that you need help is a nice opportunity to then maybe when you realize it's a safe space to share. Yeah, because I've often looked at those book clubs and been like, oh, I'd love to go to that. Not that I probably could drink less wine at Christmas time and on Sundays, but you know, you know, but like sometimes you just sort of think like, I'd love to go to that, but oh, is it for people who are, you know, so maybe just like including the community and bringing us together might be a way.
Yes, when we have more space, Sarah.
I know. Well, you're
more
welcome
of
to use
that
my
kind of
space
work.
anytime too.
So right now we just have two rooms literally in the building in St. John but we can have programs.
Yeah.
That are large enough to host a group program, and they're busy every day and they're busy every meeting
Amazing.
right now. So, but we are working towards being more inclusive and talking more about not only a harm reduction model, so women at different stages of the journey towards recovery can be involved with our programs and meet each other and support each other, but also reaching out to the sober curious group of people that we're hearing more and more about these days.
Yeah.
Because that's part of the preventative piece too. And we've had a number of women over the last year who've got involved with our programs who said, you know, I was at a place where I didn't think I had a problem, but I think I was headed towards a problem.
Right.
And so what we can offer the community in terms of changing the trajectory of where that woman was headed is huge too.
And shameless plug for your fundraiser breakfast.
Shameless plug for our fundraiser on October 18th. We're having a recovery breakfast over at the Delta, actually. Oops.
Oh,
At
the other
and we love to
hotel.
see lots of people there. Yeah. Thank you, Sarah.
No problem.
If you want to open a satellite office in Kingston, have space for you.
What a great program. Any other questions from we don't have any further comments from the virtual. Are there any further questions or comments from the room?
You're all welcome to our big fundraiser on November 18th, which is at the Jubilee Terminal for National Child Day, which is Dr. David Goldblum. If any of you are familiar, who wrote the book, We Can Do Better, Innovations in Mental Health in Canada, will be our keynote. And he's his father, Richard Goldblum, was sort of the patriarch of the IWK. So it's very interesting for us in the medical field locally, but he's an amazing fellow. He's one of the advisors at CAMH, the Center for Addictions and Mental Health. So please keep an eye out on our webpage, npsocialpediatrics.com, and follow us on Facebook and whatnot. And you're always all welcome. And we'd love to see any member of the community because everything that we do, the take home message for me is always, we're not alone. We can't do this alone. And so, and certainly the people we serve can't be alone. And so we need to come together for folks. So thanks for having me.
Such
Hannah.
amazing work. Such amazing work that is being done. Okay, so if I'm not mistaken, lunch is going to start in about, and it's a serve the plates at the table lunch. So in about 5 minutes, come back to your tables. The lunch will be served directly at your table. And at 12:45, we're going to be conducting to Dr. Deirdre Boyd, who will be offering a kind of a lunchtime showcase from 12:15 to 1:30, I think. Yeah, roughly that. Okay. So lunch probably in about 5 minutes at your tables.
So much more to feel. So love, wake me up to something real. If I'm just sleeping at the wheel. If I'm just sleeping at the wheel. Tell me everything will be okay. Yeah. Tell me everything will be okay. I wanna feel this all the way. Tell me everything will be okay. Sleeping at the wheel. I know there's so much more to feel. So wake me up to something real. If I'm just sleeping at the wheel. If I'm just sleeping at the wheel. Tell me everything will be okay. Wanna feel this all the way. Tell me everything will be okay.
And then they're like, they're not gonna get paid. And want to do to divine the heavy truth. What do I want? Don't make me choose. I wanna feel the way that we took that summer night. Drunk on a feeling alone with the stars in the sky. I've been running through the jungle, I've been running with the wolves to get to you, to get to you. I've been down the darkest alley, sabotage all of the moon to get to you, to get to you. I'm not one for every stranger, took too much easy anger all for you, yeah, all for you. I've been running through the jungle, I've been crying with the wolves to get to you, to get to you. Your fingertips trace my skin to places I have never been. Lonely eyes I'm following, break down these walls and come on in. I wanna feel the way that we took that summer night. Drunk on a feeling alone with the stars in the sky. I've been running through the
get to you, to get to you. I've been down the darkest alleys on the dark side of the moon to get to you, to get to you. I look for love in every stranger, took too much easy anger all for you, yeah, all for you. I've been running through the jungle, I've been crying with the wolves to get to you, to get to you, to get to you. I've been running through the jungle, I've been running with the wolves to get to you, to get to you. I've been down the darkest alleys of the dark side of the moon to get to you, to get to you. I look for love in every stranger, took too much easy, all for you, yeah, all for you. I've been running through the jungle, I've been crying with the wolves to get to you, to get to you, to get to This is where we all came from. The dreams we had, the love we shared. This is what we're waiting for. And in my mind, in my head, this is where we all came from. The dreams we had, the love we shared. This is what we're waiting for. In my mind, in my head, is where we are. In my mind, in my head, is where we are. In my mind, in my head, this is where we all came from. The dreams we had, the love we shared. This is what we're waiting for. In my mind, in my head, is where we are. This is where we all came from. The dreams we had, the love we shared. This is what we're waiting for. And in my mind, in my head, this is where we all came from. The dreams we had, the love we shared. This is what we're waiting for. In my mind, in my head, is where we are. In my mind, in my head, is where we are. In my mind, in my head, this is where we all came from. East Atlanta with no mountain. Damn, French that just ain't I go board like a traffic jam. Hey, I put the pay that's good like Sam. He go, hey, wait on me. Tryna craving on me, get the beating on me. She waited on me, damn. Tryna caking on me, got the bacon on me. This is history and I'm making on me. Point blank, close range, that feed. If it goes a million, that's me. I was getting moolah,
Havana, ooh, na, na. Half of my heart is in Havana, ooh, na, na. He took me back to East Atlanta, na, na, na. All of my heart is in Havana. My heart is in Havana, Take me back that Havana, ooh, na, na. Half of my heart is in Havana, ooh, na, na. He took me back to East Atlanta, na, na, na. All of my heart is in Havana. My heart is in Havana, Havana, ooh, na, na.
falling into you, baby. Even electricity can't compare to what I feel when I'm with you. Ooh, baby, giving up my ghost for you. Now I see through you. Give me a feeling so strong. I know you've been treating yourself wrong. So let me go for you. Ooh, baby, I'ma love you differently. I'll give you electricity, give it to you. And even if I could, I wouldn't.
I'll take it right here. So I feel like we're gonna hear, yeah. No, that's okay. Thank you.
All I see is you, baby. Wide awake in my dreams. See your face so vividly. Don't know what I do. Ooh, baby. You only saw a friend in me, and we've been tasting. You give me a feeling so strong. I know you've been treating yourself wrong. So let me care for you. Ooh, baby. I'ma love you differently. I'll give you electricity, give it to you. And even if I could, I wouldn't turn on you. And I would stop the world for you. You know, I wanna let you know I'll never let this feeling go. This love has no ceiling. I cannot deny. Even if I could, I wouldn't turn on you. And I would stop the world for you. And I wanna let you know I'll never let the feeling go. This love has no ceiling. I cannot deny. So electric, baby. So electric, baby. Wanna let you know, let you know. Think I'm ready, baby. Think I'm ready now. Electricity, I'm flying into you. Think electric, baby. So electric, baby. Wanna let you know, let you know. Think I'm ready, baby. Think I'm ready now. Electricity, I'm flying into you. Even if I could, I wouldn't turn on you. And I would stop the world for you. You
Salt is on the table. We are on. Not strong enough. I wanna run. Boulevard, boulevard, boulevard. Stand up on my shoulders. Tell me what you see. Giant. We'll be breaking borders underneath our feet. I am, I am, I am, I am, I am, I am a giant. Stand up on my shoulders. Tell me what you see. 'Cause I am giant. We'll be breaking borders underneath our feet. I am, I am, I am, I am, I am, I am a giant. Gonna shake, roll away in the dirt under me, yeah. I'm gonna shake, roll away in the dirt under me, yeah. Gonna shake, roll away in the dirt, yeah.
Okay, so I have most people in the room, and I'm going to say this again perhaps right before the presentation starts with Deirdre Boyd in about 20 minutes. The presentation this afternoon that was scheduled to be delivered by Caroline Gelina and Steffi, what's her last name? Yes, Berube, merci, will now be given by Steffi, and Steffi is going to be giving the presentation in French. So our translation and interpretation devices are at the back, okay? So that presentation will be in French. So now is actually a good time to maybe go grab one when we're up and about, so that we avoid like a noisy shuffle while presentations and Q&As are happening a little bit later on in the afternoon, okay? If you're comfortable listening to the presentation in English or in French, that's great. But if you want, please go grab your interpretation device right now. Channel 1 is English and channel 2 is French. So just a reminder, that presentation by Steffi Berube will be in French. Thank you.
Can't believe that I see this, we're out our chances now. And I just want you to know that you and me, it was good, but it wasn't right. And it'll be hard, but I know I will make it out. Step by step, I move on and get on with life. I let go and I hope you'll be happy now. You and me, it was good, but it wasn't right. It'll be hard, but I know I will make it out. Step by step, I move on and get on with life. I let go and I hope you'll be happy now. I hope just held on. But it's really crazy how love could fade so fast. We said forever, but now we're in the past. And I just want you to know that you and me, it was good, but it wasn't right. It'll be hard, but I know I will make it out. Step by step, I move on and get on with life. I let go and I hope you'll be happy now. You and me, it was good, but it wasn't right. It'll be hard, but I know I will make it out. Step by step, I move on and get on with life. I let go and I hope you'll be happy now. Yeah, I hope you'll be happy now. 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 This world can hurt you, it cuts you deep and leaves a scar. Things fall apart, but nothing breaks like a heart. Nothing breaks like a heart. I heard you on the phone last night. We live and die by pretty lies, you know it. We both know it. These silver bullet cigarettes, this burning house, there's nothing left, it's smoking. We both know it. We got all night to fall in love, but just like that we fall apart. We're broken, we're broken. Nothing gonna save us now. Well, this broken silence by thunder crashing in the dark, crashing in the dark. And this broken record spinning less circles in the bar, spin round in the bar. This world can hurt you, it cuts you deep and leaves a scar. Things fall apart, but nothing breaks like a heart. And nothing breaks like a heart. We'll leave each other cold as ice and high and dry. The desert wind is blowing, it's blowing. Remember what you said to me, you were drunk in love in Tennessee, and I hold it, we both know it. Nothing gonna save us now. Nothing gonna save us now. With this broken silence by thunder crashing in the dark, crashing in the dark. And this broken record spinning less circles in the bar, spin round in the bar. This world can hurt you, it cuts you deep and leaves a scar. Things fall apart, but nothing breaks like a heart. 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 Nothing gonna save us now. Nothing gonna save us now. With this broken silence, my thunder crashing in the dark, crashing in the dark. And this broken record spinning less circles in the bar, and round in the bar. This world can hurt you, it cuts you deep and leaves a scar. Things fall apart, but nothing breaks like a heart. Nothing breaks like a heart. Nothing breaks like a heart.
Sounds delicious.
Nothing breaks like a heart.
Awesome.
I should've stayed with you last night. Instead of going out to find trouble, that's just trouble. I think I run away sometimes whenever I get too vulnerable. That's not your fault. See, I wanna stay the whole night. I wanna lay with you till the sun's up. I wanna let you inside. Oh, heaven knows I've tried. I wish that I could let you love. Wish that I could let you love me. Wish that I could let you love. Wish that I could let you love me. Say, what's the matter? What's the matter with me? What's the matter with me? Oh, I wish that I could let you love. Wish that I could let you love me now. I wish, I wish, I wish, I wish I. I wish, I wish, I wish, I wish I. And every time it gets too real, and every time I feel like sabotaging, I start running. And every time I push away, I really wanna say that I'm sorry, but I say nothing. I wanna stay the whole night. I wanna lay with you till the sun's up. I wanna let you inside. Oh, heaven
Potato
knows
and
I'm
bacon and
trying.
corn.
I wish that I could let you
I'm all right, but
love.
you
Wish
grab
that
one.
I could let
It's
you
potato, bacon
love
and
me.
corn chowder
Wish
and it's
that I could
delicious.
let you love. Wish that I could let you love me. Say, what's the matter? What's the matter with me? What's the matter with me? Oh, I wish that I could let you love. Wish that I could let you love me now. I wish, I wish, I wish, I wish I. I wish, I wish, I wish, I wish I wanna stay with you till the morning. I wanna lay with you through the sunrise. I wanna show you that you
I think, do we need to introduce?
I do.
stay with you till the morning.
And then you can come,
Yeah.
and then you'll come.
Okay.
Through the sunrise. Oh, heaven knows I've tried. I wish that I could let you love. Wish that I could let you love me. Wish that I could let you love. Wish that I could let you love me. Say, what's the matter? What's the matter with me? What's the matter with me? Oh, I wish that I could let you love. Wish that I could let you love me. Say, what's the matter? What's the matter with me? What's the matter with me? Oh, I like a stranger? What's with your behavior? Ooh, oh, say my name, say my name. If you love me, let me hear you. Say my name, say my name. I am dying to believe you. I feel alone in your arms. I feel you breaking my heart. Say my name, say my name. If you love me, let me hear you. Let me hear you. I got darkness in my head. Don't believe a word you said. Still, I let you in my bed. My bed. Yeah. Got too many different sides. Got dishonor in your eyes. Something has to change tonight. 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 If you're really being honest, if you really want this. Ooh, oh, why you acting like a stranger? What's with your behavior? Ooh, oh, say my name, say my name. If you love me, let me hear you. Say my name, say my name. I am dying to believe you. I feel alone in your arms. I feel you breaking my heart. Say my name, say my name. If you love me, let me hear you. Let me hear you. Let me hear you. Let me hear you.
Let go, come on. Escucha como digo tu nombre, desde Medellín hasta Londres. Cuando te llamo la mala responde. No pregunta cuándo, solo dónde. Te dejas llevar de lo prohibido, eres adicta. Una adicción que sabes controlar. Y te deja llevar lo más caliente en la pista. Todo lo que tienes demuestra pa' que lo dan. Mordiendo mis labios, esperas que nadie más está en mi camino. Nada tiene por qué importar, déjalo atrás, estás conmigo. Mordiendo mis labios, esperas que nadie más está en mi camino. Nada tiene por qué importar, déjalo atrás, estás conmigo.
Say my name, say my name. If you love me, let me hear you. Say my name, say my name. I am dying to believe you. I feel alone in your arms. I feel you breaking my heart. Say my name, say my name. If you love me, let me hear you.
I've been thinking, I want you to be happier. I want you to be happier. When the morning comes, when we see what we've become. In the cold light of day, we're a flame in the wind, not the fire that we begun. Every argument, every word we can't take back. Cause with all that has happened, I think that we both know the way that the story ends. Then only for a minute, I want to change my mind. This just don't feel right to me. I wanna raise your spirits. I want to see you smile.
Okay. I don't know about you, but that potato bacon soup is extra tasty on a storm day, isn't it? Oh my gosh, it is so good. La soupe aux patates bacon, là, je pense que c'est le fait qu'il y a une tempête dehors, puis vent, puis mouille assez fort, là, c'est extra délicieux. So I will be introducing our next panelist. She is going to be, she'll be up on the screen in a second. Her name is Deirdre Boyd. She is joining us live from the UK. I'm not sure where in the UK. Maybe
London.
London, you're in London. Okay, what part of London?
I'm in South London.
South
but
London.
The background is the Tower of London where we hold our conference.
Okay, what part of South London? I know some of London, that's why I'm curious.
Lambeth.
Lambeth, okay. Yeah, I lived in the UK 25 years ago, and I lived up in Finsbury Park and then in Hackney. So we would go down to Lambeth every now and then. Yeah, okay. So little bit about Deirdre. For 3 decades, Deirdre has been a leader in the field of recovery from addiction with an international reputation. She inspires the inspirers. Based in the UK, she heads up DB Recovery Resources, which supplies a daily news service to the international alcohol and drug treatment field on addiction recovery. She's spoken at the All-Party Parliamentary Drug Misuse Group, the APPG Alcohol, and the APPG on Children and Cannabis, and was part of the DTI Foresight project on brain science, addiction, and drugs. She authored Addiction and Recovery, Self-Help for Friends, Families, and Addicts, which was translated into 7 languages. Deirdre serves on the board of the International Certification and Reciprocity Consortium, UK and Europe CIC. The International Council on Alcohol and Addictions presented her with the Dr. Vincent Bakeman Memorial Award for Outstanding Community Services. Deirdre has written for national and international publications and has appeared as an expert talent for addiction recovery issues on BBC News, Sky News, and other media outlets. Deirdre has also facilitated women's groups at the Drug and Alcohol Foundation after training in integrative psychotherapy. So welcome, Deirdre. Thank you so much for joining us. There's a bit of a time difference, but I know it's early afternoon or late afternoon for you, but thank you very much for the presentation you're going to make. And it will be followed up by a Q&A session as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I am honored to be with you today. Je suis honorée d'être avec vous ici aujourd'hui. Veuillez excuser mon accent qui est un mélange de français et d'irlandais. And I want to thank Lydia, who is the techie person who will be helping the slides move forward and then helping me share from my screen at the end. So next slide. Oh, actually, I was going to say, I was asked originally to speak on international advances, but there weren't that many, unfortunately. So I've changed the title to International Awareness as opposed to International Advances. And as we know, it's awareness, acceptance, action. So we're still not quite at the action stage. Next slide. So let's start with a tale of 2 prime ministers. And we have reactions to the Prime Minister of Finland, who is a woman, and the Prime Minister of Australia, who's a man. And the reactions to both of them being filmed drinking alcohol was treated completely differently across the world. Next slide. Finland's Prime Minister, again, female, was castigated in Finland and abroad, including in the UK, after a video of her partying with friends was posted online, and critics slammed her behavior as unfitting for a prime minister, and she was accused of acting like a ladette, which in England, I don't know if the term translates, is a young woman, usually of teenage or sexually active years, who drinks too much and falls down in the street. Anyway, amid calls to step down, she had to take a drug test for her own legal protection. That they were her words, but certainly for her political protection and her political career. Next slide. Australia's Prime Minister, on the other hand, a male, was spotted only a few days later at a Gang of Youths concert drinking beer, and the reaction to his drinking went viral also for different reasons. He was cheered on by the crowd, and the harder he drank the beer, the louder the cheers. Next slide. Thank you, Lydia. So why would a similar behavior by 2 world leaders be treated so differently? Next slide. Well, the alcohol makers certainly recognize the difference. Alcohol is marketed at men and women differently. Studies show that middle-aged men and women drink for different reasons, with men more likely to see drinking as a reward for hard work, and women more in response to stressors or to wind down. Now, that is important. We'll come back to that later as a reason for women increasing their drinking during COVID, or rather not so much COVID as the lockdowns that resulted from it. Men's drinking tends to be linked with public disorder, and women's is associated with promiscuity and sexual vulnerability. And one of the clearest ways gender is implicated in drinking is the notions of acceptable behavior. And mothers of young children are criticized more than anyone because they are seen, rightly or wrongly, as the sole carers of the children, you know, rather than looking to the fathers as well. And men are not, drunk men are not seen as drunk fathers as a general rule. So next slide. This is actually, the organizers of the conference will be giving everyone the presentations. So this is the link to the research, and it describes all the various points that I've mentioned in far more detail. Next slide. So a study commissioned by NHS, that's the National Health Service in England, from the University of Sheffield, found out that while lighter drinkers cut their consumption during the pandemic, heavier drinkers drank more and might never return to where they were. That actually has been, that research has been consolidated by research in other countries with the same findings. And women's hospitalizations for alcohol harms rose. And again, the research reference is at the bottom. Next slide. Before the pandemic, men were more likely to end up in hospital or die as a result of their drinking, and they still are. But for hospital admissions, experts have seen a bigger percentage increase for women than for men. And the author of this study has said, if you really dig into the data, you see that there's a particular set or a particular sort of bump in women's drinking at the point where they're most likely to have been doing homeschooling during the initial lockdown. So next slide. And there is more behind the uptick in women's alcohol consumption. Stress, stereotypes, marketing, perhaps not the type of stress you might originally think of, because i.e. the stress of having equal employment or more or less equal employment opportunities, more opportunities in the past. So Professor Susan Stewart of Iowa State University added that her research found a connection for women between the amount and frequency of alcohol drunk and pandemic-related stress and anxiety. Women were more likely than men to experience layoffs or leave the jobs to care for children when schools and childcare centres closed. They also took on more responsibilities like running errands for immunocompromised relatives, and for many, alcohol provided some respite. Next slide. But the upswing in drinking started before the pandemic. Let nobody think, and certainly no policy makers or funders think, that now that the lockdowns have ended, the problems have ended. We all know they haven't. Drinking among women, especially for white and college-educated women, increased dramatically over the last 2 decades. Death certificate data from 1999 to 2016 show alcohol-related deaths rose 12% in non-Hispanic white women aged 25 to 64, 72% in American Indians or Alaska Natives, and 33% in Hispanic women. For some reason, there was a 19% fall for African American women that the researchers say they cannot explain. And normally we might see if alcohol goes up, drug taking might go down and vice versa. But in fact, as the alcohol is going up, so too is the use of cannabis by pregnant women, despite all the harms that we know it causes to the child they're carrying. And as the author of the research said, alcohol research is largely focused on men. It doesn't get at the why behind the statistics. And if you don't look at the why, you won't get the policies. Rates of binge drinking and heavy alcohol consumption increase among pregnant women. And they're more common among non-pregnant as well than among pregnant. But researchers found that the prevalence of those risky behaviors is growing at a faster rate in the pregnant population. Again, alcohol is going up, the use of cannabis in pregnancy is going up. Whether the tightening of the prescribing of opioids, which is lowered, has affected that, we don't know. We just don't know as yet. And in fact, if there's anybody in the audience here who has stories from the clients that might shed light on that, that would be great. Next slide. These results suggest worsening behavioral risks among pregnant women, potentially owing to changes in socioeconomic and psychosocial stressors that might have been exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic, or to be more accurate, the lockdowns. Next slide. So I was asked to look at the international determinants of health, or the social determinants of health. And as I sort of briefly just read through this, it's worthwhile linking them to the research that I have just mentioned. Income and social protection, what happened during lockdown. Education, unemployment and job insecurity, again, what happened during lockdown. Working life conditions, food insecurity, housing, basic amenities and the environment, early childhood development, social inclusion and non-discrimination, structural conflict and access to affordable health services of decent quality. I'm going to come back to that last point at the very end of this presentation. It's not on the online PowerPoint, but Lydia is very kindly going to let me share my screen to give you a few extra slides. And if you want them later, my email address is at the bottom. Next slide. It's just social determinants of health, basically. Next slide, Lydia. We're on to what's not highlighted, gender differences. What's not highlighted, gender differences. Next slide. And there we are. And now the next slide. How does that matter when we discuss addiction? Different genders mean different impacts by social determinants. Next slide. Okay, so in one sense, it's good that there has been more awareness. I mean, this was Vogue 4 years ago, going mainstream. Next slide. And here is Vogue's editor, who only this month came out as saying that he was, or the British Vogue's editor, I should say, only this month came out as saying that he was part of Alcoholics Anonymous and had been a member for 14 years, where he said he found fellowship. And he said this in an interview with Time magazine. And this sounds wonderful, but I've asked myself, if the British editor of Vogue was a woman, would she be on the front page, front cover of Time? I don't know. Next slide. So another reason we've talked about, social determinants include health, but do they cover how much different women's addiction, women's health is, how much women's bodies vary when it comes to alcohol or other drugs? There's a higher variety of health problems, addiction telescoping, medical side effects develop more rapidly because we just don't process alcohol as quickly as men, cancers, cardiac complications, mood and anxiety disorders, neurological deficiencies, immune system suppression, intimate partner abuse, and on average, lower education and lower rates of employment among those who are addicted or who have problems. Next slide, Lydia. So, women tend to initiate later than men, have lower education attainment, a lower employment rates, lower average age at admission to treatment. They're more likely to have a using partner, more likely to have major psychological diagnosis and major depression, usually predating substance use, which all sounds very depressing. Next slide. I'm sure that most of you who have treated women know this already. Pregnant women with a substance-related diagnosis, no matter, be it alcohol or other drugs, have a disproportionately higher odds of preterm and cesarean delivery compared to pregnant women without a substance-related diagnosis. And the substance type can predict the type of delivery outcomes. Again, the research is at the bottom of the page. Next slide, Lydia. So some of the previous speakers have referred to barriers to women seeking treatment. I'll just repeat them here. Fears of losing children, to estranged partners, to social services. And for me, the sad thing about this is that I came into recovery 31 years ago, and we were talking about this. So 3 decades have passed. And certainly in the UK at least, we have only one service for women and children. Only one treatment service. It's ridiculous. It's tragic, to tell the truth. And over these 30 years, you know, we're talking about the same things, although the awareness has been raised. Anyway, lack of childcare, lack of access, gender specific, pregnant women, women with young children. And there's also greater risk of arrest and criminalization. In some US states, it's a crime of child abuse for a pregnant woman or a parent to use drugs. And recently there was a case where a woman was imprisoned because she had fed an infant both drugs and alcohol, and they fell off their high chair. Next slide. So most research until recently was gender neutral. When I say most research, that's by the drug companies. We were treated as though our bodies were the same as men's when it came to processing drugs. When it came to their sales or marketing. So that meant missed opportunities for prevention, incorrect diagnoses, misinformed treatment, sickness, and even death. Oops. 8 out of 10 prescription drugs were withdrawn from the market. 1997 to 2001 posed greater health risks for women than for men. And in 2013, the FDA recommended the first sex-specific dose, but it had already been on the market for 20 years. So it was on the market for 20 years before the FDA recognized publicly that women need a different dose to men. Next slide. There was also a lack of females in drug dose trials, which leads to over-medicated women, because you know they're not there for the results to be reflected in future products. UC Berkeley and University of Chicago found that a drug dose gender gap for 86 medications approved by the FDA. So that's 86 medications with guidelines for men that women are also supposed to abide by. Included antidepressants, cardiovascular, and anti-seizure drugs and analgesics, among others. As the author said, when it comes to prescribing drugs, a one-size-fits-all approach based on male-dominated clinical trials is not working, and women are getting the short end of the stick. This is not just for legal drugs, which also include addictive legal drugs, it's for all drugs and alcohol. Next page. So our biology is different, as we all know. Fat storage is different. It affects antipsychotics, antidepressants, anti-anxiety drugs. We have a different digestion, so gastric acid. Other gender-related factors affect heart medication, pain medication, and obviously estrogen, and fluctuations affect the liver and kidney. I'm going to just skip over these because really I just want to sort of set a scene of how different we are and how much we still need to be taken into account based purely on biology without any of the psychosocial factors. So next slide, Lydia. Thank you. So the telescoping, just for those who were not aware of the term, or must be aware of the practice, I was thinking. It's well established with alcohol. Most research is better established with alcohol because it's just been done longer with alcohol. But women progress faster than men to alcoholism, if we're allowed to use that term anymore. We progress faster to consequences from first use to dependence and from regular use to problematic use, which is not surprising considering the facts just given. We are 50 to 100% higher rate of premature death. We have more circulatory and hepatic disease and comparable incidence of ulcer, gastrointestinal bleeds, fatty liver, obesity, anemia, and malnutrition. Next slide. So theories about telescoping, again, to do with the biology, that we have lower free body water, which leads to a higher blood alcohol content at the same rates of consumption as men, and a lower alcohol dehydrogenase with lower metabolism and higher absorption than men. Next slide. So women's issues, again, this is the endocrine system. Alcohol increases cortisol, which increases HTN, metabolic disturbances, decreases our immune function, and disturbs the HPA axis. In 2005, more than 60% of women were overweight or obese, which is associated with cardiac disease and others, and cancer, including cancers. But 3 drinks a day is associated with that obesity. So whenever we read about obesity, we need also to factor in, is there alcohol involved with that worsening situation? Next slide. So osteoporosis and alcohol, again, similarly, osteoporosis affects 8 million women in the US. And research shows that 7 ounces per week of alcohol increases the risk of hip fractures. And then a review of studies shows that moderate and large amounts of alcohol leads to that increased risk of fracture. So again, if we're looking at osteoporosis, we need to look at the role of alcohol. Next slide. Alcohol and cancers. Now, this year, I think in particular, it feels like the link between alcohol and cancers has become far more highlighted in the media, and the World Health Organization has issued something on it as well. So it feels to, I've certainly, you know, I publish the news every weekday, and certainly there's more and more and more media coverage of the links between alcohol and cancer, and the possibility of putting cancer warning labels on alcohol about cancer, which obviously the alcohol industry is resisting. So lung deaths, 219,000 per year. Pollux has said that more than 40 ounces of alcohol a month will double the incidence, and 2 drinks a day is associated with twice doubling the incidence of lung cancer. So next slide. Breast cancer, I think we've known about probably maybe longer than the other related alcohol cancers. 2.5 million women are diagnosed yearly. 40,000 a year die early. And irrespective of what is consumed, alcohol increases your risk of cancer. Allen and all studied 1.2 million women, and we see in the next slide, a million women studied. And for every 10 grams of alcohol increase per day, the risk of cancer increases 12%. And with increasing age, increasing consumption gives greater risk. And endometrial cancer is the most common in the reproductive tract. So it's basically just an overall view, just to reconfirm the links and the dangers of alcohol. Next slide. So the Million Women study is the one that was referred to on the earlier page, and it showed that even moderate consumption of alcohol is linked to greater risks. Women who also smoked, and we know there's a huge overlap of smoking and drinking. Women who also smoked had a raised risk of cancers of the oral cavity and pharynx, esophagus, and larynx. Each additional alcoholic drink consumed per day was associated with 11 additional breast cancers per 1,000 women up to age 75, 1 extra cancer of the oral cavity and pharynx, 1 added cancer of the rectum, and a rise of 0.7 each for esophageal, laryngeal, and liver cancers. Combined, this is an excess of 15 cancers per 1,000 women per drink per day, which is quite a overwhelming figure. But this also shows the absolute importance and the imperativeness of treatment for women. Next slide. So treatment, this is the usual, I'm sure you are very familiar with this, identification. And I have an issue with identification. I think there is a tendency right across the world to suggest treatment for men or women, alcohol or drugs, without identifying whether they are misusing substances or they actually are addicted. And the two have very different treatments, one more intense than the other, one more expensive than the other. And then in older research, where they didn't differentiate between patients, how do we know who is addicted and who is abused in order to trust the results? So I have a big issue about, you know, I think there should be mobile vans of experts or something going around, but assessment is my mantra, basically, and I don't think it's really done, not enough. Once somebody gets into maybe rehab or something, but really they should be assessed beforehand, and patients should be admitted to a center that is the most effective for them, not the place they first present. Sorry, I've gone off a bit, but that's my bit more. Brief intervention, assessment, diagnosis, counseling, medical, psychiatric, psychological, and social services, and follow-up aftercare. Next slide. So current knowledge about treatment is some is better than none, more is better than less. Treatment is best when driven by assessment, buttressed with case management, and completed with follow-up care in the community. Next slide. So the motivation to enter or sustain treatment, it doesn't have to be voluntary. We do know that once some people are in treatment, they get it, and whatever their original motivation or lack of motivation was, it can change once they start treatment. Sanctions and enticements can increase early retention. Now, it's important to note that they help in early retention, but they don't help in the long term. Something else has to be done alongside them. This is just like engaging people. And there are similar outcomes, no matter the cause. Next slide. So in mature recovery, women have learned habits of avoiding dangers. That's part of relapse prevention. It's very, very important during treatment. Ample social networks, including the mutual aid groups, solid intimate relationships, healthy recreation and relaxation, employment and career development. And employment and career development, both for men and women, it is noticeable how many retrain or learn a new job or get back into another role after they've been through treatment. But retraining has a major effect. And as we know, the difference between a job and a career is one is just to earn money and the other is fulfilling. And a career really helps support recovery. Philosophy of life, key activities or interests, and acceptance of the past. Next slide. So I'm going to ask Lydia to hand me over, to let me share my screen rather, I should say, because I have just a few additional slides which are about a treatment provider's perspective. So I'm going to hit share. Whoops. Okay, I hope you can see that. Okay, so I apologize that this isn't part of the other slide, but I will provide it. It's just that treatment providers' perspectives. This came out only last month, and I thought it was very relevant and didn't want to miss it. But it shows the impact of sex and gender on substance use, regarding, for example, epidemiology, treatment needs, treatment admission, and treatment outcomes. And the link is here, and it is a really, really worthwhile link, because the research is open access, it's free, and it is very detailed. And for example, it will show that gender transformative approaches, as you can guess, can actually maintain, exacerbate, or reduce gender-related health inequalities, depending on the degree and quality of gender responsiveness in any program. And it mentions some of the things that the previous speakers have mentioned. I quite like, I always think that the people who work in the treatment field are the pioneers, and the scientists and researchers are trying to catch up with them. But it's always good when the researchers validate what the anecdotal evidence, when researchers validate what we have witnessed and experienced. And that's why I like this particular piece of research. But they found crucial gender-specific, gender transformative features: mother-child options, holistic approach, experts by experience. And one of the previous speakers mentioned that their program really only took off after some peers in recovery joined it. And I'd just like to refer back to Project Match, which was the world's most expensive and most comprehensive research into the effectiveness of alcohol treatment. And the research team came to London to explain their 3-year follow-up. That was 1996. I hate to admit it's that long ago, but roughly 1996, I think. And Tom Baber was there. And in the charts they showed with the outcomes, there was a sudden spike that went straight up to 100%. And so I asked him afterwards, what was this? And he said, oh, that was the results of one therapist, but she was dreadful. So I said, well, why was she dreadful? Because she got 100% success rate. And he said, oh, you know, she chewed gum during sessions. She answered the phone during sessions. So obviously I asked her, but why was she so successful? And he said she was a 12-step therapist. And she utterly believed that what she was showing to her client or helping her client with was achievable, and that recovery was achievable. And research since about the therapeutic relationship and about outcomes has shown that the more a professional or a peer person, whoever it is, the more they believe that what they are showing you, that what they are showing patients will work, the more it actually does work. So if you have some very jaded harm reductionist, they're not all jaded, I'm saying, but there are some who doesn't believe their approach works. It's almost like a self-fulfilling prophecy. But if you believe you can help, if you believe it does help, usually because you witnessed it working, then that gets taken up by the client like a form of osmosis. So experts by experience, be they peers or be they qualified professionals, actually do help outcomes. Empowering women in treatment, awareness campaigns targeting all society. Awareness campaigns tend to be targeted at men and not at women. And, you know, if the alcohol industry can target women specifically to men with different campaigns, why can't government campaigns do the same thing? And we need to look at the role of men in the narratives of female users. And to this, I will add about the role of men. Now, most of this is anecdotal. I don't know that I've seen the research. I've seen bits of research, not enough to happily quote, but if anybody's got extra, I'll happily grab it. But roughly about 90% of women support their male partners after rehab. That's after the men have been rehab. But it's vice versa. If women have to go to rehab, about 90% of their male partners will leave them. And of those who stay, male partners are more likely to sabotage their female partner's recovery because they become less compliant and more independent. They had thought before rehab or recovery that it would be great if my partner doesn't drink. And what they don't realize is that sometimes this has made her far more compliant to their demands, that the woman has overlooked the man's faults, and suddenly they are highly aware of them. And life is just not as easy for the male partners as a general rule. And this needs to be really looked at. And women are more likely to relapse when the partner uses. If the male partner is using, the woman is more likely to relapse. That does not apply vice versa. If a woman uses, the man in recovery is not necessarily more likely to relapse. And never ignore or underestimate the power of what we have: different menstrual cycles, which can lead to relapse, perimenopause, which can lead to relapse, and especially in dual diagnosis, the perimenopause and dual diagnosis. I have a good friend who was a couple of decades in recovery. She was bipolar, and perimenopause came along, changed all her emotions, changed how her body reacted to her meds, and she relapsed, even though she had a very good recovery. She wasn't faking it. No, she actually had genuine good recovery. And I've seen her struggles, and I've seen others. But hers is the one that has hit me the most, I think. And menstrual cycles are particularly important for your clients who are in treatment, and it's always worth keeping a diary of this. And what you might notice is, at the very least, eating more sugar at that time of the month. But it does change that blood sugar balance or imbalance does change things, and it's not about stinking thinking at all. And with the perimenopause, again, it's not about stinking thinking, and it's not just your diagnosis. Well, when it happened to me, I thought, oh, I've been in recovery so many years, so many decades. I've had therapy for decades. I'm going to be solved all my anger management issues. I'm going to be wonderful and calm. And no, I wasn't. I was like a teenager run by her hormones. It's no logic. And really, recovery does help with your behaviors, but it does not help with your emotions. It does help with how you handle them. I'm sure most women here will identify with this. And this is my last slide. I just want to say women are positioned to influence healthcare policies and practices. We are influenced to use it, and we should be far more a part of the decision making. Thank you.
All right. I'll turn it, Deirdre, can you hear me?
I can.
Excellent. Okay. So we have, I'd say, about 6 or 7 minutes. Oh, you're getting lots of applause too. I hope you heard the applause in the room.
I can't, I didn't.
Good. So we have about 6 or 7 minutes for a Q&A. I actually have a question because of all the materials I read ahead of the conference, yours was the one that struck the biggest chord with me, because it touches on something that I have been very fascinated by since I changed my relationship with alcohol about 5 years ago, which is how it's marketed to women and how it's marketed to young women. And so, of course, there are aspects of your presentation that presents research on how it's marketed to women and societal attitudes towards women and alcohol that I find fascinating and really, really infuriating at the same time. My question is, to your knowledge, is there research currently being done on how social media marketing of alcohol toward women may or may not be contributing to the upswings in misuse that you cited, that were there before COVID, that were maybe exacerbated by COVID? And in particular, I'm thinking of, and this is only anecdotal observation on my part, but in the last, let's say 6 or 7 years, all I see on social media are wine memes that are clearly aimed at women that call in the wine brigade and make reference to wine as a coping mechanism for childcare, for your job, and I can't help, that kind of trivialize consumption. And so is there research being done on how that marketing proliferates on social media now?
There is and there isn't. There is more and more about social media, but particularly influencers who are and promoting use of alcohol and drugs, not to women and to young people. Now that's coming out more, but it's not necessarily linked to official figures. If you go to my website, it's www. And then as you can see at the bottom, dbrecoveryresources.com. Click on the news tab, and then in the search box, put social media.
Okay.
And you should get quite a bit of stuff coming up. Okay. Yeah, there is quite a lot coming through, but it's not linked to official figures, but it's definitely happening. And I think is it Twitter or Facebook, but some of the social media are now cracking down, or they're promising to crack down on it.
I really like that. And I'll say, just a comment I have is one thing I know about COVID with all the things that you mentioned in your presentation, with women being saddled, of course, disproportionately with childcare responsibilities while they're doing, and they're more likely to have stayed home with kids during the pandemic to do the homeschooling. That means probably inevitably that they were spending more time on social media. So I'm curious about whether or not social media companies maybe took advantage of that to market alcohol to them, perhaps more acutely during that time. So I'll follow up on your website because I'm very curious about that.
Well, I would think they would also, because during lockdown, there was a lot more orders online. Fewer people went out to the pubs or to restaurants, etc. So there's a lot more ordering of alcohol online.
Yeah. Okay. Do we have any other questions? So if I see a question from the room, I will ask that person to step up to the microphone and offer their question. I haven't seen anything on the virtual yet. Has anything come in? Okay. Do we have any questions from the room? 3, 2, 1. Okay.
I do have a comment,
there's a question.
actually.
Oh, I thought I got away with it there.
Hi, Deidre. It's more of a comment, I guess, or just an adage to the data that you discussed regarding malignancies. And I'm not sure if folks here that in attendance and others from our country, Canada, has just recently published new alcohol consumption guidelines. And so the old rates that were indicated have grossly been diminished in these new guidelines that were updated on at the end of August or September 1st, I guess. So it echoes your statements with the increased risk of malignancies. So they're recommending, it used to be 2 drinks a day was acceptable. And now they're saying 2 to 3 drinks per week is the max, and then each drink above that is increasing your risk of malignancies. So I'm sure that's from that data that you were discussing in peer review studies. So there's a huge shift for sure in the science now as well. So that's something positive.
It is. Thank you. Yes, it is. The awareness is going up, and the research is, and politicians and the media tend to listen to the research more than experience, sadly. But it is catching up with us. It is catching up with what carers and professionals already and people in recovery already know.
Yeah. Yes. So thank you very, very much for your presentation. I find your subject matter absolutely fascinating from a personal standpoint, but also from I'm somebody who spends a lot of time, probably more than I should, on social media. And I've always been, and I am a feminist, and I am fascinated / infuriated / galvanized by the disproportionate treatment, the double standards that women have to contend with the pressure to drink than the, you know, the mistreatment perhaps in social discourse that they receive when they do drink alongside men, you know. The two cases, you know, two different sides of the same coin that you showed at the beginning of your presentation is a very sorry reminder of that. So thank you very much. I find that stuff fascinating.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
All right.
Deidre.
Thank you.
Thank you. Au revoir.
And your French is excellent, by the way.
Yes. Take care.
Thank you.
OK. Bon, pour la prochaine séance, je vais inviter Stéphie Bérubé à venir faire une présentation. Pendant qu'elle s'installe, while she's getting set up here, Stéphie is going to be giving the presentation in French. So we'll just take like 1 or 2 minutes to get you up here. So if you want to follow along with an English interpretation of the presentation, please take advantage of the devices that we have at the back of the room if you haven't done so already. Okay? Alors, Stéphie, je t'invite à venir faire ta présentation. Pour la séance des questions-réponses, la foire aux questions, if you want to ask questions, ask them in English. I can probably translate. Yeah, and yeah, so bienvenue, Stéphie.
Donc, tout d'abord, bonjour à tous. Merci de m'offrir l'opportunité de présenter un programme qui me tient à cœur vraiment beaucoup, qui est le programme Mère-Enfant de Portage. Je dois dire que mon niveau de stress a augmenté un petit peu dans la dernière heure. Donc, je devais présenter avec Caroline Gélina, une de mes collègues qui malheureusement ne peut pas être ici présentement. Je faisais des blagues ce matin en disant je suis la Robin et elle était la Batman. Donc, je vais essayer de prendre la place et de faire honneur à un programme quand même qui me tient beaucoup à cœur, qui est le programme Mère-Enfant de Portage. Voilà. Donc, tout d'abord, je vais vous parler de Portage en général au Canada. Donc, Portage est dans 3 différentes provinces au Québec, en Ontario et en Atlantique. On vient en aide à des gens qui ont des troubles de dépendance. Donc, on a différentes clientèles. Au Québec, on a la chance d'avoir le programme adolescent, le programme adulte pour femmes et pour hommes, le programme mère-enfant que je vais vous présenter dans quelques minutes, le programme pour les toxicomanes souffrant de problèmes de santé mentale, donc le TSTM, et un programme aussi de formation et de réinsertion à l'emploi. Dans les provinces de l'Ontario et les provinces de l'Atlantique, on a des programmes qui viennent en aide à des adolescents. Donc, un petit peu d'histoire pour le programme Mère-Enfant. Portage est implanté depuis plus de 50 ans. Donc, a commencé au Québec il y a plus de 50 ans pour venir en aide aux gens qui avaient un problème de dépendance. Dans les programmes femmes, on a réalisé que certaines femmes prenaient un certain temps à demander de l'aide, donc hésitaient à se mobiliser. Ça prenait du temps avant qu'elles aient des ressources. Et quand on questionnait ces femmes-là qui étaient au programme, une des choses qui ressortait beaucoup, c'est que c'était des mères. Donc, il y a 28 ans, on a décidé de créer un programme pour elles qui va répondre autant aux besoins de la femme, des problèmes de dépendance, mais aussi ceux des enfants qui vont venir et qui vont les accompagner durant le programme. Un des points pour lesquels on va travailler beaucoup, dans le fond, c'est de répondre aux besoins de la mère face à sa dépendance, donc à l'arrêt de la consommation, mais sans briser le lien d'attachement et l'unité familiale qu'elle représentait avec son propre enfant. Je vous propose, comme j'ai juste 30 minutes pour faire la présentation d'un programme qui est quand même assez chargé, on a quelques témoignages au courant du PowerPoint, donc je vous propose de les remettre durant la période de questions et réponses. De cette façon-là, vous aurez la chance peut-être de les lire et d'en prendre connaissance. Donc, pour pouvoir répondre aux besoins spécifiques de ces mères et de ces enfants-là, on a besoin d'une équipe qui est multidisciplinaire. Donc, parce qu'il faut bien comprendre qu'au programme mère-enfant, quand on reçoit une diade mère-enfant, on reçoit aussi l'équivalent de 3 usagers. Donc, la femme va arriver avec ses problèmes de dépendance à elle, donc un cheminement thérapeutique pour elle, donc pour lesquels elle a besoin de services. L'enfant aussi arrive avec des besoins spécifiques auxquels on se doit de répondre, mais on a aussi la dyade, donc la dyade mère-enfant, la relation mère-enfant pour laquelle on a besoin de porter une attention et de répondre aux besoins. Donc, pour ce faire, on a une équipe quand même multidisciplinaire. Présentement au programme, on a des conseillers en toxicomanie, une équipe d'infirmières, des intervenants en toxicomanie, des éducatrices spécialisées, des éducatrices à l'enfance et des travailleurs sociaux, et j'espère ne pas oublier personne. Et leur but premier, c'est d'assurer une sécurité physique et psychologique pour ces mères et ces enfants-là qui arrivent d'un milieu, la majorité du temps, plutôt difficile. Donc, les intervenants vont être là comme filet de sécurité, créer une atmosphère dans laquelle elles se sentent sécures, où elles vont pouvoir développer leur plein potentiel et où les enfants vont aussi avoir un espace pour développer leur plein potentiel à eux aussi. Donc, le rôle des intervenants, et quand je parle d'intervenants, c'est les intervenants multidisciplinaires, donc pas juste les intervenants en toxicomanie, mais le rôle de l'équipe va vraiment être d'accompagner, de superviser et de s'assurer que la communauté, on puisse répondre à leurs besoins vraiment spécifiques. Donc, les intervenants vont être là comme guides, vont aider les résidentes à identifier leurs besoins pour, par la suite, essayer de les outiller pour qu'elles puissent répondre à ces différents besoins-là. On va aussi maintenir beaucoup le contact avec l'entourage. Donc, quand on parle d'entourage, on va parler de liens positifs en général. Donc, on va essayer de maintenir le contact avec la famille. Donc, les gens qui sont positifs dans la famille, dans le rétablissement de la personne, on se doit de continuer à développer notre lien avec eux parce qu'ils vont être des facteurs de protection pour ces femmes-là par la suite. Mais on a des partenaires aussi plus larges, donc des liens positifs, des amis, des cousins et aussi les partenaires au niveau du réseau qui vont souvent venir donner un coup de main ou avoir un enjeu dans le rétablissement des femmes. Donc, quand on parle de partenaires externes, ça peut être des travailleurs sociaux, de la protection de la jeunesse, ça peut être des agents de probation. Donc, peu importe la personne qui pourrait aider ces femmes-là et ces enfants-là à cheminer, on va maintenir les liens avec eux aussi. De façon très, très rapide, qu'est-ce que la communauté thérapeutique? Parce que juste sur la communauté thérapeutique, on pourrait probablement faire les 2 prochaines heures. Donc, la communauté thérapeutique, c'est basé sur l'entraide mutuelle. Donc, ce sont des femmes qui vont partager un espace de vie, qui font s'aider. C'est le principe des pairs aidants. Donc, le but, ce n'est pas juste de travailler sur les défis que ces femmes-là, elles ont, mais aussi sur les forces. Donc, ce sont des femmes qui arrivent avec des habiletés, ce sont des femmes qui arrivent avec des forces. Donc, elles sont capables d'enseigner, de s'entraider mutuellement et de s'accompagner au quotidien. On va le voir un petit peu plus loin dans la présentation, mais graduellement, au cours du programme, il va y avoir une responsabilisation de la part de ces femmes-là pour pouvoir enseigner et s'accompagner entre elles. L'important souvenir, contrairement à différents milieux, où l'intervenant va être un agent de changement, donc va être l'accompagnateur. Dans le cas des communautés thérapeutiques, ce sont les femmes qui font partie de cette communauté-là qui sont l'agent de changement. Donc, c'est elles qui vont apporter leur père, qui vont enseigner à leur père. Et de cette façon-là, on va travailler aussi sur les forces et faire vivre des succès aux gens qui sont dans ces programmes-là et non pas juste de les marginaliser face aux défis auxquels elles font face au quotidien. Ça leur permet aussi de développer une bonne conscience d'elles-mêmes, donc de ne pas juste se définir par leurs défis, mais se définir aussi par leurs forces. Dans le cadre de la communauté thérapeutique, pour le programme mère-enfant, on s'est toutes sur une admission volontaire, donc les gens ne sont pas obligés ou n'ont pas de demande légale ou d'obligation de fréquenter nos programmes. Donc, c'est sur une base volontaire. C'est dans un environnement, c'est un programme résidentiel qui est structuré, sécuritaire. Dans le cas du mère-enfant, on parle d'un programme qui est de 6 à 8 mois en résidentiel, avec une dernière phase qu'on va voir un peu plus loin, qui est la phase de transition, donc qui est la transmission vers l'extérieur de leur apprentissage et un suivi par la suite. Et tout ça va se faire dans le cadre de différentes activités de vie quotidienne, donc d'établir des routines de vie qui sont saines, mais aussi de faire un cheminement thérapeutique des groupes qu'on va voir un petit peu plus loin. Le but premier, c'est toujours d'offrir des modèles positifs de leur père, donc d'avoir des gens qui sont capables d'offrir des modèles et d'enseigner aux plus jeunes, si on veut, ou les plus récentes dans la communauté. une des premières choses qu'on veut enseigner, surtout dans le cadre d'un programme mère-enfant, c'est de faire confiance. Donc, on va essayer de créer un environnement dans lequel elles vont se sentir confortables, autant émotivement, psychologiquement que physiquement, parce qu'on veut développer un lien de confiance. On veut qu'elles développent aussi un lien de confiance entre elles pour pouvoir par la suite développer aussi une honnêteté. Donc, une honnêteté face à leurs difficultés, face à leurs forces, face à leur réalité, pour vraiment leur permettre de surmonter les difficultés ou les défis qu'elles ont à l'extérieur, mais aussi éventuellement dans leur cheminement à l'extérieur. Un des buts premiers de travailler avec ces femmes-là dans le cadre d'une communauté thérapeutique, c'est de briser l'isolement et la marginalisation, pardon. Ce sont des femmes qui, dans leur vécu, ont souvent, on l'a entendu là, au courant de la fin de semaine du symposium, vécu avec des jugements, une marginalisation, un isolement social. Donc, ils vont se retrouver dans un environnement communautaire qui va leur permettre de briser leur isolement, mais aussi de se reconnaître. Donc, en partageant leur vécu, de réaliser qu'elles ne sont pas seules dans la même situation et qu'elles ne sont pas déterminées seulement par ces défis-là. Donc, de développer des relations qui sont significatives. Qui sont significatives, des relations avec la famille aussi, et de développer un meilleur soutien à l'extérieur qui va leur servir de filet de sécurité pour la suite, pour leur réinsertion sociale. Donc, quand elles vont sortir, ils vont avoir des gens autour d'elles pour pouvoir les accompagner dans leur cheminement. On va toujours, par la bande, travailler aussi à développer les capacités parentales de ces personnes-là. Pour réussir à faire tout ça, on a divisé de façon graduelle le programme en 6 phases distinctes. Donc, l'accompagnement se fait vraiment de façon graduelle, ce qui veut dire qu'au niveau des attentes et des responsabilités, plus la femme va avancer dans son programme, plus elle va avoir une responsabilisation face à son environnement de vie, face à ses pairs.
Responsibilities towards her peers.
Donc, ce sera un cheminement qui est graduel. Donc, à partir de la phase 1, par exemple, attendez-moi un instant, voilà. Donc, à partir de la phase 1, qui est une phase d'orientation, c'est vraiment un accompagnement où la femme qui arrive au programme va avoir le temps d'arriver, va avoir le temps d'être accompagnée, elle va être accompagnée par un mentor qui est une autre résidente dans ses 14 premières journées pour vraiment venir l'accompagner, lui permettre de faire un arrivée au programme et de comprendre son environnement, comprendre c'est quoi les enjeux pour lesquels elle est venue. Et dans l'autre volet, on veut le diviser comme ça parce que par les phases, il va aussi avoir tout le volet parental. Donc, dans les premiers 14 jours, la mère va se préparer à l'accueil aussi de son enfant. Donc, s'assurer qu'elle a tout le nécessaire, s'assurer qu'elle est prête émotivement et physiquement à recevoir son enfant parce que ce sera elle qui sera responsable de son enfant tout au long du programme. Et graduellement, je ne vais pas vous décrire chacune des phases du programme, mais en avançant tout au long du programme, il va y avoir une responsabilisation des mères dans le cheminement thérapeutique. Donc, une implication jusqu'à ce qu'on arrive un acquis pour les compétences. Donc, en phase 5, ce sont des femmes qui se sont développées, qui ont acquis les outils, qui comprennent bien comment les utiliser. Et à partir de la phase 5, il va vraiment avoir un empowerment de la part des gens qui sont plus avancés dans le programme, où elles vont avoir à s'engager, à enseigner à leur père, à accompagner leur père. Et de cette façon-là, en le divisant en plusieurs phases, on vit des succès de façon régulière durant le programme. Donc, à toutes les 2 semaines, 4 semaines, 6 semaines, les femmes peuvent voir leur progression, peuvent voir l'amélioration. Ils sont capables ultimement de le faire et de l'enseigner aussi à leur père. Et ils vont faire le même travail avec leurs enfants. Donc, on va commencer à la base. Donc, une fois qu'on a reçu nos enfants, on s'assure que la maman est capable de répondre aux besoins de base de l'enfant pour après ça répondre aux besoins affectifs au niveau du lien d'attachement avec cet enfant-là et éventuellement faire le même processus que pour son cheminement personnel, être capable d'enseigner aussi aux autres mères dans le programme les compétences parentales ou leurs acquis ou même partager des fois leurs expériences qui ont été difficiles dans l'acquisition de ces compétences-là. On peut voir aussi que la dernière phase, la phase 6, c'est la phase de transition. Donc, c'est le moment où les femmes vont aller pratiquer leurs acquis à l'extérieur, dans leur milieu naturel. Donc, elles vont recommencer à sortir régulièrement du programme pour pouvoir aller faire un transfert d'apprentissage, voir comment ça se passe quand je suis dans mon milieu naturel, qu'est-ce que je dois mettre en place. Et elles vont commencer à faire la recherche d'appartement, le retour, l'intégration à l'école, à l'emploi. Donc, ça va être une période de transition où on va quand même maintenir l'accompagnement interne avec eux. Chacune des phases qu'on a vues est divisée avec un plan d'intervention individualisé, ce qui veut dire que dès l'arrivée des mères, on va commencer à regarder quels sont les défis de cette femme-là, mais quelles sont aussi les aspirations de ces femmes-là. Donc, quels sont leurs buts à chacune des phases, quels sont leurs buts suite au programme. Donc, quels sont leurs objectifs et on va développer avec elles un plan de traitement. Donc, le gestionnaire de cas va être chargé de développer en collaboration avec ces femmes-là leur plan d'intervention qui vont être basés sur les troubles de la substance, la santé physique, la santé mentale, le développement personnel, famille, travail, défis spécifiques à cette personne-là. Donc, il va vraiment avoir un plan qui est personnalisé dans son, malgré l'approche communautaire. Et le but, c'est vraiment qu'elle développe les compétences pour assurer une meilleure réinsertion régulière suite à son programme. On va aussi, à chacune des phases et de façon sporadique, durant le programme, faire ce qu'on appelle une conférence de cas, qui est une rencontre multi qui va avoir lieu avec la mère, avec tous les intervenants du programme, donc tous les professionnels qui sont impliqués au programme de la mère à l'interne, mais aussi tous ceux de l'externe et les gens de l'entourage. Donc, et le but de ces conférences-là, c'est vraiment de s'asseoir, avoir la discussion sur comment est-ce que ton cheminement se passe jusqu'à présent, reconnaître ce qui est encore difficile, reconnaître ce qui est une force pour ces personnes-là, les objectifs qu'elles ont réussi à atteindre et savoir comment est-ce que les gens impliqués dans son dossier peuvent continuer à l'aider à cheminer. Donc, quelle est la position des intervenants dans ces situations-là et comment est-ce qu'on peut continuer à accompagner ces femmes-là. La programmation est quand même diverse, donc ça va passer d'activités socioculturelles, des groupes thérapeutiques, on a le service d'orientation socio-professionnelle, on va faire participer les mères aussi à des projets communautaires, projets de bénévolat. On va aussi, dès l'entrée, on va le voir un petit peu plus loin, mais au niveau de la réinsertion sociale, on va commencer à la planifier dès l'arrivée au programme. Donc, il va y avoir des sorties de fin de semaine, par exemple, à tous les samedis. Avec nos mamans, on va à l'extérieur du centre, selon le groupe d'âge des enfants. On va aller faire des activités pour voir, dans un contexte dit normatif, comment je me débrouille avec mon enfant, comment ça se passe et aussi sortir du cadre structuré de portage. Donc, ça leur permet d'aller valider leurs habiletés et surtout en tant que parents à l'extérieur dans un contexte des fois qui est un petit peu plus challengeant. Quand on va, par exemple, dans un contexte public, des activités où il y a beaucoup de gens, le challenge n'est pas le même avec ton enfant. Donc, on va essayer d'aller le faire à tous les fins de semaine, voir comment on se débrouille puis comment est-ce que je peux m'améliorer face à tout cela. Il y a aussi, dans la programmation, on a un groupe de soutien à l'entourage. Donc, quand on parle de groupe de soutien à l'entourage pour le programme Mère-Enfant, on a 2 types de groupes bien distincts. On a le groupe conjoint et on a le groupe entourage. Donc, ce sont des services, des groupes d'entraide qui vont être faits pour les gens qui accompagnent ces femmes-là durant leur processus. C'est des groupes d'entraide où eux vont pouvoir partager leurs difficultés, mais aussi être outillés sur comment est-ce que je peux accompagner ces femmes-là et comment je peux le faire de façon positive et ne pas être un enjeu pour le cheminement thérapeutique et le rétablissement de ces femmes et ces enfants-là. On a toujours un volet très important qui est le développement des compétences parentales parce qu'on veut répondre aussi aux besoins des enfants. Donc, ce sont des enfants qui arrivent avec un parcours de vie particulier. Donc, souvent arrivent avec leur petit bagage. Donc, dès le début du programme, il y a des éducatrices spécialisées qui vont aller s'asseoir avec la mère pour valider quel est le parcours de l'enfant à partir de sa conception, aller jusqu'au moment où il arrive à portage. Donc, met les pieds chez nous pour qu'on ait un bon portrait de qui est cet enfant-là, quels pourraient ou quels sont ses besoins. Et suite à ça, on va outiller par le biais d'ateliers la maman pour qu'elle puisse se développer en tant que parent. Mais on va aussi évaluer l'enfant avec la grille d'évaluation du développement de l'enfant. Donc, il n'est pas un outil diagnostique, qui est vraiment un outil de dépistage qui va nous permettre, parce qu'il va évaluer l'enfant, savoir est-ce qu'il atteint les normes pour son groupe d'âge. Si ce n'est pas le cas, si on a une petite inquiétude, on a une zone grise, à ce moment-là, on va développer un plan de stimulation pour l'enfant, pour répondre spécifiquement aux besoins de l'enfant, dans lequel on va demander à maman de participer. Donc, elle va être partie prenante du cheminement de son enfant. Et si on a des inquiétudes qui sont plus marquées ou pour lesquelles on aurait besoin de spécialistes, à ce moment-là, le pédiatre qui vient au centre va faire les références nécessaires. Ça peut être en orthophonie, ça peut être en ergothérapie. Donc, on va s'assurer d'outiller le plus possible la maman pendant son séjour à l'interne pour bien répondre aux besoins de son enfant. Et de façon régulière, on a des éducatrices spécialisées qui sont là dans les moments de vie. Donc, dans les routines pour les parents dans la salle, vous allez vous reconnaître là, la routine dodo, les repas et tout ça. Donc, pour voir quels sont les enjeux et comment on peut bien accompagner ces femmes-là. Pour la grille de développement, c'est important de regarder, ça valide 3 sphères, donc la sphère cognitive langagière pour les enfants, la sphère motrice et la sphère socio-affective. Dans certains cas, nos enfants présentent plus d'enjeux au niveau socio-affectif. Il y a d'autres outils aussi qu'on peut utiliser, mettre en place pour vraiment évaluer quels sont les besoins spécifiques de cet enfant-là face à sa maman ou face à son environnement social et comment on peut bien l'accompagner. Donc, on fait ça comment dans une journée typique à Portage? Elle commence à 6h30 dans la journée typique. Pour tous ceux qui sont parents dans la salle, vous allez vous reconnaître, on n'a pas réinventé la roue. Donc, à 6h30, on a le lever et la préparation de la journée pour les enfants. Donc, la préparation, le déjeuner, tout ça, la préparation pour se rendre au service de garde. On va monter les enfants au service de garde. Par la suite, un peu comme si les mères allaient au travail, vont participer aux différents ateliers et réunions de la journée. Donc, tous nos journées vont commencer avec une réunion du matin, qui est notre agenda, notre plan de match pour la journée. Ça va être suivi soit d'ateliers ou de groupes ou de thérapie de groupe. On va avoir un dîner communautaire avec toutes les femmes ensemble qui, de cette façon-là, on peut augmenter le niveau de partage, donc des moments où elles sont capables de s'asseoir ensemble, avoir des discussions. Ça va être suivi d'un autre groupe de thérapie en après-midi et par la suite, comme dans toute bonne garderie et tout bon service de garde, ça ferme. Donc, maman va récupérer son enfant et on a mis à l'horaire vraiment une période qui est l'activité mère-enfant pour permettre à ces femmes-là de développer aussi leur lien, mais via quelque chose qui est ludique, donc des moments de qualité à passer avec leur enfant. Donc, on a pris une plage à l'horaire pour vraiment, et c'est supervisé par les éducateurs spécialisés, développer et passer du temps qui est agréable avec son enfant et ludique. Et ça va être suivi par la suite, encore une fois, de tout bon parent, la routine régulière, le souper, les bains, les routines dodo et tout ça. Et on va conclure nos journées avec une réunion du soir qui nous permet de faire un topo de la journée et de bien fermer notre journée pour se préparer à la journée du lendemain. La ribambelle, donc, qui est notre service de garde sur place, est basé sur le programme éducatif du ministère de la Santé. Les grandes lignes de ce programme-là est vraiment de développer l'autonomie de l'enfant, son respect personnel et spécifiquement pour nos enfants, leur confiance en leur pleine capacité aussi, de savoir qu'ils sont capables de se développer et qu'ils ont les acquis. Pour pouvoir le faire, nos éducatrices vont aussi accueillir les enfants avec une acceptation inconditionnelle, ce qui veut dire qu'on va prendre l'enfant avec nous au moment, avec ses défis, avec ses forces, au moment où il arrive à la ribambelle pour essayer de développer le plus possible son plein potentiel et que cet enfant-là se fasse confiance face à son potentiel à lui. La ribambelle va être divisée en 4 groupes d'âge pour vraiment répondre aux besoins spécifiques de ces enfants-là, autant au niveau physique, moteur, intellectuel, langagier, socio-affectif. Donc, on a 4 groupes d'âge spécifiques qui est le 3 à 6 mois, le 6 à 18 mois, pardon, le 18 mois à 2 ans et le 3 à 5 ans. Donc, l'horaire va être bâti selon les besoins des groupes d'enfants. Et une des choses que les éducatrices vont travailler beaucoup avec nos enfants, c'est de réapprendre à faire confiance à l'adulte. Comme je disais tantôt, ces enfants-là arrivent avec un parcours de vie des fois particulier, avec leur bagage, ce qui a fait qu'il y a eu des entraves au lien de confiance qu'elles ont avec les adultes. Donc, ils vont leur offrir un milieu sécuritaire dans lequel ils vont pouvoir commencer à développer leur plein potentiel à eux et développer une confiance en eux-mêmes. Oh, attendez, je pense que j'ai... Ça ne sera pas bien long, j'ai mélangé mes feuilles. Comme je disais tantôt, dès le début du programme, on va travailler aussi sur la réinsertion sociale. Donc, s'assurer que ces femmes-là soient outillées pour l'extérieur. Donc, on va faire des ateliers, des activités de réinsertion sociale tout au long du programme. On va aussi inviter les membres de l'entourage à se joindre à eux. Donc, de venir sur le site, visiter les lieux, voir où sont leurs proches, où sont ces enfants-là. On va aussi, de façon graduelle, tout au long du programme, inviter les mères à faire des sorties. Donc, aller régulièrement, passer des fins de semaine à l'extérieur, rebâtir des liens, évaluer comment ça se passe dans leur milieu naturel. Donc, on va le faire de façon récurrente et dès le début de leur programme, on va regarder comment est-ce qu'on peut les soutenir au niveau de la recherche d'emploi, leur étude, pour vraiment les accompagner dans leur aspiration. Et on va le faire en soutien individuel, mais aussi en soutien de groupe. Une des choses qui a été adressée ce matin, entre autres, c'est la difficulté de l'hébergement. Donc, pour nos mères qui terminent le programme, ils vont avoir l'opportunité de pouvoir avoir accès aux habitations communautaires qui sont 10 appartements à prix modique qui vont permettre d'avoir un environnement de vie qui est sécurisant, qui est sécurisé, mais aussi avec d'autres femmes qui ont déjà passé par le processus du programme interne. Donc, ils ont un support, ils peuvent sortir de leur appartement, aller cogner à la porte voisine et avoir un support de leur père présent en tout temps. On a le suivi post-résidentiel aussi, donc après leur période au résidentiel avec nous, on va les suivre pendant une période de 18 mois. Ça peut être extensionné si nécessaire, mais en général, ça va être une période de 18 mois où on va vraiment travailler au niveau de la prévention de la rechute, au niveau d'organiser des activités aussi pour recréer un lien social avec d'autres gens, avec des gens qui leur ressemblent, qui font face souvent aux mêmes difficultés. On va avoir des groupes hebdomadaires aussi de soutien aux pairs où les femmes vont pouvoir venir partager quels sont les enjeux de leur réinsertion sociale. Et tout ça va être accompagné aussi par un intervenant toxicomanie qui va venir faire des rencontres individuelles hebdomadaires avec les différentes résidentes. On va continuer, comme tout le restant du programme Mère-Enfant, à les accompagner dans le développement de leurs compétences parentales et de leur habileté. C'est aussi le moment où nos partenariats avec le réseau, avec les organismes communautaires prend tout son sens parce qu'on va essayer d'outiller ces femmes-là à aussi se mobiliser pour aller faire de la recherche d'aide selon leurs besoins. Donc, avec nos différents partenaires, quand on a besoin de faire du référencement, répondre à des besoins spécifiques, on va aussi le faire à ce moment-là pour l'accompagnement, pour la réalisation de leurs projets à l'externe post-programme. Soins continus, on va porter aussi une attention particulière aux femmes qui ne terminent pas. Donc, ce ne sont pas toutes les femmes qui viennent à notre programme qui vont terminer. Il y en a plusieurs qui décident en cours de cheminement qu'elles ne veulent pas poursuivre. Mais on s'assure qu'il y ait quand même un soin et une continuité dans leur service. Donc, pour une période de 2 ans, en rencontre individuelle, en suivi téléphonique, on va essayer de référencer ces femmes-là vers des ressources. Donc, qu'il n'y ait pas un bris de service, que ces femmes-là continuent à être accompagnées, qu'on continue à évaluer quels sont les besoins de ces enfants-là. On peut le faire en rencontre individuelle, on peut le faire par appel téléphonique. Maintenant, avec la pandémie, on a aussi développé toutes les Zooms et les rencontres virtuelles. Donc, on va s'assurer qu'il y a un suivi, un processus de référencement et si le besoin est là ou si la motivation revient pour pouvoir la référer aussi dans les différents services de portage si la personne décide soit de revenir au programme mère-enfant ou encore parce que sa situation a changé pour être transférée, par exemple, au programme adulte-femme. Service à l'entourage, j'en ai parlé un petit peu tantôt. Ce sont tous les partenaires avec qui on va essayer de maintenir le lien tout au long du programme, avec les rencontres multidisciplinaires, comme je disais tout à l'heure, les conférences de cas. On va aussi outiller ces gens-là à être capables de développer leur potentiel pour l'accompagnement, s'assurer aussi qu'eux ne sont pas submergés parce que ce n'est pas toujours facile d'accompagner des gens qui ont un trouble de l'usage des substances. Donc, on va essayer de les outiller le plus possible pour que ce soit un succès et créer un filet de sécurité pour ces gens-là. On a aussi divisé les groupes pour s'assurer de bien répondre aux besoins. Donc, les groupes conjoints et les groupes de soutien à l'entourage. On fait régulièrement aussi des portes ouvertes pour que les gens puissent venir voir, visiter le site. Un peu le principe qu'on a fait pour ceux qui étaient là hier à Cassidy Lake. Donc, des portes ouvertes avec les membres de l'entourage. Donc, les gens soit du réseau ou de la famille. Donc, pour les résultats, je vous fais ça rapidement, mais je pense que c'est important de dire que plus de 70 de nos femmes qui sont passées dans notre programme résidentiel et qui ont complété sont toujours abstinentes 1 an après leur programme. Dans la majorité des cas aussi, elles ont développé des facteurs de protection qui leur permettent de maintenir un mode de vie qui est positif à l'extérieur. Ça leur permet aussi de développer et de reconnaître les facteurs de risque pour elles dans leur quotidien. Et la majorité des résidentes avec qui on a travaillé pour plus d'1 an vont aussi récupérer de façon permanente la garde, soit physique ou légale, de leurs enfants. Donc, vivent un succès pleinement, même face aux partenaires avec qui ils ont travaillé durant leur cheminement à l'interne. Donc voilà, ça ferait, je pense que je suis rentrée dans le temps.
Oui.
En parlant très vite. Peut-être avant la période de questions, j'inviterais peut-être le directeur du centre mère-enfant, François Lemieux, à venir m'accompagner. Si jamais il y a des questions auxquelles je n'ai pas de réponse, j'aurai peut-être François qui pourra me donner un coup de main. Je vous remets en attendant les différents témoignages.
So I'm going to, d'abord, je te remercie d'avoir accepté de faire de la présentation sur un avis éclair.
Merci.
C'est pas facile avec un si court avis là, de se mettre devant la salle et de faire ça, puis de le faire avec brio. Bravo.
Merci.
Bravo. Puis si je peux faire une remarque avant de passer à la salle, c'est vraiment, on voit le pouvoir, la puissance d'un service tout compris, où est-ce que c'est vraiment une toile de service, une toile d'accompagnement. Qui songe autant à tous les facteurs influents là, tel pour l'enfant que pour la maman. C'est remarquable. C'est vraiment remarquable.
Merci.
Okay, so currently we don't have any questions coming in from the virtual. Again, please ask your question in the language of your choice because we have the interpreters sens-toi à l'aise aussi de répondre en français comme tu veux. And I can assist with translation as well. So any comments or questions for Stiffy about programme mère-enfant at Lac Éco? We have a question from Dr. Adams.
Hi, Steffi.
Yes.
Merci beaucoup. C'était très intéressant et très vite, mais je crois que j'ai compris plus ou moins ce que vous avez dit, mais je vais parler en anglais. Okay. So I'm a big fan of the mother-child program. It was what converted me to Portage. So you don't need to convince me about the amazing things that you accomplished. I'm just wondering, and I don't know if we could have immunity from any job action, but can you speak about anything that could be done better? You think anything that hasn't been possible to do at Mère Enfant for whatever reason, for resources, for the political environment in Montreal? Is there anything you could imagine that could be done differently at Mère Enfant to be even more successful than it is?
Vous êtes confortable pour répondre en français? Oh.
Can you turn the mic on, please? Thanks.
C'est fait?
Oui.
Are you okay if I answer you in French? Slowly in French.
Okay.
Okay. Oui, je pense qu'il y a toujours place à l'amélioration. Rapidement, comme ça, l'un des premiers facteurs que je regardais, c'est beaucoup au niveau du partenariat qu'on a avec les différents services.
Just not for me, of course, but maybe should we maybe stop every little bit and you could translate? For
Yes, of
everybody
course.
else?
Yeah.
Okay.
Donc, les partenariats, donc on a encore du travail à faire sur la reconnaissance face au milieu légal, face aux différentes instances où il y a encore des réticences à quelques moments de confier la garde d'un enfant à une maman durant le programme. Donc, souvent, elles arrivent avec le prérequis de devoir prouver qu'elles peuvent avoir la charge de leurs enfants malgré un environnement sécuritaire. Donc, ça a des enjeux au niveau de la motivation et de la mobilisation de la mère parce qu'elle travaille beaucoup avec ses craintes, les craintes de reperdre la garde de son enfant. Donc, je crois qu'il y a encore beaucoup de visibilité et d'explications à faire face au programme. So quickly, what I said is that I think one of the things that we need to look at, it's really to, with the partnership that we have, it's to really improve the knowledge of what we're doing, because most of the mothers, when they come in, they have legal issues. One of the things, it's often with the kids, they don't have the custody of the kids. And sometimes needs a lot of work. So the different partnership actually entrusted the kids to the mother so they could actually develop a real bond and that it doesn't become a trigger after program to relapse and all that they're able to create something together. And that for the woman that comes in the program, the challenge that presents is that they come in with fear of losing the custody again, fear of not investing enough or being transparent as well and being honest towards the difficulty because they're scared of what might happen if I'm totally honest, totally blunt with people. So that's become harder for mobilization for those women actually to trust. And for also for the different partners that we're working with to understand that we're trying to actually build something that will prevent those situations from happening again, but it could create like sometimes some friction. That will be quick, my first thing that comes in my mind, but there's probably many other places we could improve, that's for sure. One of the other things that we could look at is also the waiting list. Without COVID, technically we have 26 rooms, so 26 women were their kids, which is not a lot if we compare to the demand on the outside, so the waiting list could be long. So the mobilization and the situation could get worse for those women and those children also. So it's really hard to keep in touch when we're full and to being able to provide also a safety net for those women who are waiting for to come in actually.
So that if there were more programs and maybe they went on for longer.
Sorry?
And maybe they lasted longer.
Yes. And the thing is, most of the time we lose touch of them, you know, even before they come in the program. So that's sad. And then it's a reality that we will love to have more place to be able to let them come in much faster.
Merci bien.
I got a question on the virtual from Lucia Duarte. So I'll read it in English. Je vais le traduire en français. So the question is, what in your opinion is the best way to start a program to treat women in developing countries? Do you have any advice for the initial stages to developing a program like the one you presented? Je pense c'est une personne qui écrit peut-être d'un autre pays. Elle veut savoir, est-ce qu'il y a des modèles qui existent pour la fondation d'un programme qui ressemble beaucoup à ce qui est fait à l'ACECO? Parce que je pense que c'est une personne qui s'intéresse beaucoup au modèle. Est-ce qu'il y a une méthodologie à suivre, une approche particulière pour mettre sur place l'établissement d'un programme tel que Mère Enfant?
Mic is open, okay.
Je pense, pour répondre à cette question, il faudrait s'adresser au siège social de Portage. Je pense à M. Barmos ou à toute la Head Office là, qui ont développé des programmes un peu partout au Canada et qui ont contribué aussi à mettre sur pied d'autres programmes dans d'autres pays.
OK, très bonne réponse.
Je pense qu'on pourra peut-être mettre les contacts si nécessaire là, pour si les gens veulent nous contacter pour plus d'informations, pour avoir dans le fond plus de détails.
Okay. There's also a comment that came in here from Eloise. I'm not sure if I understand the question or if it's a comment. So it says a little bit of statistic. I'm not sure, Eloise, if you can hear me, perhaps you want to be a bit more specific, but are you, je vais assumer qu'elle demande s'il y a des statistiques. Je sais que tu as proposé des statistiques de réussite. Mais est-ce qu'il y a une publication de la recherche ou des résultats qui ont été publiés en ligne?
On peut trouver en ligne les rapports annuels, dans le fond, pour les différents programmes de portage, et incluant le programme Mère-Enfant. Donc, dans les rapports annuels, probablement, parce que il y a beaucoup de statistiques, beaucoup de différentes statistiques, mais probablement que dans les rapports annuels, il y aurait les réponses que Héloïse,
Oui.
je recherche.
Héloïse, oui. So yeah, in the annual report, there's probably good information on statistics was the answer to that question. Any other questions? Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sitting, listening to you. You're so experienced and you've seen it all. And so I was trying to think of a question I could ask you that you'd find difficult.
Thank you very much.
I don't know if you will find this difficult, but you have had that experience. You have a good observation of all the programs, and there are many. The mother and child is an important one, but it's one. We have spent a great deal of time frequently observing how important our staff is to the success of Portage over a long term, and expecting it to be true for the future. So in the mother and child program, would you be able to distinguish traits, personality, characteristics, strengths needed for that to be a member of that staff, as opposed to the other programs? You could observe what you think would be useful or necessary in the other programs as well, if you've got.
Oui, j'attendais pire. C'est bon, je suis confortable. Je pense que la première caractéristique qui nous compare peut-être aux autres programmes, c'est vraiment la connaissance de l'enfant. Donc, la connaissance des besoins spécifiques des enfants qui ont des problématiques particulières, parce qu'on doit, même si on n'est pas l'éducateur spécialisé, si on est l'intervenant en toxicomanie, si on est l'infirmière, on doit quand même accompagner ces femmes-là à faire face aux défis que leur enfant représente. Donc, dans le quotidien, dans le développement de l'enfant, dans la psychologie de l'enfant, je crois que la majorité des membres du personnel qui sont au programme doivent avoir cette sensibilité-là, cette connaissance-là aussi, pour accompagner, oui, les enfants, mais aussi tout le processus pour la mère, pour développer les compétences pour qu'elle puisse accompagner son enfant. Donc, souvent, si on regarde quelqu'un qui est très éduqué ou qui a beaucoup d'expérience en toxicomanie, va souvent avoir une facilité dans nos différents programmes. Et quand on va arriver au mère-enfant, il y a un enjeu qui n'est pas le même, donc qui est vraiment un enjeu familial. Donc, par exemple, on a souvent l'enjeu, on a grand-papa et grand-maman impliqués dans le dossier. Mais grand-papa et grand-maman, il faut les accompagner, expliquer quel est le cheminement que leur petit-fils, leur petite-fille fait. Et ça prend une certaine connaissance pour s'assurer qu'on outille de façon concrète les gens qui vont faire partie de l'entourage de ces femmes-là, mais aussi les femmes en tant que telles. C'est peut-être le plus gros point qui nous distingue, et c'est sûr qu'on a une équipe qui est quand même multi. Donc, il faut avoir une facilité à travailler avec les enjeux de chacun des départements. Donc, on travaille tous ensemble. Les infirmières vont travailler sur le volet santé physique, santé mentale, mais il faut être capable, comme intervenant en toxicomanie, de l'inclure dans les plans d'intervention. La même chose au niveau des besoins des enfants. Comme intervenant, j'ai besoin d'être capable de les comprendre pour pouvoir outiller mes mères et les installer dans les plans d'intervention plan de stimulation. Donc, je pense que le plus gros, peut-être que François, tu as un autre.
Oui, tout à fait. Je pense que la question de M. Hollette, c'était qu'est-ce qui nous distingue comme employés ou comme staff? Ben, je pense que c'est notre capacité de s'adapter rapidement. Parce qu'il y a 2 heures, je n'étais pas ici. Et si on regarde, moi, j'ai travaillé quand même dans plusieurs programmes de portage. Ça fait plus de 20 ans que je travaille à portage. J'ai travaillé avec les adultes, mes femmes, adolescents. Et depuis moins d'1 an, je travaille au programme Mère-Enfant. Et ben, j'ai eu à faire face à la fameuse COVID, pandémie COVID-19. I start at Saint-Malachie with the adolescent program. Depuis 2 ans et demi, là, c'est remarquable la flexibilité, le dévouement des staffs qu'on avait à portage. En tant que directeur, j'ai travaillé dans plusieurs programmes. Là. Puis quand la pandémie arrive, tu as peur de fermer. Quand tu as un programme résidentiel, ta première crainte, c'est on va fermer les portes. Mais je pense que c'est ce qui nous distingue. C'est vraiment le dévouement. Mais on sait très bien que travailler en réadaptation, en résidentiel, c'est pas facile. C'est parfois des grosses journées. Au mère-enfant, on a la dynamique mère-enfant. Mais c'est ce qui fait qu'on fait ça depuis des années et on continue à le faire, c'est le dévouement. C'est ce qui nous caractérise à portage.
Capacité d'adaptation.
On s'adapte rapidement. Comme on dit chez nous en français, on se veille Saint-Dicenne.
Okay, so there, it is 2:15.
Yeah.
I can do it if you trust me.
I could do it as well.
Okay, go ahead.
François said that one of the serious thing is the ability to adapt, because he said 2 hours ago he was not supposed to be with me on stage, so that's one thing. But he said also that what he thinks, because he's been working for 20 years for Portage, worked in different programs, the teenager program, the adult program, and he said overall it's a devotion. He said, especially since the past 2 years with the pandemic and all that, there has been fears within the program because we're in residential and the days are not always easy, but with COVID it was even worse. We got scared that we'll have to close our different program, but we actually maintain the services. And he said, what makes the difference is the devotion of the staff member. That's why we've been here for over 50 years, and for the Mother and Child program, over 28 years that we've been open, is really the devotion of the different staff member that's part of the team.
We do have to go to the break because it is 2:15, and I did get another question on the virtual. So why don't we go ahead with the nutrition break as scheduled? Mais Stéphie, est-ce que tu te sentirais à l'aise peut-être de venir fournir une réponse par écrit à la personne? Parce que je pense que c'est une question assez directe. Et je vous invite aussi peut-être à poser vos questions directement à Stéphie pendant la pause aussi. So we're going to take our 15-minute nutrition break right now and reconvene at 2:30 when we'll hear a presentation from Dr. Newman.
Good.
Merci beaucoup. Okay. J'avais raison, she was writing from a... J'avais raison, Madame Duarte écrit du Paraguay. Ah, ouais. Oui. Ça fait une oui, si vous allez avec 3 autres, c'est ça. Oui, ça dérange pas. Ça fait, elle voulait juste savoir si vous travaillez avec des petits hébergements. Est-ce que vous avez des organismes? Oui, hein? Oui, oui. Ça fait 17. Ouais. OK. Vous avez un accès, là, ouais. C'est la référence, ça fait là. Ouais. Ça, j'ai pensé, ouais, j'aurais aimé poser la question pour vous, là, c'est que les gens puissent s'entendre. J'étais là, la fin de semaine passée, je connais pas bien, là, qui est à fond, Montréal. Where did love go? Took the running into. j'ai dit, je peux faire la traduction, là, si je parle de même, tu sais, ça me dérange pas. Je vulgarise bien, là, tu sais, je peux, ouais. Oui.
Yeah, I'd rather be a lover than a fighter. Cause all my life I've been fighting. Never felt a feeling of comfort. All this time I've been hiding. And I never had someone to come home. Oh, nah, I'm so used to shit. Love only left me alone. But I'm at one with the silence. I found peace in your vibes. Can't show me there's no point in trying. I'm at one, and I've been quiet for too long. I found peace in your vibes. Can't show me there's no point in trying. I'm at one, and I've been silent for too long. I've been quiet for too long. I've been quiet for too long. I found peace in your vibes. Can't show me there's no point in trying. I'm at one, and I've been quiet for too long. I'm in need of a savior, but I'm not asking for favors. My whole life I feel like a burden. I think too much and I hate it. I'm so used to being in the wrong. I'm tired of caring. Loving never gave me a home. So I sit here in the silence. I found peace in your vibes. Can't show me there's no point in trying. I'm at one, and I've been quiet for too long. I found peace in your vibes. Can't show me there's no point in trying. I'm at one, and I've been silent for too long. I've been quiet for too long. I've been quiet for too long. I found peace in your vibes. Can't show me there's no point in trying. I'm at one, and I've been quiet for too long.
I wish I knew. I'm so done with thinking through all the things I could have been, and I know you wanted to. All it takes is that one look you do, and I run right back to you. You cross the line, and it's time to say F you. What's the point in saying that when you know how I'll react? You think you can just take it back, but shit just don't work like that. You're the drug that I'm addicted to, and I want you so bad. Yes, I'm stuck with you, and that's that. Cause when it all falls down, then whatever. When it don't work out for the better, if it just ain't right and it's time to say goodbye. When it all falls down, when it all falls down, I'll be fine. I'll be fine. You're the drug that I'm addicted to, and I want you so bad, but I'll be fine.
Why we fight, I don't know. We say what hurts the most. Oh, I try staying calm, but you take it personal. All these firing shots and making ground, it's way too hard to call. But I still can't let you go.
Cause when it all falls down, then whatever. When it don't work out for the better, if it just ain't right and it's time to say goodbye. When it all falls down, when it all falls down, I'll be fine.
for me. Darling, just dive right in.
Non, mais c'est parce qu'on reçoit des questions.
Follow my lead.
On a manqué de temps un petit peu.
I found a girl, beautiful
On a souvent
and
besoin
sweet.
de faire des mails pour rentrer parce que c'est des questions.
I never knew you were the someone waiting for me. 'Cause we were just kids when we fell in love, not knowing what it was. I will not give you up this time. Darling, just kiss me slow. Your heart is all I own. And in your eyes, you're holding mine.
Ouais, non, on a eu des problèmes.
Baby,
Non, on a eu des problèmes techniques.
dancing in the dark, you between my
I don't know.
arms,
We'll have, I mean,
barefoot on the grass, listening to our favorite song. When you said you looked a mess, I whispered underneath my breath. You heard it, darling, you look perfect tonight.
He said the interpreter wasn't great. No, I know the chants were getting mixed up. And there was some cutting off of the, so there was
Stronger than anyone I know. He shares my dreams. I hope that someday we'll share our home.
Oh yeah, the guy.
I found love to carry more than just my secrets, to carry love, to carry children of our own.
Some people have a knack for it more than
We are
others.
still kids, but we're so in love, fighting against all odds. I know we'll be alright this time. Darling, just hold my hand. Be your girl, you'll be my man. And I see my future in your eyes. Well, baby, dancing in the dark with you between my arms, barefoot on the grass, while listening to our favorite song. When I saw you in that dress.
On va reprendre dans 2 minutes. 2 minutes. We'll start up again.
Baby, I'm dancing in the dark with you between my arms, barefoot on the grass, while listening to our favorite song. I have faith in what I see. Now I know I have met an angel in person. She looks perfect. I don't deserve it. You look perfect tonight.
Okay, I'm going to ask everyone to make their ways back to their tables. On peut regagner nos sièges. And so our next presenter, is he in the room? Dr. Newman? Dr. Newman. Oh. Well, I'm going to say something actually while we wait for Dr. Newman. I just noticed something in his biography. And it made me think of a question or a comment that's come up a few times over the last 2 days about, or just we've had lots of references from panelists, from people in the room over the last 2 days about stigma and shame and the fear that comes with making that first step to saying, I need help. And so that, you know, those remarks about stigma and the shame, what I noticed were always followed by a question like, what can we do? And I mean, I know I've said a couple of times since I've been here in the last couple of days, you know, I've mentioned, I changed my relationship with alcohol 5 years ago. And we have, you know, we had Vicky Hogarth, the journalist, mentioned that, you know, it's the first thing she said, I'm an alcoholic. And in Dr. Newman's biography, you know, which is really, really impressive, there's also, you know, just a matter of fact statement. He's been in active recovery from opioid use disorder since 2010. And it just occurred to me that maybe we as influencers, when you ask the question, like, what can we do to, you know, punch back again, you know, address shame? I'm starting to think, you know, it has to do with us as influencers, maybe putting ourselves out there too, right? Because I think a lot of us in the room are in a position where we can be influencers, and part of addressing that shame that others might have is for them to see, like, me put myself out there and say, yeah, I used to be different and now things are different. And sometimes that's all it takes is someone saying, you know, here I am, this is me. I'm in active recovery, or I'm an alcoholic, or I had to change my relationship, you know, and sometimes that can be the spark too, that goes a little, you know, helps a person, you know, get past that shame. So yeah, that's just a little thought I had. So Dr. Newman, I'm going to invite you up to give us a quick 30-minute presentation. We do have time for Q&A afterward as well on, I believe, the program that's running in Kingston. Is that right? The residency program? Awesome. Thank you, Dr. Newman. Should be right on the podium.
Hello, good afternoon, bonjour. So I'm actually going to say something positive about Hurricane Fiona. It's not an enviable position to be the last speaker on a weekend conference. So I'm glad that Fiona made sure that a few people were still here. Anyway, thank you all for persevering. So as Rebecca said, I'm a physician in Kingston. And I'm honored and pleased to have been asked to come and present, and having heard the quality and the passion and the dedication of the speakers preceding me, I really feel very honored to be included among them. And it is interesting to me that the last talk today is about mothers giving birth, which you would think is actually the beginning. Wouldn't it have been good for me to have been the first speaker? But in fact, I mean, as we know, life is a cycle. It keeps going around, the chicken and the egg. There's no start and no end. And although the birth of a baby is the beginning of a life for that baby and an opportunity, and particularly what Dr. Gander was talking about is wanting to go upstream. So that this is a pretty upstream to start working on the determinants of health for that baby, and to try to diminish and prevent the development of adverse social conditions for the baby, and to prevent the possibility that the baby will his or herself succumb to addiction. It's the beginning of that for the baby, but it's a crucial point in a woman's life when she becomes pregnant and literally has inside her a very strong motivator to seek recovery. And as we know, those of us who've been through recovery, everybody here who works with people in recovery, it often doesn't work the first time, the second time, the third time. You have to have many, many runs at it. That's why we have to be patient, and we have to stay present, and we have to keep on doing the work, because we never know which time is going to be the time that works. And so anyway, so that's all I'll say about that. But I do also want to say that this was also the beginning for me. My work with opioid dependent pregnant women was the beginning for me of my association with Portage, which has been really one of the most significant developments in my life, and which has brought me here, and which I hope is also the beginning of an ongoing relationship that carries into the future. So having said that, just some quick abbreviations that I want to go over, because I'm a doctor, and these are slides that I show often to medical audiences. I use lots and lots of acronyms. So just so you know what they were, I will perhaps explain them. But I want to just bring attention to the third one down, the OAT in English, opioid agonist therapy. And then I just listed a whole bunch of other acronyms which had to be spelled out in French. So that's not very helpful. But that's significant. That the term for medication that we give opioid addicts so that they stay alive has many different ways of referring to it. And I think just recently somebody referred to it as opioid substitution therapy. That's not wrong. It's just, this is the one that I choose to use, opioid agonist therapy. And I'm going to talk about what that means specifically for those of you who aren't familiar with it. So very quickly, what I hope to do is talk a little bit about the epidemiology as of fairly recently. Of course, these slides, having been slides that were made in June, they're not exactly up to date, but they're about the world we live in today. Talk a little bit about the effects of opioid use disorder on mothers and their fetuses and the babies who come out. And then a little bit of historical context about the treatment of neonatal abstinence syndrome. So I'm using an acronym already. And I was terrified when Dr. I've just suddenly blanked on him. Yes, so Gander spoke. I thought she was going to give away my whole talk because she talked about historically how neonatal abstinence syndrome was treated and how we are now at a point in history when that treatment has changed. And this slide is about how we in Kingston were able to participate in that change. And then finally, to talk about how we introduced the program of rooming in a large tertiary care academic teaching hospital. So all of those things have levels of bureaucracy to them. So it's bureaucracy upon bureaucracy. It's a big, complicated bureaucracy, and talk a little bit about the experience of being involved in institutional change, which I think is also a theme that's come up again and again in the talks this weekend. So women, so the reason this is significant, that women have a higher rate of using prescription medications than men, although most epidemiological studies of addiction show higher rates in men than in women. And if you go to any recovery center, if you look at the number of beds in treatment, if you go to any AA or NA meeting, there's generally always a preponderance of men over women. But one thing that women are affected by more is the use of prescription medication as an addictive drug. And that's particularly significant given the opioid epidemic that is continuing to develop and that we have not reached the peak of yet, but that really took off in North America and in Canada particularly after 1996, the introduction of OxyContin, which was pushed hard by a drug company to get doctors to prescribe it, and doctors did prescribe it. And I'm one of those doctors, so I'm not pointing fingers or wagging fingers at anybody, but this was very much contributed to by iatrogenic, by doctor-caused problem. And it's significant that it affects women and women who are pregnant. So 90% of women with a substance use disorder are of reproductive age. A high proportion of pregnancies among those women are unintended. And often a characteristic of addiction is denial, right? So one big task that we have when we encounter a person trying to recover from addiction or trying to confront their addiction is to get them to stop denying the fact that it actually exists. Denial can happen in pregnancy too. And often women will just avoid going for prenatal care for as long as they can, hoping that somehow magically something will happen. And often we would meet women who are pregnant far beyond the point at which they could choose to terminate if that seemed to them to be an appropriate thing to do. So it effectively meant that there were lots of women who found themselves pregnant using opioids who might have made a decision who are trying to make a decision to stop using opioids might have made a decision not to be pregnant so as not to have to deal with the two things at once, but can't. And finally, the overall amount of substance use, illicit substance use in pregnancy is actually not very big. It looks like 5%, but remember that's 5% of all women in North America. And that's illicit drugs. So that does not include tobacco and alcohol. And of course, everybody knows if you added up all the harms that were done to addicts from addictive substances, the harms of alcohol, the legal drug, would outweigh all of the others by far. So here we're only talking about a small proportion But remember, much of the stuff that I'm going to talk about but the way we treat pregnant women with opioid addiction is relevant to other addictions as well. So I have to tell medical students when I'm talking to them about this, why do we have to learn about this? It's so rare. Well, we're always talking in medicine to students, we're teaching them about ways to prevent mothers from dying when they give birth. That's really important, right? And we pride ourselves in Canada in having a very low maternal mortality rate. So only about 8 out of 100,000 women actually die in the course of giving birth. But the number of people who die from opioid overdose, and these are old statistics, it's actually gone up since then, was higher than that. So you're more likely to see a person dying of an opioid overdose than you are to see a woman dying in childbirth. And in fact, put the two things together, women who have opioid use disorder and are pregnant giving birth have a much higher rate of death and disability and injury than women who are pregnant and don't have an opioid use disorder. So in one recent, the most recent study I'm going to mention here, a population-based survey of women with an opioid use disorder. This is just the numbers of whom reported binge drinking, using marijuana, using tobacco. And this was an American study, so marijuana was included as an illicit substance. But of course, in Canada, since October 17th, 2018, it has been a legal substance. So we no longer include that among illicit substances, but it remains significant anyway in its interplay with pregnancy and addiction. Anyway, so you can see those overlap. There's lots of women who use lots of things, who use opioids and alcohol and tobacco and marijuana. So just to bring it home to a more local example, in Kingston, a group that Luzanne Rodet and I formed, along with other people, with the aim of bringing mother and child treatment to Kingston, did a survey of women who were on opioid agonist therapy to ask them what they used. And you'll see here an interesting thing that's missing. So we said, so 85% were using opioids, of course, that was the whole point of us asking them. 65% used marijuana, 52% used methamphetamine. You'll notice alcohol doesn't appear there. And usually I just skirt over that and don't say anything about it, but I noticed on Dr. Gander's slide, she talked about a study of 120 women and mentioned this is the first time I've actually seen this presented by anybody else. Only 13 of them reported also using alcohol. So I was tempted when we did this study to think, well, I guess women don't want to admit that they also use alcohol, or it doesn't seem significant to them because it's legal. But it's interesting to see that corroborated for the first time, that another study of women using illicit substances with a severe addiction don't actually use alcohol. It's not that common. Thank God, because as I said, alcohol is terribly complicated and very harmful to the fetus. So this is just a graph to demonstrate the increasing rates of neonatal abstinence syndrome. And this only goes up to about 2014. This is a graph from a paper published by Susan Broglie, who's a researcher in Kingston, who's published a lot of stuff on perinatal substance use and perinatal opioid dependence. And what's significant here, and I'll just draw your attention to it now, but I'm going to refer to it later. The black bar is the number of babies experiencing neonatal abstinence syndrome. And the hatched bars are either methadone or illicit opioids, or so methadone or buprenorphine or illicit opioids. And you can see that as the relative amount of illicit opioids goes down and the relative amount of methadone, which is a treatment for opioid use disorder, goes up, nonetheless, the rate of NAS, of neonatal abstinence syndrome, continues to rise too. So just keep that in mind. And just to show you that those numbers continue, so over the past decade, that the number has continued to rise, the rate has continued to rise. So we're now much higher than that graph showed us. About 7.3 per 1,000 hospital births are affected. Babies born in the hospital, 7 out of 1,000 are affected by neonatal abstinence syndrome. Now, here in that study, they also looked at the characteristics of the women who were pregnant. And this just is to demonstrate that these are not just typical women in every way, except that they use opioids. So they are by and large living in poverty, and almost half of them were taking psychotropic medications, which is a marker of psychiatric disease. So these are women with at least 2 heavy other burdens besides addiction. They're impoverished and they have mental health problems other than addiction. So this is not a simple population. These are not people with easy lives. But of course, all right, so they have complicated lives. So why don't they just stop using opioids? Well, it's kind of foolish to ask that question here among experts who know that that's not the way to treat addiction. But in fact, there's good evidence that not only does it not work to tell people to stop using opioids, it's actually more dangerous. So people relapse if they stop using opioids, and because of the nature of opioid dependence and tolerance on the brain, when they relapse, they're at much higher risk of overdosing and dying. And furthermore, because often opioids are used intravenously, they are much likely to more likely to be careless and reckless when they do relapse, and to use in an unsafe way that results in a bloodborne infection or endocarditis, infection of the heart. So in other words, what this says is that trying to get a pregnant woman to detoxify is not only is it not the best practice, it's the worst practice. It's a bad thing to do and one shouldn't do it. And since 2011, the Society of Obstetricians and Gynecologists of Canada has recognized that and said that the first line of treatment, the preferred line of treatment for a pregnant woman with opioid use disorder is to offer her opioid agonist therapy. And here again, I've used a different acronym, MMT, methadone maintenance therapy, because prior to the legalization, to the introduction of buprenorphine in Canada, methadone was OAT. If you were an addict to opioids and you wanted to get treatment, you got put on methadone. Those options now are much more varied, thankfully, but at that time, that's what that meant. So what is OAT? I said I would talk about that. It's basically the replacement, very simply the replacement of an illegal opioid like heroin with a longer acting and more safely administered drug like methadone or buprenorphine. Although these days, there are very successful programs, injectable OAT, IOT, programs in Vancouver, pioneered in Vancouver, where injectable hydromorphone or Dilaudid, which is a short-acting opioid, just like heroin, is given to people with addiction to inject in a supervised setting with clean equipment and with continuing care and under medical supervision. And that can be every bit as effective in selected cases as the traditional OAT, where we give an addict a drink or a little pill they can put under their tongue, so they don't have to do something scary and dangerous like injecting. So it turns out that actually the benefits of giving opioid agonist therapy are not just because you've got them to stop injecting. And I'm going to talk about that a little bit more, because I think what the take-home lesson of this whole talk, I hope, will be that it's the context in which you provide care, and the fact that you provide care that isn't just a single point in time, but continues and is continuous and is multifaceted and surrounds somebody and addresses their broader environment and their broader realities of their life that's successful. So when somebody starts opioid agonist therapy, right away, they stop having to do things that are illegal. And my bias, I will admit it, I'm very, very pro decriminalization of drugs, because I know that most of the injury that happens to opioid addicts, well, that's not true. Much of the injury that happens to opioid addicts and to many addicts is solely because we criminalize addiction and we criminalize the use of drugs. So for example, opioids themselves, if opioids were legal and it was possible to use them safely, we would still have people dying of opioid overdose. And that's dangerous and that's terrible and that has to be addressed. But much of the other problems, the infections, the crime that has to be committed in order to maintain a supply, the resultant poverty that occurs is caused by criminalization. So right away you say someone, I'm going to suddenly make you legal. You can come out of the shadows, come to the clinic every day. We'll give you the drug that you want. You right away have eliminated a whole bunch of problems in their lives. So that's a beautiful thing to see. And that fact, doing that to an addict is a wonderful way of gaining their confidence and establishing therapeutic rapport. They think, but this is somebody who actually seems to be giving me something that I want. Wow. So it's a very positive way of establishing a relationship. So in the perinatal period specifically, basically, I won't read through all these, but basically all of the bad things that happen to women who are using opioids and aren't on OAT are made better when they use OAT. So they use less dangerously, they're less liable to overdose, they don't have to do crime, they're less likely to contract HIV and hepatitis C. And the complications of pregnancy, like preeclampsia, like preterm birth, that I think Deirdre Boyd referenced, those also decrease. So another good argument, and you don't have to go any further than this, trying to convince somebody, why were you this is a pregnant woman, why are you giving, and sometimes we have to tell this to the addict herself. I'm trying to quit using drugs. Why do you want to give me another drug? Well, you have a much better chance of having a full-term pregnancy and a healthy baby if you go on OAT. And of course, it's always a woman's choice whether to go on OAT or not. But somebody else talked about having to believe in the therapy that you're recommending. And certainly it's easy to believe in the efficacy of offering OAT to a pregnant woman because it saves lives and it results in healthy babies. So we offer it. One thing, however, that OAT doesn't address, and that was the black bar that kept rising on that graph that I showed you, is an opioid is an opioid is an opioid. So whether it's methadone or buprenorphine or heroin or fentanyl, when you use it every day for long enough, you become dependent and you become tolerant. So you can't just stop, you go into withdrawal. That's why we don't make pregnant women stop. But as soon as we cut a baby's umbilical cord, we're essentially putting it into withdrawal. We're cutting off its supply. No more drugs. And that doesn't matter what the mother was taking, whether it was a safe prescribed medication or whether it was her drug of choice on the street. And so neonatal abstinence syndrome here, you notice that in that acronym, it doesn't include opioid or the word heroin or fentanyl or anything. It's really, it can be used to apply to any drug that causes withdrawal, but mostly when we talk about it, and when I talk about it, NAS, I mean specifically withdrawal from opioids. So bear with me. But babies who are withdrawing from opioids are basically like grown-ups who are withdrawing from opioids. So they have, here it says, characteristic neurologic excitability, gastrointestinal dysfunction, and autonomic dysregulation. And to tell you what that means, this is the COWS score, the clinical opioid withdrawal score, which is used by doctors and nurses to assess how badly somebody is in withdrawal. When they come in, when a user comes in off the street, is in the hospital because they've broken their leg, and they say, by the way, I'm an opioid addict and I'm feeling really bad now, you can do a score and find out just how bad they are by adding up these different characteristics. And if you look at these, I mean, you can look this, I don't expect anybody to read this here, but essentially these characteristics are all either autonomic dysregulation, which means difficulty controlling your heart rate, yawning, sweating, goosebumps, difficulty with your gut, so diarrhea, vomiting, and difficulty with neurological excitability, which means like irritability and muscle cramps and pain. That's in adults. In babies, we have a much more complicated system named after Loretta Finnegan, who was a pioneering physician in Philadelphia in the 70s, who developed the scorecard to do the same thing for babies. So instead of the 10 items that we do for adults, there's about 18 things here that we score for babies. And up until recently, this was done for all babies who are identified as coming from an opioid dependent mother. How bad is their withdrawal? We would check them every 4 hours and do a score on all these things. And you can see again, the first category is autonomic, the second category is gastrointestinal, and the final is or actually, you know, I can't even see from here. Trust me, there's autonomic, gastrointestinal, neurological. And why are we so freaked out about neonatal abstinence syndrome? Because in babies, the neurological sequelae, the neurological problems, excitability, can lead to seizures, which doesn't happen in adults. And the gastrointestinal problems, the vomiting and diarrhea, in a newborn baby, it's a very fragile state. It can't eat or drink, it can't keep anything down, it loses weight, it dies. So opioid withdrawal doesn't generally kill adults, but it kills babies. So there's a good reason that physicians, that medicine was very paranoid and eager to jump on babies who might experience neonatal abstinence syndrome. So I'm going to talk about the treatment before 2013 and then after. And 2013 is just a marking point in my career from when I was able to stop treating babies the old-fashioned way, which I'll tell you about in a minute, and we started to use rooming in. And one point I'm going to make along the way here, I'll talk a little bit about the timeline about how this happened. But prior to 2013, a woman who came in and said, hey, I'm on methadone, I'm in labor, my baby's going to go into withdrawal, they would go, oh, good, thanks for letting us know. When the baby was delivered, the neonatal intensive care team would come into the room. The mom would, the mother would maybe be able to hold the baby for a second. Then the neonatal intensive care, all well-meaning, all caring about the baby's health, would whisk it away into the neonatal intensive care unit and start watching it for withdrawal. And we would do the NAS score, the Finnegan score, every 4 hours. And as soon as the score got over 8, we would give the baby, well, what do you do for opioid withdrawal? You give it an opioid. We give it a tiny little drop of morphine to bring down the score. And let me see, what else so I'm trying to think, somebody here talked about, oh, right, of course, again, Dr. Gander, I seem to have a block, I can't remember. Gander reminds me of a city in Newfoundland, maybe that's why I can't remember it. Anyway, I was terrified. I'll tell you why I can't remember her name, because I thought she was going to give away this whole talk. And she talked about the golden hour. Like that first hour that a baby's born is crucial, is critical. And often those mothers weren't allowed to have it because we would whisk the baby away, even though withdrawal from methadone doesn't tend to happen for about 24 hours. Even withdrawal from heroin doesn't tend to happen for a few hours. So there was no reason to take the baby out of the mother's arms and whisk it away, except that these women, by admitting that they were on methadone, were saying, I'm an addict. And even if they were in recovery and they looked nice and they were behaving themselves and they showed up for their prenatal visits, there was judgment. This is probably not a good idea to leave the baby with this mother anyway. She'll probably just drop it on its head, or she'll leave it in the bed and go out for a cigarette, right? They weren't trusted. They weren't thought that they were good enough to look after their babies. So there wasn't a whole lot of hesitation about taking that baby away from her. Now, what would happen in our hospital, of those babies, surprise, surprise, 80% of them ended up having scores so high that they needed to be given morphine. And so I just meant that the onset of the withdrawal in the baby would depend on the drug they were taking. But, and methadone maintained babies. So babies born to methadone maintained women actually didn't have withdrawal for about 24 hours, but still, we kept them in the neonatal absence, in the neonatal ICU, and we watched them, and sure enough, 80% of them would have a score high enough that they were required morphine. So think about that for a second. So you have a baby born to a mother who's experiencing addiction severe enough that she's been injecting opioids, severe enough that she couldn't stop using during pregnancy. Maybe she got OAT, that's great, but there's something about that woman's brain chemistry and her genetic wiring and the situation she's living in, which makes her life so difficult that she continues to use an opioid drug to escape it. So you take her baby, which probably has inherited some of her genetic predisposition to addiction, take it away from her, don't let it have that golden hour of calming down on the mother's skin while it's getting used to being out in the world, put it in an incubator in a sterile NICU with bright lights shining down and lights and machines beeping, and nurses coming every 4 hours to poke it and see if it's irritable. And sure enough, the babies get irritable. What do we do then? We give the baby morphine. That's a pretty powerful lesson to teach a baby to become an opioid addict. You missing your mother? We'll give you some morphine. You feel cold? We'll give you some morphine. Your guts are bothered? We'll give you, whatever the problem is, we'll give you morphine, and babies will quiet down. And in fact, it's not just opioid dependent babies that will quiet down if you give them morphine. Anybody quiets down if you give them morphine. And remember, I always like to bring this up. Does anybody know the brand name of an opioid that was developed by a German chemist and in 1895 was marketed as a syrup for babies with colic? Does anybody know the brand name? Sorry? Heroin. Heroin is a brand name from Bayer Corporation for a delightful syrup that you were encouraged to give to your baby. So we give babies morphine, they calm down, and we go, look, the baby had opioid abstinence syndrome. Obviously, we've saved it now, we've calmed it down, and oh, the mother's just checked herself out. Well, she checked herself out because she feels terribly ashamed and embarrassed that her baby's in the nursery, and she has to walk the gauntlet of all these other mothers looking at her with pain or with pity or judgment. And we've given the baby a replacement for its mother by giving it opioids. So it's really, it's nuts if you think about it. And in 2010, though, doctors aren't very quick to change things unless other doctors tell them that they should. And this is a very powerful quote, and I'll just leave it up there for a bit. Ron Abrahams and others who first started publishing data out of BC about how successful it was to leave babies with their mothers pointed out that we know that if you separate a baby from its mother in normal populations, right? Normal meaning not necessarily impoverished, not with a psychiatric diagnosis, not dependent on opioids, just a normal baby. You take it away from its mother, you increase the rates of child abandonment and abuse and developmental problems in that baby. Why would we imagine it's going to be any better in a baby born to an opioid dependent mother? And so right away, you should stop yourself and think, maybe there's something a little bit screwy here about taking this baby away. Luckily, we also were reassured at this time that there was evidence that it was safe, that you could take the baby away and the babies wouldn't die. Okay, so we started to think maybe we can try this. And an obstetrician at Kingston General Hospital and I went to BC and we met with Ron Abrahams, and we came back and a few of us started to advocate with the hospital. So this is 2010. I think the article actually says 2010. So 2010, this idea started kicking around. And in 2011, we first introduced it to our hospital and we said, it's probably we're not doing a good thing by separating these babies, and maybe we should leave them with their mothers like they do in BC. And further evidence, not only is it safe to leave a baby with its mother, actually it's better. So babies have lower rates of NAS, they don't stay in the hospital for as long, and they do better. They don't need to be treated with morphine. So note the date on this. In 2013, we started allowing women to room in if identified with an opioid use disorder. And the rates of, so this is the length of stay. So you can see this catches the eye of hospital administrators. So the rate, the amount of time that an average baby would stay in the hospital dropped from 25 days down to under 8 days. And the number of babies who needed to be treated with morphine went from 80%, and this slide is a little bit off. They don't quite line up, but if you look at just above the circle, you see above the top circle, there's 80%, and just above the bottom one, it's about 14, I think. Yeah, so that was from one day to the next. The number of babies who needed morphine, just because we left them with their mothers, dropped by orders of magnitude. And since then, not surprisingly, the hospital, actually nobody came to us and said, hey, good job, you saved hundreds of thousands of dollars and we get to discharge babies more quickly. They just didn't stop us. They said, oh, I guess, whatever. We could keep on doing it. And we kept on doing it. And we published a paper about our findings. And I think the pinnacle of my career is that article was referenced in a review article that came out in 2018, which essentially said, like here in big loud letters, it's probably better to leave babies alone with their mothers. Don't put them in the nursery if you don't have to. So that kind of became the standard of care in 2018. And since then, we published another paper just after the first 5 years, which ended in 2019. So remember, that's just before COVID. But not only, so there you go, there's the 80% and the 15%. There were slightly different numbers because we included a slightly different group, but essentially the same. So we went from 80% to 15%, and over 5 years, that number had dropped to 3%, to under 4% of babies who needed to be treated with morphine. And that wasn't the only benefit. The number of babies who were exposed to breast milk, who got any breast milk at all, went up to 80%. And you can see before that, it had been 50% among babies who would have been admitted straight to the NICU. So, I mean, not to say that everything gets better, but a lot of things, the baby was able to benefit from a lot of other things because it was left alone with its mother and wasn't given morphine. So just to say we're comparing apples and oranges. So of the babies who were allowed to room in, only 3% needed morphine, but actually a large proportion of those women, there was 100 mother and baby couples that we studied, 44% of them did end up in the NICU, not just because they were labeled as opioid addicted babies or opioid dependent babies, but because something else was going on in the pregnancy. And remember, these are impoverished women with psychological problems living in an environment of criminal drug use. There are lots of other things that can affect the pregnancy and that require specialist care. So the babies would have to be put in the NICU anyway, and still, so you notice 44% is still better than 80%, which is what we had been doing before that. But still, a large number of the babies who ended up in the NICU still needed to be treated with morphine. Which is to say that sometimes you do have to separate a baby from its mother if it needs support to keep breathing, if it needs intravenous care, if it needs surgical procedures. And sometimes you do have to treat it with morphine, but you shouldn't do it unless you have to. Now, we noticed among all women that women who use benzodiazepines, which again would have been included as one of those psychotropic medications I mentioned. So women might be prescribed benzodiazepines because they have an anxiety disorder, or they use them on the street for addiction. So those babies were, if they also used illicit drugs, which remember doesn't include marijuana at this point. So marijuana actually was not correlated with admission to NICU. And women who didn't breastfeed their babies, those babies were more likely to require treatment with morphine. And then of the mothers, so to look at it from the other point of view, like how could you, maybe, we were thinking like, how could you identify which mother was probably going to need to have her baby admitted to the NICU? Well, again, benzodiazepines. So that's a big red flag. A woman who's taking benzodiazepines every day, day in, day out, whether they're prescribed or not, something's going on. 51% of them were taking other medications, so they had other medical complications. And 77% had a significant comorbidity, which here it means something happened in their pregnancy, like she got an infection or there was trauma during childbirth. So that's just to say that these are not all fixable and these are not all due to addiction. So just a quick shout out to the other components of prenatal care in women who are opioid dependent that are helpful and that result in less sickness and illness for mothers and babies. Is comprehensive care and multidisciplinary care. And so we've been hearing about that a lot over and over again. And I just want to point out that our introduction of rooming in was an example of multidisciplinary care, because right from the start, aside from me and an obstetrician and a midwife who were all keen on introducing rooming in, we had the hospital social worker, we had a group called Thrive, which was essentially a community health center program run by lay women, women who weren't professional, didn't have professional training, but were home visitors who would look after and support pregnant women with addictions. So they went to the women's houses, they did prenatal teaching with them, they drove them to their doctor's appointments, they'd phone them up and remember to get their methadone. Having that component was a very important part of introducing rooming in. And we were thinking about this, the group that I mentioned that Luzanne and I were a part of, we thought, well, that's fine, that's all well and good. It's the first few days of a baby's life, but what if the mother wants treatment? Why wouldn't she go? So we asked all of these mothers, the same mothers that we had asked before, and we found that many of them used methamphetamine and opioids, but not alcohol. We said, so what was it, why would you not go to treatment? Or why did you never go to treatment if it was offered to you? And fear of losing their children and not having anybody to look after their kids were far and away the biggest reasons. So if you put a woman in a paradox and you say, we don't think you're safe to have your baby with you because you're using drugs, so you got to get treatment for drugs or we'll take your baby. And she say, okay, I'll get treatment for drugs. And say, okay, we have to take your baby, right? It's a terrible bind to put someone in. So just to sum up, essentially what we learned was mothers and babies belong together. And that's true whether they're a day old or whether they're 5 months old or whether they're 5 years old. That treatment for that mother beyond those first few days will be better if her baby stays with her, and both of them will do better. In fact, the children, the babies in the 5-day period of rooming in had fewer negative side effects. They didn't have to get introduced to morphine as a cure-all and the solution to all of life's problems. they were more likely to get breastfed, they were more likely to be discharged in the care of their mothers rather than into foster care. And remember I said, take note of the time. So it was 2010 that we first read about rooming in, 2011 that we first brought it to the hospital and essentially said, hey, there's this thing called rooming in, looks like it's safe for babies. It costs less money. You don't need any more space. And it's actually harmful to keep doing what we're doing by putting them in the expensive NICU. It took 3 years to actually start rooming in. And I used to present this and sort of chuckle about it. So, you know, look how patient we were. I've discovered that actually 3 years is pretty quick. And what our group is hoping to do now, and one of the reasons that I'm here, is because we very much hope to open, to be participating in and supporting Portage to open a mother and child program in Kingston, because that's what's needed beyond the first 5 days. Is the same thing needs to apply for a period of time in a woman's life where she can recover and learn skills and adapt herself to living a sober, healthy life where she doesn't have to put herself in danger. And that's going to take a bit longer than 3 years. It has so far. But with that, I will stop.
Right, another fascinating presentation. So we'll open up the floor for a few Q&As. We don't have any on the virtual yet, but Dr. Newman, you're getting a lot of hearts and claps and from the virtual participants. So I wanted to share those with you. Oh, Dr. Poole.
So are you still using the Finnegan sheet or are you using Eat, Sleep and Console?
Yes. No, we're not using. So thank you. That's a great question.
I just wanted to make sure that wasn't left in people's minds.
Yes. No, so thank you. And that's kind of a whole other presentation, but midway through the 5 years that I reported on, we effectively stopped using the Finnegan score. So we realized, well, what Eat, Sleep and Console is the suggested way of now watching babies who are withdrawing from opioids. And it is what it sounds like. Does the baby eat? Will it sleep? Can you console it if it's crying? And if you can, then you don't need to give it morphine. So that's essentially what we do now.
Which is so great and so consistent with your overall thing.
And it doesn't require waking the baby up to see if it's irritable.
Exactly. And it's simpler and it doesn't require an interpretation by a healthcare provider of all those little tiny points of Finnegan's. I think that idea of making it simple and really rooted in sleeping, eating, consoling is great. The one other thing I wanted to ask, because I noticed you didn't, many of us in the perinatal substance use world are no longer calling NAS, we're calling it neonatal opiate withdrawal, which, because it's not a syndrome, it is withdrawal.
Oops.
No, you're not going there, or are you?
Well, I thought, no, I mean, so when I referred to it because that's what we called it in all the papers that we published.
Yeah,
and all
no,
the research.
I totally get it.
Yes,
And
of
most
course.
of the world still is, but I just wanted to again raise that.
Well, I will have to talk to, I'm not sure that I understand what you mean about the implications of using the word syndrome. Because in fact, I thought it was neonatal opioid withdrawal syndrome. I thought syndrome was still included. But I would like to be educated.
There we go. Well, let's talk.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Language is such a major thing, eh? And what it means. Yeah.
Thanks, Dr. Poole. Dr. Poole, you wanted to make another comment earlier.
Oh,
and
I just
think
wanted to
we
make a
cut you
comment
off.
about alcohol and the low risk drinking guidelines that you so helpfully raised. They are not in place yet. They were put out and they have been under consultation up until Friday. Yesterday, for the public to make comments. And then they're coming back to the committee on which I sit, and then the government, Health Canada, will make the decision. But one thing I wanted to mention about them around women and alcohol is that because they've changed, according to the science, to be more sensitive to the fact that men's alcohol use is also very risky, right? And we've had a lot more research about cancer and how it affects. both men's bodies and women's bodies who drink alcohol. It's changed to be, like you said, to say there's a low risk category of under 2 drinks, and then there's the 2 to 6 where risk starts to rise. And as soon as you get past 6 drinks, things really change for men and women. The risks for women rise steeply, much more steeply than the risks for men. So what that means is that in the guidelines as they're going to come out, we're not going to have the same thing as we had before, where it said 14 drinks a week for men, 10 drinks a week for women, 4 drinks per sitting for men, 2 drinks per sitting for women, etc. And while I agree that those are not reasonable numbers, and that using numbers in that way is not necessarily that helpful, what this next group of guidelines means is that you're not going to see much about women in the same way. It's going to say everybody should drink less. And I think that's a really problematic thing for us who are at this table and beyond, is that we really need to speak to CCSA and Health Canada about the fact that we need to continue to emphasize, as you've said, just how problematic alcohol is in pregnancy, for sure. And also that men and women have different kinds of risks, and we should really be helping women understand that they can't drink as much as men. Even though it's risky for everyone, it's still even more risky for women. And I think we're at this point where we may lose the attention to women and alcohol in ways that are not helpful. So I hope that everybody speaks up and lets everyone know that it is important to keep that gender lens on the use of alcohol, and to care a lot more about men's alcohol use too. I mean, I welcome that, but I just don't want to lose the attention on women. So anyway,
Thank you for those. No. Thank you for those insightful comments, Dr. Poole. That's a excellent lens to look through there.
Can I just, I'm not being defensive and I'm not trying to argue, but actually one thing I just remembered when you were talking about alcohol, and one of the reasons I mentioned benzodiazepines, and it was so significant in worsening the withdrawal that a baby experienced, is because, and I think this is why neonatal abstinence syndrome was first coined, is because you weren't always sure what the baby was withdrawing from. And sure enough, we find that babies withdrawing from nicotine and benzodiazepines, and in fact, some SSRIs, some antidepressants, there seems to be a bit of a withdrawal syndrome from them too, correct? Right.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's okay. So I think I'm going to pull a bit of the same trick that I pulled for the last session, just in the interest of keeping us on schedule. So we have an excellent question that came in on the chat. But we are scheduled to move to our next presenter. So what I'm going to do is I'll invite you, as soon as I leave here, turn the mic off, because I'll invite you to come type an answer to this question, because it's a very specific question asking for your thoughts on a specific approach to something. And then I'll go up there where that mic's still live, and we'll move on to our next presenter. Is everybody okay with that? Okay.
Thanks for your attention.
We could turn this mic off. Okay. All right. So I'm going to invite Vicki Hogarth, yes, to come up and Peter Vamos together. Is that right? Yeah. To come up and give us a media analysis for today, and also to share some final thoughts on the work we've done over the last 2.5 days for the symposium.
I'll start and then I'll turn it over to Dr. Vamos. From being here with you for the past 3 days, the one thing that I take away the most from the conversations I've had the chance to have with all of you is despite all the obstacles, the barriers, and challenges on the road ahead, everyone seems to have a lot of hope for what we can accomplish by sitting in these rooms, by having these conversations. You all think that being in a room like this, we can find where are the holes, and what is working that we can build on for the future. And data plays an important role in that. I know that talking about it from a journalist point of view, when I first started writing about addiction, I thought just telling my story was enough, that people will care. And some people did, and a lot of people were people who are maybe in addiction or had a family member and already had a big reason to care. But there's a lot of people out there who don't care, and it has a lot to do with stigma. And if your life isn't affected by it, it's hard to get people to care about something that doesn't impact their lives. So through a lot of the data that we're looking at today, you can find ways to use that data to make a case to everyone of why they should care. There are people that will care because it shows that they might know people who are at risk. And then there's people who just will never care about other humans the same way and only see themselves in everything they think about. But there's data for those people too. The cost to the healthcare system is a huge data that I think maybe in a next conference is something we could focus on a little more. I know that once I wrote an article because a magazine asked me when Rob Ford, I lived in Toronto at the time, and you might remember the old mayor of Toronto, he had to go to rehab. I think there was an outburst he had in a McDonald's, and suddenly he was going to rehab the next day, and it was this fancy $200,000 2-month rehab experience. And Huffington Post called me and said, can you write about, you're the token alcoholic and female in Toronto, can you write about what his chances are of getting sober, which I thought was so insulting. And a lot of it has to do with media, right? Like media plays a huge role, and I know that. So as a journalist, I try to use what I know about addiction to better the world, but a lot of it is headline related when you're talking about magazines, newspapers, whatever. People that aren't connected to addiction don't always approach it with the same sensitivity, which is what they did when they asked me to write about whether I thought Rob Ford would get sober. I don't know Rob Ford, so it was didn't know Rob Ford at the time. So what I did was take data I could find based on his chances as someone I don't know who can afford a $200,000 rehab that he can go to tomorrow versus someone like my chances or a friend of mine who was on a wait list at the time for government rehab, to make a point about our system and where the holes are and what chances does a regular person have versus someone of that privileged life, like Rob Ford was at the time, to get sober. So there's a lot of ways we can take the data we find here today with us. And I know that speaking to all of you, you were really taking it in and hoping to use this in your conversations, in your work, in everyday life. It's amazing how you can impact people with just having stuff to back up. A strong sentiment you has a lot more power if you have that information and those numbers. So much new data that I'm taking away as a journalist was really powerful. I just kept writing down percentage points, and you don't think of numbers as holding that much power, but they really do. So I will turn it over to Dr. Vamis now to wrap it up, but I am also leaving here feeling very hopeful about what we can do with this information. And I look forward to being in this room again with all of you, maybe a year from now, to further this conversation. Thank you.
I don't know why, but I always get to close things, never to open them. So, I had a slide. Self-explanatory. I think we all get inspired by that as we think about the difficulties that we have discussed and the difficulties, the challenges that lie ahead. When we discussed holding this symposium on the topic of women and addiction, we were motivated by the long history of discussions, declarations, and the relatively little progress when it came to the topic of gender inequality in addiction treatment. The problem, endemic everywhere in the mental health field, is caused in part by a failure to recognize the powerful gender-based differences in social determinants which underlie the problem of addiction in women. As we began our planning, we decided that our approach was going to be to inform and to discuss, but not to stop there, but then also to advocate. This has been the way of Portage for 50 years and the way of ICAA for the past 115 years. A precursor to this conference took place in 2016 in Stockholm. Regrettably, the challenges identified, discussed, and the recommendations and resolutions issued then are for the most part remain unresolved today. Action must follow declarations, and political will is required to result in actions. The Stockholm Conference concluded with the passing of 9 recommendations addressing the gender-targeted exploitation of women struggling with substance abuse. These resolutions were then presented to the 16th session of the UN Commission on Narcotic Drugs in 2017 for consideration by member states. They were positively received and received endorsement and followed in the track of similar resolutions made in 2004, which were also adopted and received endorsement by the UN. I will share with you the 9 resolutions. They're quite short. A new recognition must be given to the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination against Women to ensure that sex and gender-specific needs of girls and women are responded to all areas of policymaking, research concerning education, empowerment skills, prevention and treatment of the harmful misuse of alcohol, tobacco, and other drugs. That was 1. 2, we urged that a global convention on alcohol be developed concerning the production, distribution, and marketing of alcohol that specifically targets women. 3, we recommended that all countries develop guidelines to eliminate the targeted marketing of alcohol, tobacco, and over-the-counter drugs to adolescents, young women, and other vulnerable populations. 4, it was recommended that the needs of indigenous minority peoples be met with appropriate and accessible gendered research and care. 5, we recommended that guidelines be reinforced to ensure that all government funding of programs or projects be gender balanced and include the active representation and participation of girls and women. 6, it was recommended that an application plan to ensure that treatment for substance use disordered women be respectful, gender and culturally specific, trauma-informed, and be designed by women to meet the needs of girls and women. 7, we recommended that training curriculums for family physicians, social workers, and others responding to the needs of girls, women with substance use disorder include appropriate content to ensure that they acquire the knowledge, sensitivity, and respect required to produce effective, non-judgmental, person-centered intervention. 8, we recommended that action plan to ensure the treatment, prevention, support, and empowerment of mothers with young children be designed and implemented, especially in response to research regarding children's brain development. And finally, it was recommended that each country continues their efforts to implement the convention and to examine all social service, medical and criminal justice practices to ensure that all women receive treatment based on social justice, respect, and full recognition of their cultural and gender needs. So it was passed, endorsed, and probably applauded in 2017. Similar resolutions have been passed over the year. And the problem remains. So what did we learn this weekend together? What can we conclude? Well, what we learned is that the problems remain, as I said, that the barriers for women accessing support and treatment remain. There are signs of community level initiatives, projects propping up, which give us some hope, which want us to go on. But there's no systematic change as of yet. We also know, talking about New Brunswick, we also know from a province-wide survey in New Brunswick that the need for services documented in 2017 remained in 2022, with 95% of service providers in the province reporting receiving pregnant clients and mothers with small children who demonstrated signs of dependence on alcohol and other drugs, as in 2017. The respondents also noted that over 25% of the women they saw on a monthly basis who were pregnant and had children under the age of 6 were abusing alcohol and/or other drugs. They almost unanimously expressed the need for a mother and child treatment program, their overwhelming majority indicating a willingness and readiness to refer to such a program if and when such a program were to be established. So we will continue to advocate. Women must participate at every level of research, planning, education, and treatment of gender-specific programs is another lesson that we learned again and which we must underline. We heard speaker after speaker affirm that special attention is required to ensure that the social service policies do not act as an obstacle and a deterrent for women seeking treatment. We cannot be bound to issues of economic and social status either. The high rate of poverty among women remains a challenge, and the issue of housing is a very difficult one to overcome. Gender bias needs to be targeted at every level of healthcare, social service, and justice system. Family units of single mothers struggling with substance use disorder must become focal points to a strategy to keep mothers with their children through education and treatment intervention, targeting the needs of the child as well as the others, as well as the mother. The activity of industry-driven social responsibility groups and their programs and their targeted advertising must be held accountable for the content of their messaging and the media kept fully informed. Social responsibility should be everyone's business, not just industry-funded entities. It requires the full commitment to self-policing by industry and aggressive government policies to enforce those regulatory policies. It is widely recommended and wisely recommended that governments should engage in gender-responsive, culturally driven budgeting. But government must lead by example, because profound changes are going to be necessary in public attitude if that is to become a reality. To be part of this social change and to make that difference that Margaret Mead has been talking of, as community, We must continue our work. This symposium is now ending, and the work and the issues alerted here will become old news on Monday if the work doesn't continue. We believe strongly that our actions must reflect our words. The organizers of this event, and I'll ask Dr. King to come up and say a few words on this, concluded that the work started here needs to continue, and to that end, these symposiums will continue, hopefully on an annual basis. We will keep the spotlight on the issues we identified and move towards the goals we set into action. So it will be an opportunity not only to reflect new ideas and new findings each time, but to take note of past promises made and past promises kept. So Dr. King, will you come and join me? For my part, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Peter. First of all, I'll make a number of comments, but I'd like to thank all of the team that made this symposium possible. It has taken a while, but it has come to pass, as they say. This symposium was an opportunity, and I think we took the challenge. I think the presenters took the challenge, and it's an opportunity to inform and to show our determination and to make things better. We also, as Peter said, well, I'll just say, there is a tendency when you go to something like this to clap, to be saying right on, and to go out saying this was a good symposium, and I think we will do that this time. And then time passes. And the memory being what it is, and sometimes if you get to an age, it's more than sometimes. But that's for another symposium. We'll deal with that issue. But we have a tendency to forget, and it just becomes a marker on the road to somewhere, and that's what it is. And so following recent discussions, I think it is our hope to work toward over the next 5 years to have a program. I know in medicine, we call them clinical days, but days in which we discuss this topic that we spent 2.5 days or 2.25 days talking, and to do it every day, or do it every year for the next 5 years. Why 5 years? Well, you reach a point where you've made your point and you've given the social network in governments, and I'm not going to blast the governments at all today. I'm pro-government. I'm pro-government, sorry, good government, that is, all right? You know, people have had the opportunity, society has had an opportunity to pick up the ball and make the things happen. So this is our follow-up to, I think, a very successful symposium based upon a lot of work that people did. But on another topic, I think from a Portage point of view, it's afforded the opportunity for people from the Portage family in Ontario and in Quebec to meet each other over the course of the last day or so and to get to know each other a little bit more about the person behind the voice or the person behind the Zoom or behind the Zoom picture. And I think that makes us all a little more determined and allows us to be a little bigger force in the cause. So the thing that we can't do is walk away from the problem. And we won't. Thank you all very much.
The owner left us alone, so I hope you all have a safe trip home. And thank you again for coming, and we'll see you next year.
There will be an evaluation. Oh,
You want to say, okay. Where's that say?
For everyone who has attended the symposium virtually, on your screen, there should be a QR code that pops up to do an evaluation. For those in attendance, if you have the QR app, if you could scan that into your phone and do an evaluation, we would really appreciate your feedback. Thank you.
Hi. Thank you. Thank you. Me?
Yes.
Oh, I'm a volunteer. I volunteered. I actually worked for the Department of Tourism here as the film commissioner for the province. And I was actually volunteered because one of my coworkers has an association with this organization and she's in media as well, or she was, and she couldn't come. So they gave her my name. And they I have a column, and it's mainly because I know Rose and Rose.
I've been reading books of old, the legends and the myths, Achilles and his gold, Hercules and his gifts, and Spider-Man's control, and Batman with his fists. And clearly I don't see myself upon that list. But she said, where'd you wanna go? How much you wanna risk? I'm not looking for somebody with some superhuman gifts, some superhero, some fairy tale bliss, just something I can turn to, somebody I can kiss. I want something just like this. Oh, I want something just like this. And the myths, the testaments they told, the moon and its eclipse, and Superman unrolls a suit before he lived. But I'm not the kind of person that it fits. She said, where'd you wanna go? How much you wanna risk? I'm not looking for somebody with some superhuman gifts, some superhero, some fairy tale bliss, just something I can turn to, somebody I can miss. I want something just like this.